base and just see what we can get out of it. What new moves people are coming up with at this point in time. So it's going to be curious to see what we get today.
Yeah, Corey, you're a little harder to hear. Let's.
I
Oh,
think I
there it
have
is.
been muted the entire time, so I've been talking to nothing. You guys have been talking to each other, but I have not been involved in this conversation.
I heard you loud and clear in my headset.
Okay,
so
good. All right, so I think we're better now. Hopefully, everybody on the stream can hear us. So this is Corey speaking now. Apologies for the early morning technical difficulties. It is a Sunday morning. We're just waking up here on the West Coast.
Yeah, West Coast mornings.
Yeah, we tend to not. If you've ever been to the West Coast, we don't like to start before 9 on the weekdays. On the weekends is usually 10, 11 o'clock, which is when we really get rolling out here.
Right. So, Corey, what are you hoping we see going forward?
Really, I mean, we know now that Fantasy Flight is doing a meta update stream this Wednesday. So
The Eternal
meta update, which pretty much all of us are foreseeing Django's going to be going away. So
I don't think so.
we're going to see a lot of Djangos. We'll see. We'll see on Wednesday, but we'll see a lot of Djangos today. I'm hoping to see some more new brews and cool brews and some variety within this new format, because it's not hugely different from where we were at. We went from 6 to 7 sets, basically. So it's the Premier plus 1. But this long term is something that can grow into something pretty darn crazy. So I'm excited to just see these early days of the Eternal format and just see how it starts to grow into its own entity that is not the same as the Premier format.
Yeah, I think my reason why I don't think you're going to see Django go away is they always use the metrics of percentages and stuff like that for, okay, is something overpowering all the rest of it? Like when Django first got banned, he had 45% of the player base was playing Django, so that you were only playing mirror matches, and then just like the fun was sapped out of the game at that point in time. But since he's been banned, you've had several sets come out that all of them can have little elements to help counter Django. Like, for instance, the latest set, Law, K2SO is a huge potential factor to counter Django. Django flips out, boom, he's insta-dead by a Quinlan K2SO. So you got force throw back in the meta. You can just force throw a card out of your hand and take Django out. Django is most abusive when he's flipped out and then can do your entire board gets exhausted.
That is correct, yep.
So without the entire board being exhausted, you have the fact of, he can only exhaust one unit at a time when he's on his leader side. Well, we have a new leader that basically does the same thing in the client. So it's a turn later. There's a little bit of a little gap for the opponent to be able to do something. But if exhausting units is the problem child, then the client's going to be just as problematic going forward.
Potentially. It is, and I do appreciate, I've always said this, I appreciate Fantasy Flight not doing any preemptive bans. Let's let this format go, see what happens, see what it looks like first. And then once we start to develop, we're going to see how it goes from there. And that's what they've done so far. I think our first weekend results showed that Jenga's probably going to be an issue. We'll see how today goes. Also, today's going to be another data point for them, and we'll see what we end up with today. But yeah, I mean, I think last weekend we saw approximately about 36, 37% Django. That's still not good.
Yeah, but you also got to look at the fact of he has been banned up until that point. Last week was the very first week you can play it, and like it's, hey, I can bring out my old toy that I love to play with that I haven't been able to play with forever. Everyone's gonna want to do that.
Fair.
So is that shininess gonna wane off?
Well, but then you look at the top 8s too, and it did kind of dominate the top 8s also.
But that's also based off of the fact that it's the most played. So you're going to see that the conversion rate is, I think, the biggest thing that they have to be looking at. Yeah. But it's, if you're playing Django mirror matches, well then a Django is going to go on, right?
That's true.
So
yeah, we'll see how it plays out. As I said, I would not mind seeing it go away, but I do appreciate giving it its last weekend before that and just letting some people have some fun with it. But it's going to be curious to see how this plays out long term.
Yeah. All right. So the judge is currently giving a speech, so we're going to talk a little quieter because we're in an open room at this event, so we have to be very mindful of our commentary around other people. As you can see from our first match getting set up, we will be seeing a Django Tarkin Town against a Gar Saxon ECL. Gar Saxon has been seen as a great counter pick to Django due to the shields that Gar Saxon usually has on their units, because that prevents their immediate tap down from Django, which again speaks to counter picking the meta.
Yeah, we'll see how this plays out. We're just finishing getting everything set up, obviously, listing wise of who's playing and such. But we're working through that right now as they're shuffling up and doing some judge announcements. But we're about to kick off this event and looking forward to a fun day of Eternal PQ. This is now I believe this is the third or the fourth Eternal PQ, right?
We had 3 last weekend.
Yes, this will
I
be the
don't
fourth.
remember. Well, I don't remember if there was one yesterday or not.
I don't believe so, but yeah, I did not double check that. I should have done that. Obviously, my preparation work. It's a Sunday. I got a little lost of that part, but I was preparing some other stuff for today. But
Yesterday was my birthday. I was not doing
Well,
anything.
yes. Yeah, that was,
also does change things a little bit.
I'm going to interrupt there and say, yeah, I heard that. I was waiting to say something until now. Yeah, it was your birthday, Ginger Joey. Super happy to celebrate. Thanks so much for spending your time talking about Star Wars the day after your birthday. And that made a lot more sense why it was difficult to get here this morning.
Yes. I had a late night, and I say early morning, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, 6 in the morning.
Me waking up to get here was later than I thought.
All right, so we're getting set up here. So we got a couple of local regulars. We've got Dan, who I believe has hopped on some of the streams before. He's one of the main organizers for our SWU PDX community. Just a fantastic guy all around. Really has helped to grow this this entire game in the Pacific Northwest a lot. So we've got him highlighted on the Gar Saxon ECL, and on the other side we got Rob from our local Rob D-Rod from our local Babu Freaks team. Also a wonderful player, great player, one of the leads of the team. Delightful person, wonderful guy just to chat game mechanics for, really good player. And yeah, both of these guys are just an added benefit to the community that we have up here. That if you've ever been up to the Portland area, come up, play some games with us, come join us for a PQ. We've got just a fantastic community up in this area.
Right. So Rob is one of the more accomplished players of the Pacific Northwest.
That is
for
also
us.
true.
So now, Dan, whenever you sit down against an opponent who you would recognize and you know their reputation, does that play a factor in your decision-making capabilities going forward? Because, as we said, Gar Saxon is a good pick of a deck to go against Django, so that's going to come down to your decision-making and assessment of threats on the board at that point in time.
Yeah, I think this will make for a very good matchup because, again, yeah, these are both players. They know each other well. They've played each other plenty of times, so that's going to make this a much closer matchup because they know what they're looking at. So we got a couple shielded units to start out, the Leppy Lookout and a Crafty Smuggler hopping out.
And Dan had initiative, so he got to play first and gets to immediately claim back, which means this Leppy can swing in for 3 very easily and quickly.
I believe it swings in for 4, correct?
Oh, correct, because the
got
Gar
the shield
Saxon
of Gar.
Gar Saxon math comes into play, so that's a really big first turn off of the Gar Saxon.
Yeah, both on rare bases as well. So they're both sitting at 25 health. So it is quickly going to become a race situation of who can get there faster. And beyond that, yeah, who needs to switch over and start playing more of the control-y side at some point. And I think that's what Rob is debating right now is Gar's off to the races. And he needs to start thinking about, popping that shield so he has a way to get rid of it.
Well, this opens up Leppy Lookout to be pinged off by several different options, but we're going to go with the BT.
Got a BT1, and we got Krennic over on Gar's side. That is a scary play as well because that gives Gar, all of his when defeateds, a chance to get out a little bit earlier. So we could see a 5 cost play from Gar this next turn.
Now, the big 5 cost play that I've been seeing Gar Saxon run is Darth that is the gets an experience when something has died.
Darth Scion.
Darth Scion, yes.
Darth Scion.
So, and in a Gar Saxon, that one experience allows him to have the 7 power that he needs to actually be able to bounce back to his hand. Mm-hmm. So, him running the Leppy Lookout in for the Overwhelm could mean that we're setting up for a Scion to actually come into play at this point.
Exactly, and we got Krennic's shield getting pinged off by BT1.
Yeah, so BT went to the base and just uses ability ping the shield, so BT's not taking any damage back from that.
So now we're going to see what has Dan got in response. It's just another Leppy Lookout, which, again, more shielded units, more problems for Django to deal with.
Yeah, because he can't tap them down next round, but are we going to see something come out that's going to ping that shield away right away? We've
got an IG. We're going to kill that shield. We're going to tap down the Krennic.
So that leaves Dan with 2 resources. Question is, do you claim here to push damage, leaving those 2 resources unutilized?
He does claim at this point.
So now does he Tarkin Town the Krennic?
That is a good question. Yep. He's just going to Tarkin Town that Krennic. Just keep the board clear as much as possible.
Yeah, you don't want to. You never want to end the game without using your base, because otherwise you took a hit point deficit for nothing at that point in time.
Yeah. It's always a challenge finding that right spot, but I think that was the right play. Just keep that board clear. Django wants to go aggressive, and this is putting Gar on the back foot at this point because he just does not have the units anymore.
Well, now this is the Django flip turn, so this is the key turn that Gar needs to have something to answer.
And the question is, what is the potential answer? So we're going to start off with swinging Leppy. I would expect swinging Leppy into the base, but we'll see what Dan goes with.
Probably the best play, but that also then means that BT can go into the base and just ping the Leppy away.
Yeah. That's the challenge, because Leppy can't quite take out BT, so...
Not without his shield, he can't.
Yeah.
Dan, you can see the finger doing the math.
Yep, Dan's adding things up, figuring things out, maybe gonna see if an ECL play is the right place, but that's you really don't want to use those resources yet until Django has flipped, unless you can push some damage or wipe a lot of the board.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are you ECL in here? What would you looking at?
Yep, we're going full. We are going Craving Power. That is, yep.
So what's he taking out with this Craving Power, though?
Assuming he's going to take out that BT1. Oh, nope, he's going to go for the space unit.
So this means that BT can still run into the base, still ping the Lookout, and thus exhausting the Lookout.
Yep. And we're going to get, there is a System Shock to kill that Craving Power and kill the unit as well. That is a punish right there.
That's a big feel bad. You spent 5 resources to do your thing. They spent 1 to do theirs.
So now he's going to get a Django flip out along with getting some damage in base, and he's still got 4 resources to do whatever he wants.
So now BT, I don't think he took enough damage from that.
And we're going to hit a triple dark raid.
Well, can BT hit units or bases?
No,
or just
BT's
units?
ping is units.
Does BT have to hit a unit if he uses his ability? Because technically...
No, it's you may deal 1 damage to a ground unit.
Okay.
As we just pulled up right there.
Oh, and it wasn't red, so yeah, it was a...
Yeah, it's always a may. And we're going to get a War Juggernaut. That's going to push a lot of damage quick. So this, Gar is on the back foot now. Yes, that War Juggernaut's not staying up, but that means Rob just gets it right back and gets to play it right all over again. Tap down anything that Dan puts out.
And the War Juggernaut.
Tap down Gar, that is, to be specific.
And the War Juggernaut's the big thing that Django wants to be hitting when he's on his field.
Yeah.
All right. So Dan has a decision
we got here. So this is a tough spot to be on. You really need to get Django off the board.
This is where you want Vader to hit the board.
Vader would be very good because you could wipe out 2.
Vader ECLing would then kill both of them. Not what's going to happen here.
That's...
If you're Rob and you're seeing that play, you're probably very happy.
Yeah, that's tough because that means... Yeah, it slows Django down a little bit, but it's got
BT
1 health.
Runs in,
BT runs
he tries
in.
to ping. If he can get the ping, he did not.
He did not get the ping, but he still gets the shield off.
But yeah, he could have just cleared that whole unit if he had a chance to. Because he didn't get the ping, that means the shield was there to do 3 damage back.
Power the dark side to take out Django. That's good.
Well, he had a plan, and it executed. Now he's just going to deal with whatever Rob wants to put on the board at this point in time.
Yep.
Okay.
Right.
At least that gets rid of the 1.
Gonna ping that off the board. Rob's going to take out Gar.
So we know what's probably coming next here is that we're going to be seeing a single unit ping, say like a
Oh, we'll see a PT.
Yes.
We'll see a.
and that's just going to
I
tap
mean,
down Gar real quick.
we know that Rob's got the War Juggernaut in his hand
But I
still.
don't think Rob's going to want to devote all those resources right away to it. I
That
think
is
he's going to
fair.
want to just do a single unit that does 1 damage. Or actually, he can just attack with the Raider
Yeah,
and ping
that
down
gets the
Gar with
ping
that.
with 1
and
right
then he just
there.
gets in for 4 damage real quick.
Yeah. So this isn't over yet for sure, but I would say advantage at the moment is on Rob's side.
We are only on a 3 hit point differential. Oh,
Yep,
surprise,
surprise strike. That's a lot more than 3 hit point differential now.
Yep. We definitely are getting more in. So that's going to be 7 damage, taking it to 19.
Yeah.
And what this does is it potentially puts the next swing from that punishing one, into a lethal state, depending on what comes out.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Dan now. He needs to clear that punishing one, but the problem is Rob's still got 4 resources to play anything else he wants as well. So yeah, he might be able to clear something away, but Rob's going to be able to push out another threat.
Okay.
All right, we're going to get a couple shields out. That's pretty useful. Or a shield out on Gar now. And a sneak attack is rough because he can sneak attack in that War Juggernaut right now.
And the 1 damage, 1 damage, 1 damage, and everything takes a damage, which means this is a lethal hit unless Dan can do something about the Juggernaut. Sneak attack, my absolute favorite card that rotated out.
And that's a scoop we got going right there. So it was a good start on Dan's side, but Django just does what Django does, just keeps slowly pinging you, bringing stuff down, and just putting out that pressure quick.
So the thing that I think Dan ran into that is a universal problem for most shielded units is lack of hit points.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the shielded units only have 1 health. So as soon as it shields down, they are just easy pickings for all the ping damage that the Django's can do. So it really can, like, your house of cards falls quick.
Yep, exactly. So yeah, now the question is going to be on the sideboard side. We know that, I mean, Dan knew he was going to be seeing a lot of Django today. I'll bet he has at least some stuff in the sideboard for Django along with main decks. So he's probably bringing in a few things. This is the big boogeyman deck also for Django. So Rob probably has a few things prepped for this specific matchup as well. So I'm curious to see what we're going to get out of the sideboard on each of these two.
I guarantee Rob has plenty of practice into this because Ben, his teammate on Babu Freaks, took 4th place at the Eternal in Bellevue last weekend with his Gar Saxon. So they've definitely basically smashed these decks together in preparation for this. So I know Rob's got a good game plan. I'm sure, like you said, knowing that this deck is kind of like the Django threat, there's got to be plans from Dan as far as sideboards. What would you sideboard in the Gar Saxon to help out in this matchup?
That is a good question, actually. I'm thinking, I don't know Dan's deck list specifically, but in general, you usually don't run much for Rivals Falls in Gar Saxon, but Rivals Fall is useful against Django because it helps you get him off the board because he's a big threat for you. So you're looking at that one potentially. Personally, I would maybe try to get some heal in there even. Maybe some Lost and Forgotten to kill a unit and get some health back could be useful as well because you know Django's going to push that early damage, but Django also, if you can slow him down a bit, Gar can then start to outrace him. So you just need to slow him down a bit and keep yourself alive just a little bit longer. What are you thinking for potential sideboard options?
I think your options, although good, are too late.
That is true.
Everything that you mentioned, for the most part, is a 6-drop.
Yeah.
I think you need to have earlier answers than what you proposed.
That's fair.
The biggest thing that you have to be able to do is, again, deal with the, oh, my shield's gone, now what happens? So maybe things like covering the wing to bring back a shield for a cheap amount.
Yep, and give
After
yourself
it's
a
been
threat.
pinged off, and give yourself something else on the board to help establish. And then it keeps your units healthy and then gets you that bonus damage from a Gar Saxon. I think things like that might help. You definitely
useful.
You definitely need to have whatchamacallit, the lost my train of thought. So we just
sorry, we got distracted by a few things happening here just on our setup wise, so we're making a few adjustments. Apologies on that, but we're just, you know, it's the start of the day, we're getting things going and figuring out the stream at the moment, so it'll just be a few more minutes while we sort things out, and they're about to get started at this point.
Yeah. So
we're gonna try to shift around, I think, really quick. Let's move. Oh, that's gonna be loud. We should probably mute their microphones here. 1 second.
So Yep.
Yep. Yeah, that was my thought. Yeah, shift the table. Let's do that really quick. Careful with the cords. All right, everyone, we are getting set up. Apologies for the technical difficulties. Always the start of a day. You got a few things pop up, but we're getting there now. All right, I think we're good to go at this point. Okay, and they're shuffling up at the moment, getting ready now. So we are about to hop right onto the next match. Round 2.
I will sit like this.
Yep.
And so maybe I can also
that way
be a barrier. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we're gonna make some adjustments in between rounds. We will, after we finish this up, we will hop on a short break, make a few shifts, and then we'll be back in force for round 2. But we've still got round 1 going right now. We got a Secret Sage to start off on Dan's side, another shielded unit, and a Kylo's Tie on Rob's side.
So Kylo's Tie is a great counter force throw card.
Yes. Yeah, I've always been a fan of Kylo's Tie. It's just, its stats are good by itself. A 3/2 in space for 2 is a nice play.
Standard.
Most of the time, yeah. I'm always happy to have that. And the added bonus of being able to, hey, somebody made me discard it, I can still play it, is very powerful at times. All right, so we got 3 into base immediately from the Django, or from Dan on the Gar side, and 3 right back. So we're still even up. Now we're going to see what the actual plays are. We got an Axe Wolves. Now that is a very good card.
So this card is very
But
useful.
Immediately the shield is pinged off.
Sure, but this is very useful with an emergency powers. The question is do you risk the emergency powers right away and just hope your opponent doesn't have a waylay, or do you hold off?
The challenge with emergency powers, obviously, against a Django deck is Django will just tap it down half the time.
That's true.
That's the high risk there. If you're going to stack something, you need them to be tapped out before you can touch that. All right, so let's see what Dan has got for his next. He's going to start with some damage potentially. Just swinging 3 in the base immediately.
So what we have in space is 2 3-attack units. And Rob, not going to wait. Just going to go out with something.
To drop an ISB agent, ping that other one down.
And
yep.
Showing my favorite card once
and
again.
And he's got
sneak attack.
Yep.
Now this is where Django has that incremental damage like push, because he gets units on the board but can still push damage at the same time. He's tapping down yours. So even though they were fairly matched on damage on board, Django nerfs half of your opponents.
Yep. And here we go. We got Lom Pike dropped on Dan's side. That's not a bad one. Get some extra shields out.
It's also one of the biggest 4-body units you can get in the game, with a 4/6 body for 4.
And another, oof. all of the pings all day long from Django. So that takes the Axe Wolves off the board. Wasn't the biggest threat that he had out there, but it can get dangerous quickly. So not a bad call on Rob's part. Get that off the board, not worry about it.
Well, this is Rob just trying to take advantage of Gar Saxon's weakness with the space and just pushing as much damage as he possibly can in the space arena.
So now we're going to see what Dan might have to come back from this. He needs some way to deal with that space. That's 9 damage out there in space right now. You're on a 25 health base. That is not good.
So Rob, from what I saw, has a sneak attack and a BT in his hand. I didn't see what that third card that he was shuffling was, but he doesn't have a great hand for this flip turn.
Not the strongest, but still decent. I mean, he doesn't even need a strong hand right now. He's got so much force on the board right now that it's an issue. So we're going to see how we're going to play this here. We got Dan thinking about his shielding options. He's going to throw a shield onto one of the carriers up there.
So he runs it into the 1/3 and then takes the shield himself to prevent the damage back, and then throws a shield onto space unit. So is that telegraphing a Vader?
Yeah, that's telling me he's probably looking to play a Vader next.
It's too early for Vader, though.
Next turn.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's still an issue because he's still going to be sitting at 18 damage on his. Well, no, 8 math. I can't do math. 18 plus Django's another 3, so you're going to be at 21 damage at the end of this turn.
Right. Unless he has an answer for Django when Django flips out.
Yeah, that's the one hope. He's got 4 left up at the moment.
He is playing units instead of swinging out with Secret Sage, so he's trying to preserve that shield for an extra damage.
Yeah. Looks like he might be holding off for now. This is where he's in an issue of he doesn't want to play something, but he also doesn't want to just pass into Django because Django might just take that pass and say, sure, fine.
Nope, there it goes.
Oh, we got a round of apologies. Round 5, it is not round 5, folks. It's round 1.
That's what we call a fat finger, sir. Here's 3 more damage to the base, as we predicted, and Rob is just, sending the units in and biding his time right now.
Yeah.
And Dan is basically has that pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to deal with, and yeah, you're at 5 resources going on to 6. Do you have a way to wipe out this space? What do you? I mean,
so now
Power
we're
of the
playing
Dark
Power of the
Side.
Dark Side, but he's already swung with the units, so but the Power of the Dark Side wasn't going to do any good against the Django anyway.
Yeah,
I'm assuming we're going to see a. Oh, I was expecting the hot shot to come out. He doesn't need it though. He can just literally push the damage without it.
Yep. Now it's
the sneak attack. We have the sneak attack for the win.
He's still got the sneak attack too. Not even going to do that. Just going to drop another unit. He's just going to keep going out and forth. Like you steal a shield from Gar. That's great.
Yeah, the shields. He can't. Yeah, he can't transfer 2.
He only transfer 1.
Yep,
one goes on him. Yep.
Yeah, those shuttles are so good against opponents that run shields like Gar.
Yeah. Yeah, being able to move those shields around is huge.
And I just see this as an unwinnable match, unfortunately.
Yeah. And that was a sideboard for Rob. That is not a main deck for Django, but that is a very smart sideboard for Django against Gar, because Gar is going to have a bunch of shields for you to steal.
Yep. All right, so Dan's just trying to figure out how he's going to get out of this. I think the fact that you have 3 space units, 2 of them now with shields, is like a big problem. On 6 resources, the most that I think most effective you could be at this point in time would be an evacuate, which he can't run.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, there's not much for answers. I mean, you get hyperspace disaster is not till next turn. There's just nothing he can do about that space, and there's our scoop. And he had a Ruthless in his hand anyway, so that was sneak attack Ruthless to finish the game. No matter
I don't
what.
think he had the Ruthless last turn.
He did not last turn.
Which
he would have done it.
Yeah, he would have snuck attack that in.
Yeah, he would have finished the game with that last turn.
So that is going to be 2 games to nothing in favor of Rob. Again, probably the most accomplished player that we have in the Pacific Northwest. So definitely was a hard battle to sit down against for the very first round as well. But
little Django highlighted now. Now we are going to wrap this up, and we've got to make a few adjustments now between rounds. So we will be back with the next round in about 30 minutes or so. But, well, we might be back a little earlier to chat. We'll see once we get everything shifted around. So please tune back in or keep the stream going. We'll be back as soon as we get things shifted up and ready for round 2.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone.
We've made some adjustments. You can see the camera angle is now different. Our seating positions are now different.
We're highlighting story on camera right now.
Yep.
For those that don't know, Take the Initiative. It is Take the Initiative. Oh, no. Rebel Resource Story is one of our other local streamers. Wonderful guy. He's actually got another stream going at the moment as well, so you can get even more matches out of this Eternal PQ. So enjoy that a lot.
Double coverage. So what we wanted to do right now, since we got about 20 minutes before the end of this round, is we wanted to talk about the latest thing that we saw FFG give us, which is Ashes of the Empire spoilers.
Yeah, we got some fun coming out. It's already feels like the last set just came out. We're already hitting spoilers again because it's coming up quick, and we need to start thinking about Galactics and decks to build out of that. So,
and that's the big thing right there. Galactics. This will be the set that will drop like 2 weeks before Galactics. So the more prep time we can get with this set, I ain't complaining. I want as much knowledge as I can go getting into that. So
yeah, so we got the first two. The starter decks got highlighted to start off, which is the obvious play. It's what Fantasy Flight always does. The spotlight decks. S says starter to me.
I know.
But yeah, spotlight decks. The spotlight decks. We got those two up right now. Starting off with obviously the Emperor Palpatine, and this gave us also some information about the mechanics of this new set. We'll highlight right now. Advantage token is the first big one. Joe, you want to describe the advantage token?
Advantage token is a pseudo-temporary token that is given to a unit. The token gives +1 attack or power and +0 health. So it's only a one-sided token. So think of it as like a temporary raid token, if you will, right? So when the unit attacks or defends, the tokens go away as soon as it's done. As soon as that combat resolves, tokens are gone.
Yep.
So it's a temporary buff. So you can use it to pad your sentinels if you want to have them hit up against something that's coming at you, or prep them on something to swing out harder to then give your opponent I got to deal with that now.
Yeah, which I'm excited to see how that's going to change the game state a bit. I like the quick pump that goes away, so it doesn't become a long term. Because that's one thing we are seeing in the current set is because there's not a lot of upgrade removal, you can stack things and just make long term problems, and it's hard to get rid of them. This can stack onto something, but it's going to go away after a single swing. So it gives you that temporary advantage, as it is named.
Yes, and Emperor Palpatine exemplifies the prep, the planning aspect of this, in that you have to have an exhausted unit that's friendly to then add advantage tokens onto. And it will basically make your opponent go, okay, do I need to claim right now and deal with that? Or do I have a way of dealing with that? Because all new units come into play exhausted. So every unit that you put into play can immediately be utilized by Palpatine to buff ever so much.
Yeah. And this is just an action. There's no cost. So that means every time you drop something, as long as you got one other unit out, you can drop an advantage token on it for the cost of a single action.
Sure. And your opponents, if they don't handle your units, those advantage tokens get worse and worse and worse, because you add an advantage token per other friendly unit you have.
Yep. Yeah, so this could be a potential for a go wide deck, which I know, Joey, you would love to see a good go wide deck. We still haven't had a really strong go wide yet, but this is something, this Emperor Palpatine leader is definitely a leader that could strongly benefit that type of build. Yes, he's a 7 flip, but I think your flip and using Palpatine's attack ability is not the priority. Your priority is his leader side ability and how to utilize that best.
Well, here's my catch to this, though. It says each other friendly unit. So if you only have one unit in play, his ability doesn't do anything for you.
Yeah, it really drives that you do need to go wide with him. That is going to be the goal here, because you want to be able to go wide and suddenly stack a +3 or +4 on a unit that you just played. And that becomes a problem immediately for your opponent. So I'm curious to see the builds that'll be around him, but I do think it's an interesting leader and an interesting new mechanic as well.
Well, it is a 7 flip 4/8. How does that stat line stack up for you on a 7 flip?
It's not good. I mean, as I mentioned before, it's really designed around. We've discussed this on our channel. If you ever hop onto Holotable Games Network, you got to look at, is the leader side the priority for this leader, or is the unit side the priority for this leader? This Palpatine is really the leader side is the priority. You're wanting to utilize that ability. You're wanting to build around utilizing that ability. You're flipping Palpatine at 7 is just it's an extra unit at 7 if we even get there, but it's not your top priority.
Now, the one thing that I do like about this, though, is that it is a yellow Palpatine, and it is an official, and there is a lot of official synergies in yellow villainy specifically.
Yep. Yeah, it should make a good leader. Let's see what else we got. Some other cards that we had pop up here. So this is our other leader. We've got another Luke because we can't have enough Lukes. I will mention right now, too, this is both Return of the Jedi Luke and Palp. We've got a lot of Endor stuff on this set. So I've said this many a times to everybody that can hear me ever. I really want an Ewok deck, and I'm hoping that these spoilers, we've got Ewoks on the advantage tokens. I'm hoping, and a lot of Endor out there, so I'm hopeful we're actually going to see some Ewoks start to come out in this set, which I'm excited about.
I was going to say, I mean, if you want an Ewok deck, just build an advantage deck. You can have as many Ewoks as you want in that regard.
Exactly. A go-wide Ewok deck could be really, really fun with advantage tokens.
Just to reiterate something, though, advantage tokens are one of the mechanics of this set. They are only going to be applied from aggression and cunning aspects.
Have they confirmed that?
They have confirmed that. Yeah. Those two aspects are how you are going to generate advantage tokens. The command and vigilance gets a different token. And we'll get into that later in the stream, I am sure.
Yeah, we'll cover that a little later. So, but yeah, coming up next, we got Luke Skywalker, got another Luke, and this one is looking to just heal up units, keeping them alive. I'm not as strong on this Luke right now. There is still potential, obviously. Keeping some units alive can be useful, but from what we've seen in the gameplay, we've had other leaders that have also done the same type of things, and it's never really made that huge a difference. So we'll see how it plays out, but I do think of the two Spotlight deck leaders, the Palpatine is definitely the stronger potential of the two.
I don't know about that, because one thing that I think that you are missing here is the healing has always been an action-poor economy to get the heal off. This Luke says when a friendly unit's attack ends, you may exhaust this leader and immediately heal 1 damage. So you have action compression in the attack can happen, and then the heal immediately happens right after that. So that actually might matter. And as we already know, this game comes down to 1s and 2s a lot of the time. So this 1 heal could be very, very relevant.
Yep.
What
we are seeing also, I will say, as I said, we haven't seen a lot of strength and healing yet, but we are starting to see some uptick. Rose, if you have not seen, Rose has gotten some good builds recently, just getting those space units out, keeping them alive, being able to trade into their opponent and keep them alive. So that little bit extra could be enough to keep those units alive so that you can keep that board advantage going. So there is potential here. As I said, I'm more excited about Palpatine, but yeah, you are right that the action economy is a huge difference.
The other big thing is when he goes to his unit side, his text changes ever so slightly, and now you can heal your base.
That's huge. That's a big, big game changer. The one disadvantage I would say there is it's nice to get that heal. He's a 7-flip leader, though, and that's pretty late in the game to be flipping out to get that heal, at least with the current meta that we see, where most of the meta is turn 4, turn 5 is the decisive turn at the moment.
Sure.
So by the time you get to turn 6 for Luke, you're possibly already dead, or that 2 damage is not going to be quite enough to save you.
Well, let's look at it this way. We are in an Eternal PQ right now.
That is true.
So does this change in the Eternal format? Are we still in that, 5-flip game ends by round 6, or are we hitting those later turns?
Now we're not.
Well, but you have all
obviously.
the ramp that can actually get you to these later turns in Eternal that we lost for Premier.
That is true.
The fact that also your Spotlight decks have 7-drop leaders, does that mean they're going to have a lot of cards that are going to slow the game down?
Yep, that is going to be the question to see when this set actually comes out. Are we going to slow things down a little bit? Are there going to be, we're still waiting. There might be adjustments to the meta to slow things down too. Fantasy Flight has said they want to have this be more of a unit-based game, a lot of back and forth on units. That's really what their priority is. And they want to have the game slowed down a little bit more so you get to those 6, 7 resource turns and see more things and see more of these bigger leaders get out. So I am curious to see where Fantasy Flight's adjustments are going to be from there. But so far, yeah, we're seeing a couple 7s to start off with. We'll probably see some quicker ones. But yeah, excited to see these. And we'll look at some cards that we got coming up as well.
And I think both of these leaders exemplify the interaction of units more so than some of the leaders we've had in the past, because their both abilities encourage paying attention to what the units are doing at the time.
What do we got up next here? All right, so going with Luke, we got Luke's lightsaber. He's got to have his lightsaber.
No.
Oh,
Luke's Jedi lightsaber. And this is a very distinct difference.
Yes.
Because Luke's lightsaber from the Sparker of Hope,
Spark of Rebellion.
Spark of Rebellion.
Yep.
Is a different lightsaber. So you can, in fact, run both of Luke's lightsabers and make him a dual wielder if you want to.
Yep. And this is good. This is same thing as mastery. If you're paying 3 to get a +3/+3 to something, that's good. That a permanent +3/+3 for 3 is wonderful. And this is attached to a non-vehicle unit. It is not restricted to force units, which is very useful. So you'll be able to get it on most of your units. And then you get the added bonus if you put it on Luke, you get Sentinel for him.
How many Lukes do we have? Can I make an all-Luke deck where Luke's lightsaber heals me to full every single time, and Luke's Jedi lightsaber makes all of my guys Sentinel at will.
I don't think we're quite there yet, but we are getting there. Like,
Ooh,
obviously, we have a lot of Lukes.
I think we're closer than you think we're
Yeah,
thinking.
that's
we
true.
have the 2-cost pilot Luke. We have the 4-cost universal heroism Luke that gets shields when you put another unique and use the Force.
Yep.
You have the 6-drop blue Luke that does the -6/-6 or -3/-3. You have the 7-drop green Luke out of the Hoth set. You forgot about that one. I guarantee you forgot about that one. So that's already 4 other Lukes, and I know I'm probably forgetting one.
No, there's a lot of Lukes. So that the Oops All Lukes deck could be a fun one in the future. The one challenge we have out of that, though, I will say, is oh boy, does that get punished by Galen.
Galen?
Yeah, name a card. The blue Galen.
Oh, they lose all their
Name
abilities?
Luke Skywalker, and
Yeah,
suddenly
yeah.
every Luke loses all their abilities.
Yeah, that could happen.
That's tough.
But honestly, even just thinking about those are the type of fun decks that are like, you know what? I have to make it and try it at least once.
It may not be the most competitive of decks, but it's going to be a very entertaining deck, which is
that's a weekly play fun deck that
Yeah.
like is going to be loads of fun.
exactly.
So
Let's see, we got the next card here for us.
so Luke
yep.
getting a Sentinel, putting that on the 7-drop Luke, you turn that 7-drop Luke into a 9/10.
Oof.
A
9/10
9/10 Sentinel.
is rough. Yeah.
That's gonna hurt.
No, this is a good card. This is going to be one people are going to be looking at, especially any decks, obviously, that use Luke. And then next, we got Leia, as I mentioned, little Endor action Leia. So seeing this, this has our other mechanic of support, which comes in. So this is when you play this unit, you may attack immediately. So it's getting you that immediate attack. So you're getting that action economy once again, and it gains this unit's other abilities. So basically, you play Leia. Now you can attack with your 2-drop that you had, and it also gets that on attack ability if you may deal 1 damage to this unit. This is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out with a lot of the. I'm going to expect to see some probably pretty powerful, large support cards in the future.
Yes, the support mechanic is a very interesting mechanic, and it kind of goes counterintuitive to what we just said. Are they going to slow things down? Well, with support, that kind of says they're going to speed things up, because that action compression is going to make it to where you're able to play a card and attack, and then just claim right after that, if you had the capability to do so. It'll be very interesting to see what on-attack abilities are on your support cards.
Well, not just on attack, it gains all the unit's other abilities. So again, Sentinel, Saboteur, there's a lot of things that get passed along from support potentially. So
Well, it gains the units of the support unit.
correct, yes. So, it's the unit you're
So-
playing is going to give those abilities, all of its abilities to the other unit. So
Right.
again, support Saboteur means you're just giving a free Saboteur to a unit for a turn.
That's
Support Sentinel means you just drop 2 Sentinels. It might not be the greatest, but still could be useful.
awesome. Yeah.
Just the extra blockage for a turn to slow somebody down. Like, there's a lot of different ways that this support could work out. Curious to see. Obviously, support when played does nothing, but everything else from support is going to bring some value. Support when defeated, swing that unit into something, get it killed, get that when defeated. That might be a powerful when defeated immediately.
Sure.
Like, there's a lot of potential within this. So excited about this mechanic. I think I'm more excited about this mechanic than the advantage mechanic, because it allows for a lot larger design space potentially.
Yeah, so I think the support lends to a go wide strategy,
Yep.
whereas the advantage tokens.
They're go wide as well.
No,
Well,
yes
at least
and no. Yes,
Palp
no.
is
The
go wide.
Palp is a go wide, but I
Yeah.
think the stacking advantage tokens on a unit is more of a go tall strategy.
That's true. Yeah.
So the other thing that FFG did announce when they showed the support card is that they are not in the next couple sets going to have very many action compression cards, because their support mechanic pretty much ate up their allocation of, hey, we're going to make these cards that do 2 things at once.
Yep.
So they are not going to be having a lot more things after this. So something to consider when you're looking at the support mechanic.
Yeah. So we'll see how that goes. David, you want to pull up the next card for us? We're about to get in the next round in shortly, but we got another 4 minutes left, so we're just going to touch on a few more cards, and we'll come back to this throughout the day. So the next one is our Han Solo. So he's got Saboteur. I mean, that stat line is very nice when you combine it with, obviously, the healing. So you've got a 3/7 for 4. That is technically a 3/4 when you play him because he takes 3 damage immediately. Well, technically, he's a 6/4 when you play him.
No, not necessarily.
Sorry.
You can
Oh,
give
it's
the
to
advantage
a
tokens
unit.
to
You're right.
any
Thank
unit you want.
So that +3 to anything immediately, along with taking that bit of damage, that's still, yes, 3/4 is not the strongest of stat lines for 4. You don't love it, but I think there's some good potential within this, especially, giving those advantage tokens to not just yourself, but somewhere to another unit could potentially be very useful. I don't hate a 6/4/4 either, so there's good potential power here in this new Han unit as well, which, maybe we just make an Oops All Lukes and Oops All Hans decks. I mean, we'll be able to do a Oops All Hans as well soon, pretty soon, I think.
I'm pretty sure we can do that now.
Yeah.
Especially with the bases that allow you to cheat out other aspects, because now you don't have to worry about them being in the wrong colors for you.
That is true. All right, I think we might pause just for a minute. We'll come back to the spoiler talk later, but we are actually getting matched up for the next round, so I think we'll get the next match ready to go and see what we've got for you coming up on round 2. Oh, we're still on. Okay, so we're getting set up right now. Right now, I think we've got a Boba Fett coming up for you, which that'll be fun there. We look at that right there. It's our buddy Kiri, who, if you've ever watched our channel, has come and done a couple of guest days when my work schedule kept me from being able to film. So he joined Joey for some games. Kiri has been playing since the start of the game with the rest of us. There's a handful of us here in Portland more than a handful, but there's a good number of us in Portland that were playing since Spark, and Kiri was one of those, and he's been playing Boba since Spark. Was sad to see him banned, and as soon as we get Eternal format up, he was immediately going to get back on Boba. Got that beautiful, beautiful Boba showcase. Very happy to be able to play that again. So we're going to spotlight that. Don't actually know who his opponent is just yet. So we're waiting for that to get pulled up, but we're going to see if Boba is going to be able to compete against this. I believe he's using the splash base, correct?
I don't know for sure, but yes, he is. I can see that.
Yeah.
So this Kiri has blinged out his old Boba deck. I mean, if you back when hollow foils weren't as prevalent as they are now with Lala's time, this man got it all.
Yeah.
And if he's got bringing this out of retirement, so to speak, you might see some very shiny, pretty things in this deck.
Yep, this is gonna be a beautiful deck. And again, Kiri's excited to get Boba back. I think he'll be more excited, as I mentioned before. If Django does go away, that's going to be another boon to Boba. But I think we're seeing this already in Eternal. Boba, the initial ban after set 2 was needed. He was a little too overpowered at the time. I think he probably could have got back into Premier, maybe in the last set even, because I don't think he is as problematic as he was initially.
I think he could have come back in when Force Throw became a more thing like with Legends of the Force. But once Force Throw got banned, then you saw Han come back, and Boba and Han were like the antithesis of each other.
Yeah.
So without Boba there to counteract Han, you had Han running rampant over everything else like that. So it was a weird dynamic in that regard. It's like they both were fine when Force Throw was there as like a countermeasure, but then when Force Throw went away, they both kind of needed to come back.
Oh, so this is fun. We've got a Boba matchup. It is set 1 Boba versus our newest set 7 Boba. So this is going to be exciting to see. What's interesting here, so the current problem that set 7 Boba has in Eternal is he needs to have his units out. He needs to be able to run over other units to get his credits, Well, set 1 Boba also wants to be running over units to be able to get his readying resources. So we're going to see a fair number of units coming from both of these decks. So it's going to turn out to who can get the unit advantage at some point.
Are we going to see a bunch of Boba Pew Pew? Is that what you're saying?
We're going to see a lot of Boba Pew Pew, which will be fun.
Pew Pew.
Well, it's a ramp. We know Kiri's always been on Boba Green. That's been his go-to. I've been playing back in the day.
Whoa, guys. Earthquake
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Kind of that same boat. I was a Boba Yellow player myself. He was a Boba Green player. And he's been just building this over time. Ramp is one thing that he really enjoys a lot. So I'm guaranteeing you're almost definitely going to see ramp probably both games from Kiri. He's always looking for that. That's his key. Get up to that Boba flip term. Start going aggressively with Boba as quickly as possible.
So now, one of the... So this is round 2 of the Eternal PQ at GongaiiGames in Portland, Oregon.
Yeah, for those who are turning in. Round 2, GongaiiGames here in Portland, Oregon. Unlimited Power Stream. We are Holotable Games Network here doing a little commentary for you.
On Unlimited Power's stream for you guys.
Yeah.
So the key thing here, though, is Boba is all about getting that ramp to get out on, like, he's kind of like a 4 resource flip instead of the 5. If he doesn't get the ramp, then he's a 5, right?
Yeah.
But now the new Boba can also use Boba Fett's armor.
Exactly.
In Eternal format, he has access to Boba Fett's armor, and that might be something that could be very intriguing to help you survive so you can keep running things over and getting those credit tokens.
Mm-hmm.
So is he also looking to do the whole ramp and flip thing as well?
We shall see. That's a good question. I mean, I see a Craving Power in his hand. That's always dangerous. We know both of them are playing. These are actually going to be very similar decks, honestly. I expect we're going to see the decks are pretty close to the same. They both got the same game plan. Let's get Boba out. Let's start doing damage. Let's play some big threats. Their leader play style is slightly different, but it's not even a huge difference.
So now the other thing is the young Boba is on a 30 health base.
All right, and there is Kiri's ramp. I'm going to assume, who is our opponent? I actually didn't get that. We've just got Challenger listed here. We don't actually have the name for him. Sorry about that. But we have that. So he's going to take the ramp away from Kiri. That's an obvious play. He wants to slow that Boba deck down.
And then Aura Singh comes down for Kiri.
So then we're going to see, did Kiri draw? I see an overwhelming barrage. I don't think he hit another ramp, so he is going to be stuck rampless this turn, which he does not like. Quick one-ended base, gonna kill off that Bazine. Yep, clear that out. An Aura Sing right back. And a blingy.
Young Boba's is prettier. Kira's letting me down. I mean, Kiri could have had it easy.
Yeah.
Come on, where's your bling on the Aura Sing?
Seriously, Kiri, I've got a couple of those I can trade you. Come on. And a Salacious Crumb.
Salacious Crumb is a great card for this old Boba because of that extra resource you can generate.
Mm-hmm.
But now that is all Kiri did on this turn. 1 Salacious Crumb.
Yeah, honestly, that Bazine really hurt him. He was counting on that, dropping that Super Laser Tech. And the fact that he did not, and then he did not hit a turn 2 play that was a strong turn 2 play.
Bazine McClunky plays have always been a plague in Underworld decks, and both of these decks are capable of doing that. So I think that's primarily why the Aura Sing killed the Bazine, was just to make sure he can't get McClunkied after that.
Yep, and now we got Baby Boba getting a little ramp. There's the resupply. That's what he was looking for. So he's going to be able to get Boba out today.
And there's Big Boba getting some resupply ramp as well.
Yep, so Big Boba's going to get out, and that does mean he's going to get those resources back because he's going to be able to swing in and kill something as well.
So now the 4-Lom ambushing in to take out Salacious Crumb does allow young Boba to activate and get a credit, which you see down by.
Actually, you got that with the Aura Sing. The Aura Sing killed the other Aura Sing.
Well, you only get 1 credit.
Yeah,
so that's all you can
only do it once.
So Big Boba deploys.
Clear that, get his resources back. So this will give him a 3 resource play to follow up on.
He does take a damage back from the Aura Sing, though.
Yep, we do need a damage. Oh, but he did not have he didn't have a play on it. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
All right, so now Baby Boba's going to flip as well this turn. And we're going to see what the next play is. Oh, there we go. So we got Alex at Team Gongai as our other player in this matchup. All right, we got a big play coming up, 5 play coming out from Baby Boba right away.
Zuckuss.
It is a Zuckuss. That's going to just run over Boba right there.
Yep.
Ooh.
The Forlom Zuckuss 1-2 punch has always been a devastating hit.
Yep.
Cad Bane run it a lot back in the day.
Yep, it's
So,
brutal.
Now
And
we're
that,
at 2 credits.
Yep. That puts him up to 2 credits. So that means, and that is some dangerous things in his hand right now. So
And
got to kill that Craving Power. Yep.
well, I don't know, because now the
But-
Reinforcement Walker can come down next turn.
Yeah, he's got the
with those
Walker
2
next
credits.
turn.
I don't know, because, I mean, you're not seeing that Craving Power right now. I mean, I don't know what else is in his hand, but
Yeah, that's true. Because the Craving Power isn't going to kill much of. I mean, if you Craving Power my Bazine, I'm not
Kiri
crying.
Bazines and just claims initiative.
Oof. I think we're getting some tough hands from Kiri here. So that's sometimes your deck just will kind of just fail you. That definitely happens. Round 6. What's happening? We're just popping up random rounds here.
Our producer is having a field day today.
We're picking rounds all day long.
We get buttons galore, guys. All right, so we move on to the next round, and then so still the last round was the Lurking TIE Fighter comes down before we move on.
Yep.
And now we're going to the 7 resource turn. Oh, because he used the credits already to put the Lurking TIE Phantom down. He did not save them for the Reinforcement Walker. So now we're just at 6 credits.
I don't hate that play. He doesn't have damage to heal. So Kiri has not gotten damage into his base. So
Right.
Alex is saying a Lurking TIE is a threat, a big threat, and you have no space answers for this.
Maul goes into
So Maul
Forlom.
swings into Forlom, but that means Maul takes 4 damage back also.
Gets some overwhelm damage.
A little overwhelm damage, so we're going to get 4 overwhelm out of that.
But now you also shrink Zuckuss a little bit.
Yep. Bring Zuckuss down, and it means if he wants to get the Maul off the board, at least with what he's got currently, he's going to have to sacrifice one of them.
But this is Kiri's whole turn.
Yeah.
And I think young Boba just needs to go into base.
Yep, and that's where he's
ignore him.
going. He is just going full on to base. He's got to get to 27.
Now you're just going to drop. You have the Craving Power to then throw on and finish off Forlom.
The Craving Power
Maul.
got stripped, but got him a
right,
clunky.
right.
And that's going to kill Maul right there.
Sure. And you can replay
And then you
the
can
Forlom.
replay the Zuckuss again. Yep.
Oh, right. He killed the Forlom.
So you've got another big threat right back out, fully healed now. And there
Yeah,
is,
there's the
yep,
scoop.
there's the scoop.
I think this was just a match where Kiri's that Bazine was so detrimental to his hand in the beginning, and he just never drew into recovery after that. It was all just small.
Yeah, he was never able to turn it around afterwards. And that just, yeah, it was brutal. But that's the deck sometimes. One thing I love about these games is, yes, there's a lot of skill involved, but there is luck as well. I mean, you're playing a card game.
Mhm.
Sometimes your deck will just say, meh.
I can attest to that happening.
Most of the time, Joey's deck will just say, meh.
My own worst enemy is myself, 100%. But this also then speaks volumes to the fact of Boba's big threat. Boba's like boogeyman aspect was his resource kind of acceleration, if you will, by him being able to ready up a resource. But if you don't have anything to utilize those resources for, it's kind of like the Tobias Beckett problem at the moment, right?
Yep.
Tobias Beckett can get so many credits, and then you do like this giant, massive flip on 5. But if your hand doesn't cooperate with the need for those credits, it doesn't matter that you have those credits. So the same thing applies to Boba. He can ready all the resources, but if your hand doesn't have the resources, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think that kind of leans towards why I was always a Boba Yellow player and would still probably go back Boba Yellow first and foremost, because it's a much more low to the ground deck that is a lot of 2-3 costs. So you're designed around how to best utilize those extra resources you're getting back. Whereas the big Boba is oftentimes playing a lot of larger plays and doesn't have as many plays for those extra 1 or 2 resources that are popping up there. So
I think the green version has better hand recovery
it
than
does.
the yellow version.
Yes, yellow can definitely be shut down hard in a lot of ways, but Yeah, it's a different. I mean, we're talking aggro versus mid range. The Boba Yellow is an aggro tempo deck. Boba Green is very much a mid range deck.
Yeah, I'm also very curious as to what has prompted the Imperial Command Complex. What does he have in there that he is splashing?
That I am genuinely curious about. There's nothing specific I think would be I really want to play this, but as I said, I don't know. Can you think of anything blue?
Well, it's blue or red.
Red? Yeah, nothing
I
much
mean,
popping out to me.
top in, you can splash a Devastator if you needed to.
I mean, maybe. Yeah, I'd be curious. Hopefully, we're going to get to see Kiri pop off something and see what he's playing that splash for.
The multi-cut.
I don't see. I just see green and yellow in his hand right now, so we still don't know quite yet. Can't see all of his hand, but I think I saw an Overwhelming Barrage in there. Which, again, Overwhelming Barrage is a very good card, but you need something out to use it on.
Okay, Craving Power, Lurking Tie. We have a Pilot.
Got an Aura. We do not have the turn 1 Bazine, it looks like, so not going to get hit with that.
Is that the 2/2 shielded space unit?
I believe so.
So the big thing with the young Boba Fett is that we don't have bounty hunters in space.
Yeah.
So you can almost guarantee that they're not going to have a good space game because they're not getting any advantage out of their leader from the space.
Yeah.
Oh, turnabout is
the
fair
Bazine
play.
right back. There we go.
Turnabout
Hit
is
that.
okay.
I
so
think you. That's a good question. What do you hit here?
if you don't have an answer for the Lurking Tie, you have to take the Lurking Tie away now.
Mm-hmm.
But then you know that the next play is most likely going to be he's going to drop the 2-drop, and then he's going to get the Boba Fett pilot onto the 2-drop.
Yep. Yeah, you're getting that Boba Fett pilot immediately.
And you got to hope to have a waylay to get rid of that at that point in time.
And he gets a hot shot out of that, which is not bad for him.
Okay, this is going to be the claim. You get the shield token. Don't forget your shield token.
Yeah, there should be a shield on that guy. They'll recognize him before too long.
Bueller. Bueller.
We can always wave down a judge as well. So we got the resupply. Yep, getting that ramp immediately.
I might run over there.
Yeah, let's give a quick wave.
I'll do
Get that shield token.
Oh, never mind. Never mind. We got it. We got it.
We got it. We got the shield token on it now. They noticed it. There we are. All right, so we've got a resupply out of Kiri, so that means he is now at 4. Going to go to the Boba flip next turn.
So yeah,
And
this.
Alex is going with the ground Boba.
Well,
which,
I think that's the right response after you've seen your opponent resupply, because
Yeah.
you know the big Boba Fett's going to come out sooner.
yeah, you got the threat of big Boba Fett. Why not deal with that now? Question is, does Kiri just flip immediately? I know he's got that overwhelming barrage. You would not hate flipping Boba into an OB to.
Yeah, but you also
It'll
got
clear the
problem.
ground Boba. It'll pop that shield. So that's not a terrible spot.
But typically, don't you want to use a resource?
You would
first?
like
Oh,
to.
oh, oh.
Nope. He's gonna.
There it
There's
is.
and that is an interesting.
So
I get that one.
We're just using it to take away the second resource
From
or the
cunning.
second cunning aspect out of it. So now it's only just a 4-cost cunning.
Yep.
Okay.
Which cunning is not bad, and yeah, bouncing that back to the hand does make sense.
And now we're randomly discarding a card, I believe.
Yeah, because you're not as concerned about that space unit. Yeah, it's going to get Boba. I'm assuming Kiri is planning around some type of answer for it.
And in Big Boba, it's actually a 3-cost cunning because when you bounce the unit back, you get to ready a
You
resource.
get to ready
right
resource
now.
right back. Yep. Yeah, same with
So-
Boba Yellow.
Sure,
yeah,
but
it's
I'm
always
saying,
nice. Yeah.
But now he's taking the advantage that Boba Yellow has and integrating it into a Boba Green.
Yeah.
Because that's one of the biggest reasons why you run Boba Yellow is cunning.
Yep, because this also means that now he can get that resource back out of the cunning, and then he can flip Boba, and he's going to be able to get 3 more resources back as well when Boba attacks. So he's going to get a full 5 again at the end of this turn.
He paid
did-
4 and didn't ready one.
Yeah, he tapped Boba, but he didn't ready. There he goes. Yep, he's got it readying now.
I feel like it's like a lag between us watching them and them actually computing it. Hopefully it's that and not that they can hear us.
Yeah, I don't think they can hear it. They're far across the room. But now we're going to see. So yeah, he gets to flip Boba, swing Boba into base, or If Alex drops a unit, swing Boba into that, and have 5 resources to do whatever he wants. So this is the power of Big Boba.
Yeah, and this gives Big Boba the ability to just flip and put on Boba Fett's armor.
Yep.
He has the 2.
He could flip Boba Fett's armor, which is also scary.
2 damage to base.
It's 2 bad base, just a little delay tactic,
And
and right back.
Tactic,
Yep. Make you play something before I'm going to do it. He's going to he really doesn't want to 4-loam into that Pazine.
It'll get him a credit. And
Yeah,
it
gets him a credit.
Next turn.
It at least gives him a little bit more power for bigger plays in the future.
Here comes Boba.
Then we have Boba pop out.
Claim.
Claims initiative. He's going to put Boba Fett's armor on it. Ooh.
This is probably okay, so we've gone from Kiri having one of the worst starts
Yeah.
to probably one of the best starts for Boba Fett.
Yeah, this is what he wants. Now he gets the ready
2 more
resources. 2 more resources up again.
And oh man,
and drop an Aura Sing again.
This was a polar opposite of what we had first.
Exactly. Yeah, that Boba Fett's armor.
I love the Fett's fire spray in Young Boba because you can actually pull it out on the 5 resource turn with that credit that you got.
Yeah.
That's such a good.
But he's not keeping it, which is the right call. You right now you're on defense. That the Fett's fire spray does nothing for your defense right now. That's an offensive card.
It's a finisher.
Yeah, it lets you finish off. He's not going to be swinging with that immediately, so he's going to just start dirtle a little bit.
Oh, he's not going to even wait.
He's just going to. Yep.
He wants gas.
I don't care. Well, yeah. Once you've got Boba Fett's armor on Boba, you're swinging for 6 with Boba every turn, and yeah, gas is on.
But this is Young Boba's flip turn, so this could be you could have had his leader hostage basically.
Yeah.
He couldn't flip as long as you didn't do that.
That's true. So
you're giving him the advantage to then like suit up.
Oh, but he was just waiting for the overwhelming barrage.
It's called bait.
Yep.
Bait.
Baiting that out, and that just tears that off the board, and should be pinging the shield off
did.
too.
He's just
they haven't cleared it yet. Yeah. So you get rid of the shield on that problem space unit, and you just wipe the entire field right there. So now he's going to drop out. Yep, there's the Fett's fire spray coming out.
Oh, you said he resourced it.
I thought he had, but miss saw his hand. It looks like.
Okay. So claiming. Yep.
Yep. Claiming initiative going in. So we got 11-11.
So now this is something to consider though. We are tight on health, and Kiri's base is 3 less. So
That's true.
if we are racing, you have a 6 attack. Oh, wait, it's a 5 attack. Sorry.
Yeah.
And a 6. Those temporary 2s go away.
Yep. Those are going away.
And then, so Kiri is showing 9, and Alex is showing.
And we got an
7.
electromagnetic shock to exhaust that. So that's a big swing right there. So
Yep.
do a little damage to the Fett's fire spray, exhaust it down.
And I'm sure those electromagnetic shots are also a bit of a tech against Django matches.
I'm definitely teched for Django on that one.
Felt like I popped out of there for a second.
All right, so we're swinging back and forth. He's got Boba ready to run into anything big that might come out.
See, now we're not baiting. This also should then tell Alex, well, I don't get another overwhelming barrage against me, because otherwise he would have just swung in right away.
Yep.
So what are we doing
So
for my
is he
6?
going to OB?
Tit for
It'll
tat.
take Aura off the board, but I don't. Yeah, that's not going to be enough to clear Boba because of that armor.
Because of the armor. That armor is so good.
Yeah, Boba Fett's armor. It was a problem. That was part of the reason Boba needed banned.
It's always
it was
made me
tough.
wonder. I mean, again, it's because it's on the leader, but it's like Cassian, the 2-drop Cassian that basically has a built-in Boba Fett's armor.
Yeah.
Doesn't ever see play. It just goes to show you that it's not just the ability; it's how the ability is utilized in the game.
What can use it? And yeah, so Alex is doing the math here, trying to figure it out, and just seeing that, yeah, that Boba Fett just is still a problem.
Well, it's 7 damage total, so all it's going to be is you can do 5 damage to Boba Fett here.
Yeah, which will put Boba at 7. That'll leave him with, and there we go. He's still got 2 health left. So it does mean that Alex can, we saw the Maul in his hand, so Maul is going to be able to swing in and kill him.
Sure.
So at least he can take him off the board, but Kiri just is swinging at base and putting out more threats.
This is the Lawless Time Boba Fett.
Yep.
The 6-drop that when it attacks, he can spend 1 resource to do a damage. He could have done it when it came into play as well, but it has to be a ground unit. And since Young Boba has no ground units, there was no point to doing that.
Yeah, and there's another Boba that would be pretty nice to put a Boba Fett's armor on.
Yeah, I mean he's running the gamut. We joked about the all Luke's deck. This is the Oops All
This is
Boba
the Oops
deck
all Bobas.
because you have the 3-drop, you have the 5-drop, you have the leader himself,
Yeah.
and all of them can use Boba Fett's armor.
Yep. I don't think
So-
Kiri's running the pilot Boba. I know
He
we
could
know
be.
Alex is, but I don't think Kiri is. Kiri doesn't have much space in his deck.
Sure, but it's still just a 5/6 shielded.
That's true. Yeah. All right. So he's going to swing Maul into Boba. Is he going to keep Maul alive? Is the question. So it comes down by 2. So he's going to do 5 damage. So he'll get 3 overwhelm damage.
Now they're doing the math to try to debate what it's going to be.
Yeah.
So if you take 2 off of the Maul for the armor, there's 2 hit points left. So that's a 5 attack, 2 hit points gone. He's going to take 3 overwhelm damage here.
Yep. But the challenge Alex has, that then taps him out.
It does.
And so he's
This is
got nothing left to answer what is, I think, lethal. The Boba's 6'4", right? And Aura swings for 3. So he's not quite lethal without a pump.
The Boba's a 6'5", I believe.
Yeah, it's a 6'5", and then a 3/4 with, or well, a 1/4 that swings for 3 with Aura. So he's 1 point away from lethal. But if he's got a single
full resources, surprise strike.
single surprise strike, anything can answer that.
But he's down to 1 card
That
in hand.
Maul should also be dead.
Nope.
Oh no, he's going to sacrifice that. Yeah, that's
Yep.
the right call. Yeah, you sacrifice somebody else, or that little 2/2.
So now, do you spend the resource? I think you do, just to do 3 damage to it.
Yep.
Because now the Aura Sing has the capability of killing them all.
Mm-hmm.
Because we know that Alex is tapped out.
Yep.
And that still leaves.
But he's got a claim, and that's the thing is like whatever Kiri's got here.
Oh, hot shot.
A hot shot will finish this.
Hot shot ends
Any
the
pump
game.
at all ends this game.
Oh, he picked up his resources,
Doesn't
so I really
quite
thought he was going to have it.
He's going to go to face though. That's the right call. And then McClunky to kill off that. Replay the Aura Sing. Now you've got 2 ground threats versus Alex having no answers.
It shouldn't be game yet.
Yeah, that shouldn't be game yet. Aura swing for 3.
Oh, I just noticed his tattoos. Look at Alex's tattoos. He's got
Yeah,
a Fetch
those are
Fire
great.
Spray. This should not be
Yep, there we
game
go.
yet.
Yep,
There
it's
we
not
go.
quite game yet. There we
Okay.
go. They got to
They
figure
got
out.
it fixed. Okay.
But that said, Alex might be just be like,
Yeah, he's
Alex
just
is
gonna
going to
scoop
scoop anyway
anyway,
because
so.
yeah, there's not much you can do.
Yeah,
Alright.
like we said, Kiri basically drew the nuts start for a Boba Fett.
That
in
was-
this particular match.
Yeah, exactly what he wants to see. So a good start there. And hey, we're going to round 3. We're not getting a very fast round like we had round 1. We're getting a good set of games here. And I'm really enjoying this old Boba versus baby Boba matchup.
Well, it's nice because it's a good example of playstyle slight differentials, but still kind of the same feel. So if one doesn't float your boat, the other one might.
Yeah, that's the fun part about this Eternal format. It's early. There's still some growing games for growing pains in what might need to be banned potentially, but it really is an interesting format that is going to just keep getting more and more crazy as we get more sets. Like right now, we're just one step beyond regular Premiere. Yeah, it's interesting, but it's not a huge shakeup of everything. We're getting some banned cards back. That's been the big shakeup. But as we get more and more sets, the potential builds you start to see in Eternal are very exciting. Like the support tokens that we're talking about, the support ability that we're talking about, how is that going to fit into some of these Eternal decks? Like there's a lot of fun stuff as this format starts to grow.
The other reason why I think you're not going to see a huge shakeup in the meta update of Eternal is in a couple weeks we get the Twin Suns precons, and those cards that are exclusively for Twin Suns are legal in Eternal.
Yep.
And those cards might shake up the Eternal format enough into this PQ season that they don't need to make any drastic changes.
Yeah. And heads up for those of you that are looking for those Twin Suns cards for potential Eternal decks. We're getting word from some local stores that the Spotlight Twin Suns decks are a one and done. So if you're going to get 3 of them, get 3 of them quickly. They may be disappearing in short order.
Well,
so
it's
be aware
a
of
single
that.
print run. They're
Single
not
print run,
reprinting
yes.
them, so
They're not going to reprint them. It is, I'm still a large print run.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's like I don't know how big the print run's going to be, but it's
yeah,
they're
but
not going to be around.
Don't wait is the key. Like if you think you're going to want these for Eternal, you're going to need to go get 3 copies or pay what might be inflated prices on the market.
So the one thing to keep in mind with that though is the common Twin Suns cards you get like in the 4 sets, you get a couple of them.
Yeah.
In the uncommons, you'll get a couple. Like they'll show up in 2 different decks,
Yeah.
right? And then the rares are only in 1 deck. So if you got a full play set, you might have 2 uncommon cards. So you don't necessarily have to like, oh, I got to get 3 copies of all these decks. That's not the case.
Yeah.
So.
And there may be other ways to get it. We're hearing rumblings that potentially Galactics and Prize Walls may see some of those Twin Suns cards as well. So
that's news. I didn't know that.
May not be the only way. Yeah, that's so that we got the potential. Oh, and there is immediately another one of those. We got what is that green card? The 4 cost
Haymaker.
Is that Haymaker? Yeah. So we got Haymaker, Fett's Armor, and Zuckuss. Yeah, you get rid of the Boba Fett's Armor.
That is the open play Haymaker.
Gotcha.
Which I do love the
there it is.
format
yeah,
change.
Look at that. Yeah, the new open play cards are just absolutely gorgeous. I love that art style. A lot better than the pastels that we've had for the open play cards in the past. I think that's a good move on Fantasy Flight's part.
The pastels are in the past.
That's true.
You said it. I just reiterated.
We're here
okay?
all day, folks. All right, so we got the Bazine, we got an Aura back on Boba's side with a Shin Hati coming out from Kiri. That is a 4/2 shielded with Hidden.
So
that is he didn't get his ramp, so that's Kiri's #1 priority, but that does give him a good size threat on the board. That can take out Aura without even taking a damage.
But this once again has shown the power of Bazine in these Underworld decks. I only say the Underworld decks because you mainly only see them in Underworld decks because of the synchronization with McClunky. But in all 3 games, one of these 2 players led a Bazine.
And there's a Cunning once again.
Yep. And those Bazines had big impact both times.
+4 to Shin Hati. So that means that Shin Hati is swinging for 8 now. Which that is that's a problem. And I'm assuming he's probably going to bounce back to hand, or is he going to make him discard a card at random?
So at this point in time, the Aura is already attacked.
Yeah.
I think you make them discard.
That would be what I would lean, because exhausting, who cares? It's 2 damage. That's not that important. I think you strip another card from their hands and hopefully hit.
You take
like
their
that.
play for this turn.
If you can
no,
hit
he's
that
bouncing.
Zuckuss or Haymaker out, he's going to bounce.
He discarded it. That's not correct.
No, yeah, that should have been a bounce to his hand.
That goes back to hand.
That's 1. You want to flag down some judges. We'll get their attention really quick. And we'll just make sure that that gets back into Alex's hand. So pausing very quickly, just letting him know.
A Cunning bounced or a Sing should go to his discard to his hand. He put it in his discard play instead of his hand. Yeah. Okay, so judge has been notified, and they will be let know what happened. The judge really quickly went over and said pause while he came over and found out from us what needed to happen.
Yeah, just that it get that Aura back in his hand. Very nice, David. I appreciate that.
Wow, that was
that's good.
Unexpected and beautiful. Oh, we lost video. Where'd we go?
What happened? Oh, no.
I think we've ran over a cord.
A cord has been run over.
Hold
Apologies.
on. We're back.
Okay.
Jiggle, jiggle. Jiggle, jiggle. Okay. So I don't think this would have changed Alex's play in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, I would say it gives it. Alex wants that back because it's probably a potential resource for him next turn.
Well, sure, but it's also, I still think that Forlom is running over the Bazine anyway, just to get that credit from Baby Boba. I don't think that that changes any decision-making decisions.
No.
That's a lot of decisions.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change his decisions on his plays. All it does is just changes his resource play. So catching it before they go to the resource phase was the key.
Yeah.
All right, so we've got a board out here.
Alex has initiative. I don't think he swung with the ship.
He did not. He just swung in with the foreloam and then proceeded to claim just
After
to get
taking
that
8.
initiative. He's looking at, he's got 6 resources for a potential big play. I see a Craving Power. Craving Power on that foreloam's not bad. I'm assuming he's still probably got the Zuckuss in his hand also.
Yeah, and now he has the credit token, which is allowing him to play the Zuckuss, and Zuckuss with Saboteur would be able to just run over Shin Hati right now by
Zuckuss was
bypassing
at
the shield.
5 anyway, but yeah, he doesn't need to
No,
use
it's
the
the
credit.
Saboteur Pactor,
But
because you
the
get through the
Saboteur
shield.
is what you want, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's what he's thinking is he probably is just thinking, let's just play the Zuckuss, run over that Shin Hati.
But now you don't have an answer for the Boba flip.
But then Boba, yeah, gets to do as he pleases, which
I still think that
could
that's
be
the right play
dangerous.
at the moment, because you got to stave off some damage. You basically just expose yourself to potential overwhelming barrage is the problem.
yeah. All right, he's rethinking that. Maybe not. He's got options here. So you could just stall out 2. You could flip Boba and just make Kiri make a play. You could just swing for 2 with your space unit. So there definitely is a lot of choices to be made here and now. The question is, what's going to be the right play? What is Kiri holding that he's going to have against Alex as well? So there we're just going to get that 4 damage in potentially right now. Yep, that makes sense. That's another good play because that Shin Hati can take out that foreloam. Oh, you don't want to see that. Ooh, but it's tough for Kiri. Like, all of these are problems.
it's-
Yeah, you
it's
get
a
rid of
Zuckuss.
Zuckuss. Yeah,
With
that's true.
Forlom
You don't
in
want
play,
that.
it's 100% a Zuckuss get rid of.
Yeah.
Because
That's a good
again,
call.
if he's going to put, I mean...
He gets his Fet's Fire Spray out of it, though. You aren't sad for that draw.
No, but at the same time...
But it's not what you need.
Because if he still can follow up with a overwhelming barrage, then... Because, I mean, if Shin Hati runs into Forlom to ready resources... Oh, no, we're
You got a
Garinden.
Garinden to hit.
So now we get
'cause
to
now he
call
knows
the Craving
hand.
Power.
Yep. And you strip that Craving Power out, so you can't
yeah.
do that onto...
He still gets to see the hand to see that new card that came into play from the Bazine. That's the big thing on that.
And that's a good play, popping Garinden out
And
there.
that combination of Bazine and Garinden is nasty.
Yep.
Nasty, nasty stuff.
So Boba's going to swing 3 into base.
4, he's a raid 1.
Or 4, yep. 4 into base from Boba.
Taking out,
Take
that's
out
right.
Forlom, yep. You need that gone.
It also allows you to ready 2 resources. Kiri.
Yeah, after... Well, nope. Boba has to swing first.
Oh.
That's it's an on attack for Boba if a unit is left play.
Oh, okay.
Yep. So Boba's got to swing, and then he gets the 2 resources.
That just shows you how long it's been since I've seen a Boba in play.
And I played a lot of Boba, so
Yeah,
I still
yeah.
remember all that.
Yep.
It's a lot of weird resource thoughts.
Okay, here comes the Fet's Fire Spray, and that's going to push some damage. Okay, now this is a problem, because that's a lot of damage on Kiri's base.
That is potentially a lot of damage. He's got 3 resources, though. As soon as he's going to drop Boba Fett's armor on Boba again. So Boba's got... I mean, he's got to slow down... Well, Kiri has to slow down Alex, so...
Big Boba's got a space problem, is what
Yeah.
Big Boba's got. Because we're talking now, you could literally just attack with the 2-ship unit. Now you're at 20,
Yep.
and a surprise strike from either other unit, the Baby Boba or the Fet's Fire Spray, ends the game.
Yep. Yeah, so this is a challenge. You
Does Alex-
also get into a spot, too. This is where the trickery can begin. If Baby Boba can take out a unit and get that resource, he can swing with that Fet's Fire Spray, McClunky it back, put it back out ready, and get another swing from that Fet's Fire
But
Spray.
you don't even need to do that. You can just claim right here,
Yep.
like he does,
He claims.
swing with the bigger unit, and then threaten lethal with the other one.
Yep.
So the question is, which one do you swing with? Do you swing with Baby Boba, or do you swing with Fet's Fire Spray here? I think you swing
good
with. I think you
question.
swing with the leader,
I
Baby Boba first, because Big Boba can kill that unit with the armor on. So you run the risk of the Fet's Fire Spray not being able to get in. However,
Now, if he's got an overwhelming barrage, that's going to get 8 damage. So that's going to be
There
able
it
to take.
is.
Yep, there's
4.
that swing immediately.
so now Kiri has to have an answer for this Fet's Fire Spray.
Yeah, he needs to kill that Fet's Fire Spray or he is done. And the question is, does he have that answer?
6, 10.
An overwhelming barrage will do it.
Kiri
He's
only has
checking
12 damage on base anyway. He
resources.
doesn't even have enough to kill.
A hot shot's not going to do it.
Nope, this is game over for Kiri.
trying to decide what he wants to do with the hot shot. I don't think it really matters. Yeah, because you've got lethal in one swing no matter what. You have no way of killing that space unit with the hot shot. That'll do it. Kiri's mulling it over and going, oh, yeah, that's not going to work, is it?
I don't know if he already resourced to replace for the smuggle, though.
He is not yet. I think I just don't see a way out of this. He needed an overwhelming barrage. He needed even an overwhelming barrage wasn't going to help a lot.
Waylays don't even help in that situation.
Waylays won't help because it comes back ready. Yep, see, he's just going to get damage into base, but that is lethal right back from the Fed's Fire Spray.
Game over.
Good matches.
I don't think you remember that he was on a 27 hit point base.
I think that might have been.
I don't think you remember he was on a 27 hit point base.
Yeah.
And you saw Alex move that token just so he can make sure and double check. Are you a 27 hit point base?
Yep.
So,
all right.
Well,
so
Alex manages to get through that hand destruction between the Garindan and the Bazine to come out with a 2-1 victory over Kiri here.
Yeah, this was a good matchup. I hope everybody enjoyed watching this. I definitely enjoyed the Baby Boba versus Big Boba matchup. Don't get to see those very often, but hopefully more and more in the new format we will.
Oh, look at this. You're seeing him take out his sideboard. So these haymakers
were sideboards.
and the hot shots.
The hot shots being sideboard is surprising.
Yeah, I got to say, I'm surprised about those as well.
Yeah, because it's always such a useful card just because you can have it in your smuggle row and just, whenever I just need something, it's a free card that is very hard to get rid of. So and maybe he's got one in there as a spicy one-of to try to get in the resource row, and then that was 2 more that he put in. That'd be my guess.
Possible.
I would think you have at least one because it's just such a useful card to draw that early. It's an easy resource decision. It'll come back later when I need that pump.
It's like what they've always said. A Hot Shot Blaster is not a red card. It's a yellow card.
Yep, it is very much a yellow card. All right, with that, I think we're wrapping up this round. We're going to go take a short break, but we should be back pretty quickly with maybe a few more spoilers and then our next round.
Yep. See you soon.
All right, welcome back. Right now, I'm joined by Kiri, who just finished up our round 2 match playing OG Boba. Kiri, I have watched you play since the beginning of this game. You're a great player, great big Boba fan, known across other games. It's really funny. A fun anecdote is I was telling someone about how you also play Riftbound along with Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah.
And I was telling them, I'm like, oh, yeah, there's a great local player, blah, blah, blah. You know, his name's Kiri. And they're like, oh, is his name Bubaholic or something like it's like it's Bobaholic. And they're like, oh, that makes way more sense.
Yeah, that's funny.
So it's funny when other communities who don't know enough about Star Wars, you know, are unfamiliar. But, you know, you've been a Boba fan since day one. Here you are. How excited were you to have him have this eternal format spark back up and bring him back to you?
It felt really good. I missed playing the original Boba so much after they suspended him. But coming back here, playing Eternal, playing him again just felt natural.
Yeah, right back into it. And here you are, Boba Green. So you don't have to go too much into it, but what made you want to do the splash today?
I thought Cunning was a good card.
Yeah.
And so playing the splash base, playing Cunning, it catches people off guard.
Yeah.
And it gives me, shifts the tempo. I guess that's all I can say.
Yeah, I mean, it really did. I mean, we were surprised to see it come out, and it definitely did what you needed to do. That extra damage, removing something from the board. Cunning is always such a solid card, and obviously paying it, ignoring one of the penalties is great.
Yeah.
I'd always rather pay 4 than 6 for it. Coming in with the original Boba, are there any leaders that you're concerned about? Obviously, there's the big Django meta that people are not excited for. But how are you feeling bringing him into the Eternal format?
Like playing against Django, usually it's like, he's a little favored, but I think if I have a lot of discard like Bazine, Grenadin, stuff like that, if I can get the triple dark raid out of his hand, it actually shifts it towards me winning a little bit better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You got early opportunities to get something out of their hand. You get a body on the board. That's some great tech against an amazing card. And then again, if you're just making it to where, yep, you're going to have to pay full cost for those vehicles, then that's a lot better on your end.
The other matchup I'm probably worried about is Control.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't play against much Control, like preparing for this tournament. I'm surprised I haven't seen a lot of Kira players.
Yeah.
Kira is really rampant. I guess throughout most of the sets until other Control decks got popular. And other than that, like I guess my first game I lost to Piett.
Piett Red.
Piett Red. Yeah. Just being able to like play Devastators early, and then with the splash base, they also played Triple Dark Raid. I guess my first game, I totally forgot that they could do that. So, I played Grenadin, didn't name Triple Dark Raid. I didn't know they had that in there, but now I do.
Yeah.
So.
Were you excited to play against a younger Boba?
Yeah, it was. I was surprised. I played younger Boba in Premiere.
Mm-hmm.
Took it to locals. I really liked it. It's kind of weak against space. Other than that, I really enjoyed our game. He got me the first game with Bazine taking out my ramp, and not being able to have like a turn 2 play was just pretty rough.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, them cutting you off on your ramp while still getting credit tokens is obviously very one-sided.
Yeah.
But it's definitely something Boba is known for, right? That quick advance into the deployment turn and then just having a lot of great options. It was super fun to watch this matchup. It's interesting seeing the identical things that not just the leaders do, but you as players did, because they're just some of the best options and best cards to play.
Yeah.
But overall, I thought it was really good. How do you feel going into the next? There's 4 more rounds in the event today. How are you feeling going into those?
I feel like I think more like I'm probably might not make top 8, but I feel that coming back to Eternal and coming back to the OG Boba, this is more practice.
Yeah.
Than being more competitive. So I'm gonna try and have as much fun as I can.
Yeah.
And try to learn as much off this meta. So that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Now you've been working hard to make it to Galactics. How well have you done so far? Any points already under your belt?
I'm at 25 points right now. I got third place up in Bellingham. I was playing Hantu ECL, which is another deck like after they suspended Boba, after they suspended. I was playing Django Green. I never played Django Tarkentown. But after they suspended Janko, I started playing Hantu ECL, and that was like my deck for competitive.
Nice.
Yeah. Other than that, like, yeah, I'm still chasing points. I guess there's 3 more PQs that I signed up for, so we'll see if I get there or not.
I love it. I think we'll see you at all of them, as we'll be at Zulu's, Guardian, and Red Castle next month. So Premiere, and then Sealed Premiere.
Okay.
It's going to be a great time. Obviously, we have so much happening in the Northwest, but next month is definitely going to be the busiest one with 3 PQs within 8 days.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but I do love, having all the chances.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Awesome. Well, Kiri, thanks so much for coming on. Thanks for letting us watch you play today and show your love for Boba. I loved seeing the showcase Boba there. Not enough people bring that out, and I remember when you were chasing that early on during the set. So really cool to see that. Any other shout-outs to players, whether they're play testers or certain stores that you enjoy playing at?
Honestly, I've played in both areas. Like, shout out to SWU PDX. They've been there since day one for me, and shout out to the Seattle SWU crew. They've been great too. I've played up there for a bit, and all I gotta say is, I hope maybe this game inspires other OG Boba players. So yeah, we'll see where we go from there.
Let's get those Bobaholics out of here, man. Let's get them playing. Well, thanks so much, Kiri. Good luck the rest of the day. Hopefully we see you later on in the top, but if not, I'm sure we'll see you at the upcoming events around the Northwest.
All right, thanks for having me.
Thanks so much.
Yep.
All right, welcome to round 3 of the GongaiiGames Eternal Planetary Qualifier in Portland, Oregon. This is Unlimited Power's presentation, and I am Ginger Joey of Holotame Games Network at Holotable Games Network. Can't even say my own channel right. And with me is Dave. Dave, how you doing today?
Good. How are you doing? Just stopping in for a couple games today, and surprised to see no Django, or at least not yet.
You mean on stream, no
Yeah,
Django? There is
stream.
plenty of Django in this tournament today, so.
Yeah, walking around, there was a lot of mirrors going on, and a lot of also interesting decks going on. So
Yeah, so mirrors is actually a good thing because hopefully that means the Djangos are kicking each other out of the tournament.
yeah, well, with the amount of players playing it right now, it's hard to say. But it looks like today we have a matchup between Hera Lake Country and the Admiral Piett Red Splash Base.
Now, this is the Hera from Lawless, or is this the Hera from Spark? This is Spark's Hera. So this is the one that only gives your Spectres free reign to be in your deck.
Yep. So I expect to see a lot of Spectres from the early sets, and then probably a lot of the new ones because they are pretty powerful.
Oh yeah, those Lawless Time Spectres have a lot of interaction with the board, which is what they were missing from the Spark versions.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see if it has a lot of game into this Piett. I know Piett likes to play its big space triangles, and sorry, we got a bit of a judge announcement.
All right. Round 3. All right, so here we go. And this is, again, the GongaiiGames PQ in Portland, Oregon, the Eternal PQ. And this is a presentation by Unlimited Power. And I'm Ginger Joey, and with me is Dave.
Yep, of Limited Power, the Unlimited Power Limited guides.
Nice. So we got a roll-off. Looks like they tied and they're re-rolling.
And it looks like Hera's probably taking the initiative
There
in
you
this
go.
one. That's probably a good place to be. You definitely want to be on the button versus Piett,
Yeah.
you know, so you don't get eventually blown out by a turbo laser salvo or even, you know, overwhelming barrage.
So the big things that you're looking at for a space contention in this Hera would be Sabine's Masterpiece and Ghost primarily, is what I'm guessing.
Yeah, I know Jennifer definitely plays the jump to light speed Ghost, the one that gives all the keywords to everything else.
Right, because if she can put Unity of
Figure of Unity.
Figure of Unity, yes.
Yeah.
Figure of Unity. There's so much Unity going on.
Yeah, you can start getting Restore 2, Raid 2,
Oh, it just gets bananas with the keywords.
Overwhelm 2.
Yeah. So, but yeah, we definitely need to see how she's going to contend with the ramp capabilities. And we do know that Admiral Piett is on the splash base. So what kind of splash stuff do you think we're going to be seeing out of this?
You know, I know it did pretty well last week at one of the Eternal PQs, making the top 4, I believe.
Yep.
My guess is probably something like Triple Dark Raid would be a pretty strong card to be splashing. Generally, Red-Green has already the best spaceships that you can be playing.
Yep. If
Or-
it is running the same list, we also might be able to see the Max Rebo band.
Oh, interesting.
So that was one that was played that allows then you to start creating those credits so that you don't rely on the Gonk droid off right away.
Yeah. And, you know, it's a little bit harder to interact with to take out the 1/5 before it is able to get its value.
Yep.
But it looks like we have a pretty basic start here. The Hera deck starting off with our classic Battlefield Marine. Good sense 1, attacking in for 3, and then it looks like probably Piett's running the droid package with the invisible hand, as
Yeah.
we see the DRK probe droid.
We also saw a resupply from Piett right there, which is why he's exhausted. So he is ramping up to get that Piett out next turn.
Yeah, and then that probably opens him up to playing already, you know, a giant spaceship.
Yep. So we do have a health differential here, though, of 7 health, because we are on Lake Country versus a splash base. Question is that 7 health enough with all these giant triangles coming into play?
Yeah, it's definitely be interesting to see. A lot of the times it felt like the Piett deck either does its thing or doesn't do its thing. It's I don't want to say a very high rolly deck, but it when it is cooking, it does feel a little bit helpless to play against.
All right, so we just got a damage exchange going on over here. So we are up to 8 damage on Piett's base and 3 damage onto Hera's base, thanks to Hera's units restore.
Yep, and here comes down the invisible hand with the Piett activation and the 5 resources he has. He's able to get it out basically 2 turns earlier, and is now looking through probably for a some sort of droid to play out, either the 3/3 or maybe HK.
Yeah. The other one that you could be looking for is that one, which is the 2/2 space unit that when it comes into play, if you have another separatist unit, you do 2 damage to the opponent's base.
Yeah, the bomber.
The bomber. So Invisible Hand being a separatist makes that synchronization very, very good.
Yeah, definitely starting to put the clock on. But, you know, Hera still has more life on her base than Piett even started with at this point.
So now we're going to see Kanan coming down. What is Kanan going to bounce? Kanan is going to bounce the droid on the ground.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I mean, you don't want to get the replay again of the space unit, and you can't bounce the Invisible Hand. So it does put another restore unit on the board for Hera. So that's 2 restore units.
Yeah, and also, you know, it helps clear out the ground, so if there is like an overwhelming barrage coming down, he doesn't have as many units in play to kind of clear out what's left on the field.
Or push damage to the base after that. So that is the key point, is now you'd be worried about an overwhelming barrage onto this Invisible Hand, which would constitute an 8 damage distribution, which can eliminate any 2 of Jennifer's units.
Yeah, I would probably be looking at taking out the Battlefield Marine and Kanan with that, and then being able to finish off the Hera with a Piett attack. Or if you even care about that at this point.
I don't think you care about that. I think I would get rid of the Kanan and the Hera to get the restore off the board, and then just kind of push damage, because then there's no recovery out of that.
Yeah.
The 3 damage from the Battlefield Marine, I don't think is as problematic. And again, you can always just do the 1 damage to that, and yes, you'd just be taking the exchange back off of the Piett if you wanted to run into that to clear it.
Yeah. But we'll see how Jennifer now navigates this 5 resource turn for her.
Rebel Assault. So we're going to swing in with those restore units probably right away, which is going to mean
Oh, it looks like she's
going into
to be...
Piett.
All right.
So that means Piett's going to be taking 7 damage and instantly die, because Rebel Assault does give a +1 to both those rebels. But now Jennifer is really susceptible to overwhelming barrage here.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And we see hands going down for 5 cards. Yep.
Like,
the dramatic pause right before.
Never didn't have it.
Yep,
Seems like.
yep. Always the case.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's going to be able to clear.
that's
off
a
the
board
wall.
wipe. Yeah. Now, so do you think she should have gone base there instead and just ignored the Piett?
I mean, well, especially since she had no follow-up, that seems like it would have been better to get the...
She would have done 7 damage to the base, putting him to 15 of 17.
Yeah, and then would have been able to get in an extra 3 probably.
You restore 2. No, I mean, because if you attack with both of them, I think then you do overwhelming barrage and kill the Marine that was still there. So you're probably not going to get the extra 3, but then you got 7 more damage on base, and you had 2 restore off of it as well.
Yeah.
So now this is an interesting thing. He drops an HK-47 after.
It was from the invisible hand trigger.
Thank you.
Yep.
I was like, wait a minute, what happened here? Why didn't that happen?
He has used the majority of his resources this turn for the barrage, but I think he'll take that trade-off anytime.
Oh, yeah. You 3 for 1?
Yeah, 3 for 1, getting 10 damage to base, too.
Yeah. So I definitely think that going to the face was the better play. Now,
yeah, and with Hera coming down next turn, maybe there would have been a chance for you to, try and race it out. You would have been, still somewhat far away from killing your opponent, but at least a little bit closer.
So the devastating play here is a second overwhelming barrage, and I think it's game over if that happened.
Yeah. I mean, he might just be trying to wait, too. Might be trying to bait out a unique unit from Jennifer.
I don't think he's baiting. I think he's just running damage in, because I have a feeling we're going to see a triple Dark Raid into a Devastator this turn.
Yeah, that would be pretty bad.
Jen only has 1 resource left standing.
That's the way it looks. Being also behind the resource from the resupply
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, what did I call? Did I manifest it?
Well, it was only a 1-for-1 this time, but another 10
Yeah,
damage
but
coming into base.
It's
And
nothing feels worse than back-to-back overwhelming barrages from green.
yeah. Well, there's overwhelming barrage into super laser blast or turbo laser salvo.
Okay, fair. Way to one-up me there, sir.
Yeah, both of them are pretty bad if they're able to kind of stick the unit, and I'm not sure how much.
Oh, and he finds that. Did Jen take the damage for the ghost leaving play from HK as well?
Yep. Yeah.
So you're gonna have another. I mean, honestly, Piett just has to claim right here.
Well, I think Jen's gonna be able to claim. She doesn't have any 1-drop, and
yeah, this is just a
Piett doing Piett things.
Yep. Bountiful riches for Piett.
Yeah, and it looks like we're packing up to go to game 2.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do.
Now,
So it would have been 19 damage on base if she would have just attacked out.
yeah.
But she also would have been able to have a unit left behind from the first overwhelming barrage, potentially.
Yeah. Well, maybe at that point, Piett's able to kind of clean up the ground.
Maybe.
But I don't know. I mean, it seems like there's not a whole lot of interaction in this matchup. A lot of times if you are trading with Piett's ground units, you're just going to lose the space battle pretty quickly.
Yep.
So I think it needs to be going a little bit faster if possible. I mean, also just the brick on the 5 resource turn outside of the Rebel Assault was very unfortunate.
So this has always kind of been Hera's Achilles heel, if you will, is that the Spectre units, until a Lawless Time, just don't have enough board impact when they come into play. And especially, you're losing that tempo, that momentum, and against a deck like this, you have to be able to go, go, go. So a 6 flip Hera as well is also kind of hard to work around.
Yeah, and the problem, though, is if she ended up going with the new Hera, it's really hard to play your other Spectre units because you have to stick 2 units in play. You can only be playing your green Heroism units as your non-splash cards.
Mm-hmm.
So it'd be very difficult to get kind of that aspect penalty removed.
You do have more green units that create other units, though. In like the Beloved Orator, you have Queen Amidala, you have...
The Veteran Fleet Captain or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or
So
Resistance one, yeah.
you do have more potential go-wide capabilities in green, so that could help trigger that. But honestly, I just feel like all of it gets shut down by Overwhelming Barrage. Like,
yeah.
If they got it, it's what do I do there?
Be interesting to see if she's running any of the, what do you call it, the Spark of Rebellion.
I was just going to say, you Spark a Rebellion, the Overwhelming Barrage.
Because that is a Spectre card, so it is something that she would be able to play in her deck without the aspect penalty. Wonder if she has any of those in her board to try and interact with some of the uninteractable elements of the Piett deck.
Yeah, I'm sure she does, but again, then it just comes down to, can you draw it at the right time?
Yeah. Or can you fit it in while you're getting destroyed by giant spaceships?
Yep.
Yeah.
So...
I mean, you can also hope that your opponent just doesn't have the ramp early because that basically makes it. That's not a great plan, but
hope and pray.
Yeah,
hope and a prayer. Yeah, definitely the ramp was a big factor, and Piett before rotation was a bigger deck because of the accessibility of ramp like Resupply and Super Laser Technician. So now that we're in Eternal format, those cards coming back into play does give Piett the tools it needs to get to those big ships a lot quicker.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we do end up seeing the splash cards in this base or in this game. There hasn't been a single one played by Piett yet.
Nope, he didn't need them. Again, double overwhelming barrage is pretty much a hey, we get there.
Yeah.
I do believe I see a signature on her base as well from the artist.
Yeah, I know Jennifer definitely spent a lot of time on this deck, both getting like the cards for it and getting them signed by the artists. She definitely joke that at Galactic she was going to the same artist every day asking for new stuff to get signed.
It's like, "Oh, what do you got for me today? Oh,
Yeah.
just this one.
Yeah.
All right, so we are going to see Hera starting with the initiative. Again, definitely you want the initiative in this matchup, because if your opponent gets that Gonk droid and able to get that attack off before you can do anything, it does give them too much options going forward.
Yeah, it can make some pretty explosive starts for the Piett deck.
What is the best unit that Hera can actually play on turn 1 here, do you think?
I mean, probably the Battlefield Marine still. Like, that contests the 1/3 well. I mean, if she is playing Sabine, the red Sabine from set 1, that can also take out 3 health units relatively well. So probably either of those two. I don't know if it's something that you can hard mulligan for in the matchup, but looks like she's at least getting a little bit of relief. Piett is mulliganing here, so maybe they can get a little bit of an awkward hand. The thing about Piett is you kind of have to draw your cards at the right time, and when you do, it's, as I said, overwhelming.
Isn't that kind of the same thing for any deck, though? If you get the right cards at the right time, then it functions.
Fair enough, but it definitely feels like Piett's definitely somewhat of a high roll.
Yes,
deck.
very contingent on that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's the Sabine unit we talked about.
Yep. And
There's the
here's
Gong droid.
yeah, so I definitely think you want to be trading here, or not trading, but at least taking it out before any attacks can be happening. While we did say Hera should be the aggressor in this, I think limiting your opponent's kind of early game or early to mid game, or preventing them from getting to the late game faster is better.
Yep, and it's kind of like the Gonk droid has Sentinel a little bit, even though it doesn't, because it is definitely a unit that screams, kill me or else.
Yeah, it's a kill on sight. After playing quite a bit of limited too, definitely sometimes felt like that too.
Yeah. So there's the exchange that we predicted, and now that gives free reign for, oh, there's the ramp. So now there is a card, unfortunately, Jennifer's not going to be able to play the card, but there's a card that exists out of the Lawless Time, which I think is a card that is definitely needed in matchups like this, where it's the No Way Out. It blanks your opponent's card and gives you +1 power. So then that would negate Super Laser Tech from actually getting their trigger. It's a red card, though, so like I said, Hera can't play it right now.
Okay. Oh, are you talking about the one from Secrets of Power?
Nope,
Yeah,
it's-
one way
it
out.
is- yeah. A one way out, not no
Yeah,
way out. There we
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
I was a word off.
Yeah. It's definitely was a surprising card for me. It was a much better trick than I was expecting.
It's also great against legacy runs.
Yeah. And
So Super Laser Tech ran into the Sabine to finish Sabine off, and now we're getting that ramp to be able to flip Piett here.
yeah. And real question is, does Hera have any game into a 6-drop spaceship right now? Now would be a great time to be able to.
Well, we can do a 7-drop spaceship right now.
Oh, yes, 7-drop spaceship.
It's a baby answer. And unfortunately, with no other aspects in play, since Minerva is just heroic, that means there is no triggers from Sabine's Masterpiece.
Yeah, on the attack at least. And the Invisible Hand is back. This is probably the card you want to least see. It allows Piett to, have one, a big ship, and start a pretty big value engine.
I think it's the card Piett wants to most see.
Well,
So it's perspective.
yeah, exactly. Being able to put 8 to 9 power up on the board pretty quickly is pretty impressive, and it lets them go wide too.
Yep. So I think the problem with Lake Country Hera is there is just no event interaction that you can do to prevent a go wide against you.
Yeah, and it's playing a generally fairer game.
Yes.
So, yeah, and now with the initiative, she's going to have to do a lot of work here. We are on the potential for overwhelming barrage just to kind of clear off her whole board.
Yep, that is another fact. So what does Hera do here? We're going to go all in already on 5 resources to probably throw down a ghost. Nope. So again, no other aspects to actually get that 5. So I think that's just the problem that Hera's having right now, is that the interactions that you're hoping for off of your Spectres are just not happening.
Yeah. It does give her a little bit of protection against Barrage, because it's not a great target to be able to kill like the Sabine's Masterpiece and Marva and then make the Zeb a 5/5. But
Right.
even then, it's still a pretty tough kind of thing, and you are still open to the Barrage here. Post-attack, that would clear off the 2/4 health units.
Yep.
And it looks like there was a miss on the invisible hand attack. So,
Ooh.
small victories.
Or was it just a 3 cost so it doesn't come into play? It's you get a droid. I don't know if he was put something in his hand or not, but it's only if it's a 2 cost or less does it come into play right away. No? No, that's a different unit, so.
Yeah, that looks like Sog. No, let's see. No, that's either, it looks like the 9/7.
It did 4 damage to, it's the Fulminatrix.
Fulminatrix,
Yeah, so it just did 4 damage to Zeb, so then clears Zeb off. That allowed the HK-47 and Piett to get in.
Yeah. Now with 15 damage represented in space, another 4 on the ground. That's 19, which is definitely putting Hera in the back foot on her current flip turn.
Well, then Fulminatrix can just attack and kill the Minerva, doing another 1 from the HK-47 as well.
Okay, yeah. So it's not looking good for our Spectres.
Well, they were always in an uphill battle. They're always fighting against the Republic and the Imperials.
Yep. Oh, it's funny. There are no Imperial ships in play.
Well, that's true. That's true. Okay, Haymaker is going to come in and do 4 damage. I'm assuming. Does Haymaker have to hit the ground arena, same arena?
Yeah, it has to be in the same arena.
So it could not take out the invisible hand there then.
Yeah.
I don't think killing Piett there mattered. I think killing HK maybe have been better.
It definitely...
You can run in no matter which way, but the
Yeah.
HK represented a potential extra point of damage if Piett had a way of killing Minerva right there.
Yeah.
And 6, and we're going to go fishing for a droid.
Yeah.
I have a feeling Piett's holding off on something until Hera flips.
It's also tough by playing like the Lake Country deck. Some decks that have been playing Spectres usually use like the security complex, so you can immediately put the shield on the ghost.
Yep.
And then that allows you to give all your units Sentinel right away.
Yep.
So, but, you know, at the 25 health base, I don't know if it would have been a better matchup for this Piett.
Uh-oh, there's 7 tapped.
Yeah, it might be a turbo laser salvo.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's going to be 2 more damage because of HK-47. We do see 1 splash droid right there being the interrogation droid. Often the Pietts are trying to find that and not play that with the invisible hand.
Yeah, that looks like how it came into play this turn.
Did she take damage from HK?
It looks like they might have been missed that.
Yeah, I don't think they took the damage from the HK right there. I don't think it's going to matter.
Yeah, unless she has an answer to the Fulminatrix.
Nope, there we go.
So,
I do not know of anything that this Hera can do right now to get out of this situation.
yeah, the blue super laser blast, or the heroism
The
super
green, the green heroism super laser blast.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know that that's coming out on Chewbacca.
yeah. What a Wookiee. But, yeah, the Fulminatrix is just going to come in and end the
Ba-boom.
match. Well, that was definitely a tough one for Hera here. It seems like Overwhelming Barrage still a very good card.
Yep. I have always contested that card, in my opinion, is too strong. I don't mind the spreading the damage. I don't mind the buff. It should exhaust the unit to do the spread of the damage so that you can't get the swing and the board wipe at the same time. That is my only grievance with that card.
Yeah, all the not only does it help you, eliminate your opponent's whole board, it gets the, changes the complete race.
It smashes in for so much
or
damage.
there is no more race, basically.
Right. So that has always been my grievance, is that I think that is just a tick too far on the power level that it gives, especially for the cost that it is at 5.
Yeah, there were definitely some crazy level or power level cards printed in set 1, though.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Which is what the Eternal format looks to thrive and take advantage of.
Yeah.
Because Eternal is all about big, powerful decks. You had this nice collection that you took the time and the effort to compile. We're going to let you play and have fun with it.
Yeah.
So we get to see a lot of fun, borderline overpowered, no pun intended, things coming out of the Eternal format.
Yeah.
And Overwhelming Barrage is definitely one of those cards that you will be seeing quite often in the Eternal format.
Yeah.
So, Dave, what have you been experiencing? Are you playing any Eternal right now?
I have not. I generally don't play that much constructed overall.
Okay.
I don't say kind of lazy and don't like to put in the reps of it. It's a lot of repetitive games over and over again.
Okay.
But from what I've seen a lot of people playing. Definitely seems like the yellow decks are like popular overall.
That's my favorite aspect.
Yeah, we have Han Solo, who's a little bit put down right now because of all the Jango Fets in the meta.
Mm-hmm.
But we've also seen Quinlan being played too. But I don't know. It will be interesting to see if this kind of data from the first couple of PQs ends up kind of shifting the meta towards a ban of something.
So, just from an analytics standpoint, is there anything that you think should be banned?
It's hard not to say Django right now with the amount of people playing him. I think he represents probably over 60% of the field at a lot of these PQs that have been run. And not to mention, I think last week he was 6 of the top 8 were Django representative.
In one of them, yeah.
Yeah, so I think banning him might be the first step. It'd be interesting to see if they are able to keep Triple Dark Raid in the format, because I wonder if it's just like the exhaustion that's causing the biggest issues.
So it's an interesting perspective. Do you think the play rate of Django has anything to do with the fact that he has now been uncaged after being banned for so long, or is it a design space problem where he's too throttling of everything else around him?
I think he just completely changes the way that the game is played. Generally, you do one action, your opponent gets to do one action. It's kind of a back and forth thing. Whereas the Django a lot of times just kind of shuts off your opponent's whole turn by with the IG 2000 or the War Juggernaut, or even sometimes the Devastator coming down and tapping down 3 to 4 units at once. It makes it so it's very hard to race against overall, and basically he has the ability to do it pretty much every single turn once he's flipped up into play. But on the fact that he's been banned for so long, it's interesting, you say that, but then Boba Fett, who's been banned even longer, isn't really having the same kind of hold on the meta.
Sure. So, but does that go back to the design space thing? Whereas maybe we've gotten answers for Boba Fett, whereas we haven't gotten those answers for Jango Fett yet.
Well, I'd say most of the same answers for Boba Fett are the same ones for Django. It's like there are definitely more units now that are able to kind of come down and take out Django right away with the addition of K2SO and the Quinlan decks that allows them to kind of do the 7 damage on the flip and prevent them from doing the whole tap down of the team over and over again. But that is only kind of limited to, one color combination at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Or a very specific color combination where it's, red, yellow, and heroism.
Mm-hmm.
And also with the Quinlan ability.
Right, the pinging aspect of it. Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see, though. It definitely seems like there are more answers to 7 power leaders on the 5 flip turn. now, and that might be better than where we were at about a year ago when Django got banned originally.
So then the next question then would be, do we start the ban cycling all over again in the regards of the first thing that was a problem was the Boba Fett's, and then we banned him, and then you had another thing crop up that was the problem. So if we reversed everything and now everything's open format, if we start going back and doing the bans that happened before, do we start seeing those same decks become the problem that then require the bans to continue down the line?
Well, it all kind of depends on, the design space that you're interested in. If you believe that, in the game, multiple decks should be like viable as like the kind of top tier deck. Having come from like a Magic background and then like in Legacy and stuff like that, they do stuff that adjusts the meta, and by banning cards, even though that is supposed to be like the kind of the most powerful of formats, and I think it just has to do with like overrepresentation of the deck. And that, I mean, if everyone knows that Django's the best and then everyone's still bringing it like 70% of the time, then I don't know if that's necessarily a healthy meta, in my opinion.
Well, that would go back to the conversation of resupply, probably one of the #1 cards played in every single green deck. If that's overrepresented, why shouldn't that be banned?
Well, I think it also has to do with, the way that they're converting into top 8s. I mean,
Sure.
How many decks are, running, even though every green deck might be running resupply, how much of that is kind of being represented in like the top tables at the bigger tournaments?
Yep. And I do agree with you. I think that having a diverse top 8, ideally I want to see a different leader in every single slot. I don't want to see repeats if we can avoid that.
Yeah.
Right? And so I do agree that I think that's the end game goal, so to speak, from a design point, is that they want to see that diversity shine through. Yeah. And as we saw from like the previous match in round 2, we saw a young Boba versus an old Boba. Very, very similar decks, slightly different play styles, and yet it's kind of like customizing yourself as the player to the deck format that you want to play.
Yeah, and they probably end up playing somewhat similar overall. Both of them are working on getting you more resources, so probably there's a lot of overlap, but feels like with the Django Fett decks, there's maybe 5% of the deck that changes between people's kind of builds.
Sure.
Yeah, so, and we definitely know it was strong before the ban.
Do you think that we're going to see somewhat of a pulled back but similar correlation with the client that just got released? They both do an exhausting mechanic when they're on their leader and when they're on their unit side.
I think overall the client is probably a bit fairer overall. One of the things with the client is, at least on his non-leader side or on his non-unit side, you have to basically set up the exhaust on something. It's something that your opponent at least has one action to kind of do with. It's not something like immediately, whereas Django is when you do the damage, you have the ability to kind of exhaust. And then also on the unit side, you're only exhausting one unit a turn, and then you're also still having to generate some sort of token before that.
Right.
Yeah, and after kind of, after the turn, after he flips, where you're getting the free shield token, so you can exhaust something, that does leave your opponent to have, more plays around that. But he has been surprisingly strong overall for me. I don't know about his constructed shots, but definitely in limited, he's been pretty good.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, right. Well, that's round 3 for us here at the GongaiiGames Eternal PQ in Portland, Oregon. So we got about 20 minutes left of this round. Do you want to talk some spoiler talk of Ashes of the Empire, or do you want to take a break?
I'm good to talk about some of the new cards and mechanics that we've seen this past week. What have you thought so far about Ashes and some of the spoilers that we've seen?
I think the mechanics are interesting. I think the support mechanic is going to be a definite interesting action compression. I think it's interesting that they have the leaders as 7-drop leaders, and then they have a mechanic that's basically 7-drop leaders say, we're going to slow things down. Things are kind of fast right now. And then they have this mechanic that says, no, we're going to go fast, guys.
Yeah. that was definitely, I don't say a worry for me, but we're already dealing with a pretty quick meta in terms of people, dying pretty quickly, and it seems like supporter is only going to kind of speed up that kind of clock.
Potentially. I do think it allows more vanilla cards to exist because I can just drop a vanilla, like, what's the new one that we have? That's the 3-drop 4/4, right?
Yeah.
So I drop the 3-drop 4/4 on turn 3, and then my turn 4 card can be a support card that now gives that vanilla big statted unit an ability to go along with their attack at that point in time.
Yeah, that could definitely be interesting, I mean, stats have always mattered in this game. That's why we see, only kind of 3/3s or 2/4s being played on turn 1 these days. And the ability to kind of give more stats and attack immediately with them, or, give more abilities and do that should definitely provide some interesting kind of play. Though I will say it seems like we are going to be headed towards a very aggressive meta again.
Yes, hopefully we don't have to negotiate through those aggressive metas.
Yeah, and
So-
hopefully maybe they'll print some kind of well-costed removal to kind of deal with that. Because as of right now, there is not a lot of, I don't say control tools, but there's not a lot of tools to help you catch up if you are behind.
Somewhat. I do like the fact that the removal seems to be on par with what's going on as far as for instance, I personally have always felt Power of the Dark Side was a far under-costed removal card, and it did way too much for the investment into it.
Yep.
So I do think there's a lot more restrictions on the removal cards, which maybe that can be loosened up a little bit, but I also think that it lends to the fact that since it's a action exchange, you take an action, I take an action, it always does a feel bad when, you say, the Iden Data Vault decks, right? I don't ever want to play against them. They're just not fun to play against. And so I don't want removal to be so prevalent that you can reconstruct those easily.
Yeah.
I want there to be like, hey, I need to have a design thing. I need to actually draw the right thing at the right moment. If everything's just universal, it becomes bland, in my opinion.
Yeah, it just feels like right now there's not a lot of risk in a lot of the, stuff that you can do that's like uninteractive. I mean, a lot of times you can just start off by playing turn 1 play and then, putting a pilot on it and then have 3 or 4 turns of just being able to do a lot of damage without kind of any interaction. So,
well, there's always item removal that exists. Now, that's gate-kept behind a certain color at the moment in Premiere, so I get that that's a problematic issue.
yeah.
But there's always beguiles and like bounces and stuff like that. There's interactions for everything. You put a pilot on your space unit, I condemn it if I'm in blue.
Yeah.
Well, now your unit doesn't do anything, and I essentially 2-for-1 you because all of your stuff is in that one unit at that point in time. I think there's plenty of things to do. A lot of it just comes down to, did you draw the right answer at the right time?
Yeah. And it never feels good to not draw, or at least have more than one kind of option.
Well, sure.
Yeah.
Redundancy is key for consistency.
Yeah.
I 100% agree.
Now, going back to Ashes of the Empire, what do you think of the new advantage tokens? Have you seen much of that?
We've only seen 2 ways for them to be applied. The first one is the image that you're probably seeing right now, which is the Han Solo. I talked briefly about this card with Corey in round 2.
Okay.
So this one is kind of what we call a delayed surprise strike. So you are able to essentially take 3 damage and give a unit, does not have to be Han himself, you give a unit 3 advantage tokens.
Yeah.
Advantage tokens, for those of you that might not know, are one of the new tokens that is coming out with Ashes of the Empire that gives a +1/+0 buff as an upgrade. However, when the next time that unit attacks or defends, all advantage tokens go away at the end of that combat resolution.
Yeah. So definitely, now that you described it as like a delayed surprise strike for this Han Solo card, I definitely see it possibly being a little bit better, but you're still running into the thing of, your opponent could always just trade into your unit before you can do that. Even if they do end up losing it, they are preventing 3 damage overall.
Potentially, but what if I put those 3 advantage tokens on my Sentinel that you then have to run into?
Yeah.
That allows my Sentinel to trade up into whatever you're coming at me with. So maybe now that deters you from actually attacking me because you're going to lose your unit as well.
Yeah, it's it'll be interesting to see how kind of the push and pull of this goes with the advantage tokens. I don't say I'm surprised, but they keep on coming up with new mechanics each set, which is definitely not an easy thing to do from a game design.
It's not as hard as you might think.
Yeah.
The trick is, are they good mechanics?
Yeah.
Because not all of them are bangers, I will say that. The other thing to note, if you didn't already know this, is that they did say that advantage tokens are only in cunning and aggression. The other thing that they introduced into this is Mandalorian tokens.
Yeah. I saw that.
Mandalorian tokens are vigilance 2/2 Mandalorians with a shield. Those tokens are only able to be created via vigilance or command cards.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I have always said that tokens are probably a good part of the game. It allows kind of go wide strategies to exist. They have been a little bit, let's say, they've been afraid to print good token cards, it seems like.
They've been very lackluster in the past.
Yeah, the ones that have been good have been like Faith in Your Friends and Queen Amidala are like the only 2 that have seen really any kind of significant play overall.
Well, they're the cards that create tokens, but the tokens themselves that they create have been lackluster.
Yeah.
Now these Mandalorians, 2/2s with shields,
Yeah.
that's a resilient token.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the the added cost for creating them is. If they, if they're asking, for you to pay like 2 extra resources for it, then you're looking at something like Crafty Smuggler or the new Rocket Jetpack Jumper. So you get like a 2-power unit with a shield. But if they're asking you to pay 3 or more resources to like create these tokens, we might be looking at a spot where tokens are weak again.
Possibly, and I think you bring up a great balance perspective with the cost assessment and correlation with the Crafty Smuggler. They've already created that baseline of this is what this unit should cost to make, is a 2/2 with a shield is 2.
Yeah.
So when you're looking at and assessing in any future Ashes of the Empire cards, what is the cost increase on that card? And if it's more than 2, it's probably not worth it.
Yeah. It'll definitely be interesting to see if we're able to kind of get, if they're a little bit more aggressive with the way that they cost these kind of token cards.
Yeah. The other thing to keep in mind is, since this is a vigilance token now, this is the first time they've ever done this,
Yeah.
is the token actually has an aspect. Since this is a vigilance token, it is susceptible to things like Lawbringer, which then calls an aspect and gives them -2/-2. A Lawbringer can wipe out all your Mandalorian tokens now.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, Lawbringer would have been able to wipe out the other tokens before.
You can't call an aspect.
Well, on at least clones and separatists and ties and X-Wings, they were either heroism or villainy.
Touche.
But spies, no, you're right.
Spies is what I was thinking when I
yeah.
said no, because that was the latest one that we were dealing with in abundance. So
Yeah. Spies are on the mind.
yes. So yes, I 100% agree with that. I'm personally speculating that if this is the start of the trend of aspect tokens, here's my prediction for the next token. In Homeworlds. What is it? Homeworlds? Homeworlds. Green command Ewoks with hidden. I'm calling it right now.
Now, what do you think they're going to be? Are they just going to be 1/1 hiddens or something like
Probably
Yeah.
something like that. Maybe 1/3s, because that's the other.
that? The Village Tender?
That's the village tender, which is also an Ewok, and that's the other dynamic of, hey, you got 2/2s in stats kind of thing, because we've had the Raid 2, which is 0/2. We have a 2/2 here. You had the 2/2 clones, so all the tokens tend to be 4 in stats. So
Yeah.
the 1/3 is the other way to go.
And then Villaini's just stuck with their 1/1s.
1/1 droids and 1/1 TIE fighters, yes. So, but they usually can get. But the flip side of that is usually when you're creating droids and TIEs, you're creating 2 of them.
Yeah, you're creating
So
more.
you're still getting your 4 in stats because you're getting more of them than you are the others. So that's your trade-off.
Yeah.
So from a balance perspective, I'm going to say it's a 1/3 hidden Ewok in command in Homeworlds.
Yeah, I know there have definitely been people that have been waiting for more Ewoks. I mean, we still don't have any of kind of the legendary Ewoks out, or not legendary, unique Ewoks out.
No, we don't. But I mean, how many unique Ewoks are we going to get? Wicket's the only one that I can think of.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry, who? Chief Chirpa. Okay,
Yeah.
that's 2.
Clearly, you haven't played enough of the Star Wars games.
Clearly, I have not delved into the Star Wars universe as big as I should have.
Yeah.
But
Well, it's also interesting how many of them are still in the canon at this point, because they did have multiple Ewok movies.
Well, as I interrupt here, from the producing side of it, D-Rod here. So the Ewoks do have 2 movies that are really bad. You don't need to watch them. But they have had a lot of stuff within games. So we see stuff obviously like Wicket, Chief Chirpa. And then in the new canon, funny enough, they do join the Rebellion. And the Rebellion kind of acknowledges that they are almost like emotional support animals. So they would kind of talk about like having them on their ships. And they're like, what are they here for? Like, well, they're here to learn. They're not good at anything, but man, it's just nice to have them around. And I think that's in the Alphabet Squadron series. So they don't name any new ones, but they're definitely part of the rebuilding of the Republic, which is, they haven't dived further into that outside of they're on a few ships.
yeah, they're the cute motif. I'm gonna switch to a different world for a second. Every time I see an Ewok, I always think of you remember Thundercats?
Yes.
The little robot bears that fix things?
No.
Oh. I can't remember the name of it, but just like, anyway, that's also what I always think of when I see an Ewok. But
I mean, to
Anyway.
be fair, that's probably what they actually used them for on those ships as young, smaller mechanics, as you saw in like Mandalorian with Grogu.
yeah.
And the scene where he's just telling him like, plug this in, don't plug that in, and he's like yelling down an air duct.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole Babu Freaks race that's what their specialty is just being able to get into those small places and repair things, fix things.
Yeah, it's really Snowpiercer coded there.
Yes, I did. I was thinking the same thing, but spoilers.
Hey, I didn't say anything else.
yeah, just a name. So, D, you want to bring up another card that maybe is in there? Oh, this is a good one. Okay. You want to talk about pace. This is crazy. And this Anakin Skywalker has an inverse, a counterpart, if you will. This is out of the Luke Spotlight deck. And he has a counterpart as a Vader unit in the Emperor Spotlight deck.
What's funny is his stats are actually reversed from what they are.
They're inversed.
But he's also inversed from the leader, Anakin, a single hero Anakin. Because this is going to go in my Twin Sons Anakin Palpatine deck. And it fits well, but it's also just like, it makes up for it's stronger than the leader Anakin, heroic
Sure.
Anakin. Yeah.
But the crazy thing with this unit is it's a 5-cost, 6/4 with hidden, means you ain't attacking into it right away, and then has Saboteur, which means it gets through on its first attack regardless.
Yeah, not to
And-
mention it gives a shield token, so it protects something that's in play.
To any friendly unit, period. There is no restrictions. Have another unit, they get a shield. Have a nice day. This unit is crazy for tempo.
Yeah, and I could definitely see it being pretty powerful on your 5-flip leaders too, because then you can shield up your leader, and then next turn get in another big attack for 6,
Yep.
regardless of what your opponent does. Right now, the 4 health is pretty good. Like, there isn't a lot of things that are doing 4 damage. We're out of the open fire,
Yep.
at least
In Premier format, yeah.
I could see it being a little bit worse in Eternal overall,
Yep.
but
4 health is a bad health thing in Eternal.
yeah.
So, and not the inverse. I was thinking to go right to Vader for the inverse after that, but there we go. He had it locked and loaded. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. This is the inverse. This is the Emperor side of it, and this is the Darth Vader unit. It's a 5-cost, 4/6 with shielded, kind of like hidden-ish because it can take a hit, and then when it's readied, it gains Sentinel.
I was just about to be like, finally, Imperial has a Sentinel unit, but the fact that he is not a Sentinel when you right away play him is definitely probably a big downside.
Potentially, but in the Emperor deck, the Emperor gives advantage tokens, right? So depending on what your board state is prior to this, you drop Vader and you give him advantage tokens. Say he gets 2 advantage tokens. Now he's a 6/6 with a shield that if you don't answer him now, then he becomes ready, becomes a Sentinel, and now you have to answer him at that point in time. And then he still has a shield, and now he's a Sentinel, which is 6/6 with a shield.
Yeah. He's definitely going to be probably a strong power player in the upcoming meta once, Ashes does release. But it is something where it's like not necessarily helping you right away.
Sure. So the direct impact is not there,
Yeah.
but the follow-through impact could be huge.
I mean, anytime you can get Shielded and Sentinel on a unit, they've been proven to be quite effective at stemming damage. You're looking at multiple either cards or attacks to try and get through it. But, there is always Saboteur. Saboteur has been a pretty popular keyword.
Yeah, but not many things with Saboteur can do 6 damage off the get-go.
Yeah. They can just ignore it, though.
They could for a turn.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a Sentinel, and you can't ignore it anymore.
Well, no, Saboteur gets past Sentinels.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Yeah, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yep.
So whether or not you're trying to take care of the shield or not, because if they do have Saboteur, you can get in, and then Vader has to attack to clear the unit, and then he doesn't have Sentinel anymore, kind of thing.
True.
So
True.
But it all kind of depends on kind of what we're looking at right now. Have you been playing a lot of Premiere recently?
I've been practicing some Premiere stuff. So,
yeah, what are the current popular players in Premiere?
So in Premiere right now, the big things that you tend to be seeing are Boba Fett Lake Country,
Okay.
Luke Skywalker Pilot on Data Vault. You have, what's the other one that people are doing that it runs into them and has a problem?
Vader Pilot.
Vader Pilot isn't as strong as it used to be because it still runs into a problem because the Boba Fett Topple the Summit flip is an interaction that is problematic for every deck right now. And that's kind of like, you talk about in Eternal, the Jango Fett problem, right? So that's kind of like the Premiere problem is that is an interaction that you can't interact with because it comes from the plot row. You have very little ways to interact with that to prevent it.
Yeah.
Best way is Galen Urso, but then they can prevent that. Or then they just, instead of toppling, they Syntacaz you instead.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. So they find the workaround. There is another deck that is also in the works, which is the Lando Blue.
Oh, yeah.
Which is then trying to get like the Liberty into play really hard, but
that deck tends to not do super well into the space decks.
Nope, not at all. However, it does have the capability of getting a hyperspace disaster off earlier than you normally could cast it.
Yeah.
So on their flip turn, they flip and pilot, and then you flip and hyperspace disaster. Or you might not even need to flip to do it, because you can just have that one extra credit to then, boom, they're done.
Yeah, if you built up enough credits over the first couple turns.
Yep, the Boba Fett has an answer in the regards, if it's not Lake Country and it's the yellow version, it can flip in Garindin to make sure you don't have the...
Topple.
They can Garindin to make sure you don't have the hyperspace disaster.
Oh, yeah.
And then that prevents you from being able to clear out their space units. Luke doesn't have an answer to hyperspace very easily, so that's where it kind of falls down to the Lando.
There's always Chewbacca.
Sure. So
Chewbacca can't get killed by hyperspace, so.
Yep, but so that's basically where you got your little rock, paper, scissors of like the top 3 decks at the moment is kind of Luke plays into Jango pretty well. Or not Jango, I keep on saying Jango because we're in Eternal format right now.
Yeah.
Luke plays into Boba, but Lando destroys Luke, and then Boba beats Lando.
Yeah.
So there's your like trifecta of top tier decks at the moment.
There's your rock, paper, scissors.
Yeah,
and then
basically.
Then there's, some aggressive negotiation decks, some, Tobias decks, stuff like that.
I have a Third Sister yellow deck that's been crushing if it like goes off. I'm pushing 20 damage on the 5 resources very easily. And that's without that's with 1 aggressive negotiations, but it's only a 3 aggressive negotiation. We're not talking like, oh, I just did 15 with the card alone. No, it's just like a surprise strike value of aggressive negotiations.
Yeah, you definitely have been the third sister specialist. You've been on that deck for over almost a year at this point. I know you brought it to Worlds.
Well, it's one of the things that it's a leader, and we've talked about this in the past. Like the beautiful thing about the Eternal format is that as more sets come out, more things become possible. And so I always look at the leaders that have a high ceiling of possibilities to them. The other one that I've been working on is an Agent Callus. And Agent Callus is a great example of I get both pools of light and dark side now to utilize. It only costs me 1 extra instead of the 2 aspect penalty that you normally have to deal with. So the multitudes of things you can do with that leader is also sky's the limit. So those are the leaders that I tend to gravitate towards because I'm a deck builder. I want to play with all the toys.
Yeah, I've definitely seen a couple Agent Callus decks, some even with Lake Country now because you are getting only the 1 extra, or you get the reduction on the aspect penalty for that.
Right. So yep, you're going to be paying the 1 anyway. So what difference does it make?
Yeah.
So. All right, so we got about a minute left. We can get into probably one more preview before we get going. We are taking a lunch break at this point in time, I believe. So let's talk about this last card, then we'll go to lunch ourselves, and then wait for the next round to go in. So this is There Is No Conflict. There Is No Conflict is a 2-cost upgrade, yellow villainy. When played, return any number of other upgrades on attached unit to their owner's hands. And that gives that unit +2/+2. This is your new Bamboozle. Ish.
Sometimes, yeah. Yeah, it definitely took me a couple of times reading this to really understand what was going on with it. It'll be interesting to see if this is more of an offensive card or a defensive card.
I think it's both.
Yeah, a little bit of both. It definitely seems like an effective way to, kind of surprise your opponent who maybe has like a condemn on your unit or something like that. Unfortunately, what it doesn't allow is doesn't prevent them from replaying the upgrade at some point.
That's true.
But
it's a timing thing.
Yeah, I could definitely see it being pretty solid in a lot of aggressive decks to combat, the lack of upgrade removal.
Now, the fact that this is a villainy card is also interesting. That means its light side or heroic side is not going to have as much use to it. However, I did hear in their stream there is a inverse card to this, like the Anakin Invader.
Okay.
As far as it's like a conflict within or something like that.
Yeah,
And then this is There Is No Conflict or something like that, right? So there will be an inverse card. They did not spoil it, so we don't know what that one is or what it does yet, but it will have something to do, I'm sure, in these veins as well. But this is your, everybody complains about Luke being a pilot that you can't do anything about once he's equipped. This gets rid of Luke.
Yeah, because when you do bounce the leader pilots, they just go right back to the command zone.
Correct.
No.
So. All right, so we are then going to now take a break from the chat with you. We're going to take a lunch break. We'll be back in 5 roughly with another set of casters for you. So once again, this is the live stream from Unlimited Power at the GongaiiGames PQ Eternal in Portland, Oregon. I've been Ginger Joey with Holotable Games Network, and
this is Dave. Thank you so much, and see you guys soon.
Welcome back to Unlimited Power's stream of the Portland Planetary Qualifier taking place here at GongaiiGames. We have an internal format, and right now we are still on the lunch break. You can see here that we have an empty warehouse at the moment here in southwest Portland area. But I am joined by Jank Tech, and I'm so excited because we're going to talk about some Twin Sun spoilers.
Oh, I'm super pumped to be here. Thank you so much for having me because, you know, Twin Suns is like my bread and butter with what I do.
Yes, and you want to go ahead and introduce yourself because there are a lot of people who haven't watched your channel or know what to expect. Let's talk a little bit about that.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, I'm Metal Marshmallow. A lot of you may know me as Fee. And I do a channel where I have a series of Star Wars Unlimited videos called Jank Tech, where we explore alternate formats with a focus on Twin Suns. But I've gotten to stretch out a little bit. Recently, I did a video on the custom Jar Jar format, which was a lot of fun. And we just like to keep things light and fun. We like to make sure we have content that's accessible for people new to the game, and we don't take ourselves too seriously. There's also silly cosplay where I wear a paper bag on my head and act like Boba Fett or something like that.
Yes, and I love that, and that's why we're here today, to just have fun, talk about the cool stuff that's happening, and see what people are creating here for Eternal decks. Let's just go ahead and jump right into it. We had a great week of some spoilers and seeing some final ones for these Twin Suns precons coming out. You were talking about it just now, but let's look at Fearless Attack. What are your first thoughts when you see this great hero card?
I mean, the first thought I have is this artwork is absolutely killer, and I hope they have a way of getting hyperspace versions of these cards into our hands at some point. So, like, I guess let's look at the card here. It's a heroism only card for 4, so you can play this in a wide variety of decks in the format. Attack with a unit, it gets +1/+0 for this attack for each unit controlled by the defending player. So this is great if you're playing against someone that's doing like a token spam deck.
Yeah.
Like I made an IG-88 Slime War deck once in Twin Suns with the droid manufactory base that gives you droids when you deploy. And I would have like 10 units on my deploy turn. So if you're fearless attacking into that, you're doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, wow.
So I see this as a card that can be really fun depending on board state, and I love that they are designing around multiple board states existing other than just like one-on-one. And I know the language on the cards has always been flexible to not disinclude the existence of multiplayer, but when they're specifically making cards that like, no, this is for sure going in a multiplayer deck, it's interesting to see how the design space changes and how these cards do different things than they would do in a Premier or a regular Eternal match.
Yeah, for a card like this, you see it, and it immediately becomes something that's just like, well, why wouldn't I play this in my Twin Suns deck if I want to play? If you were thinking of more competitive, it'd be something you'd throw in because you just never know what to expect across the board. But if it was worded a little differently for all defending players, it would just be a must.
Oh my gosh, it would be so overpowered and cool.
But even as you said, there are going to be some of those players that can, on their deployment turn, somehow they're deploying droids, they have their leaders, and now they just went from maybe 1 to 2 units to 6 to 10.
Yep.
And giving you that +10 attack and with an opponent not having a chance to interact with it is just crazy.
It's awesome. This is one of those cards that I see this and I'm immediately like, we got to put Jesse in this deck. So Jesse, card from Twilight of the Republic that almost nobody plays. He's a 4/4 with grade 1 for 3, but you give somebody 2 battle droids when you bring them out, and so immediately next turn you're swinging for at least 6, 7 with Jesse, probably even more. I think that's pretty cool.
He's definitely a threat. The droids can't take him out after you play him, which is nice. Jesse kind of protects himself a little bit by giving them that bonus, and it fits in the color scheme of red-white, and as well fits in the theme of that deck overall, with it being from the Clone Wars era.
Oh yeah. I think he's one of those cards that I would definitely juice up one of those precons with if it's not already in there. I haven't seen the whole deck list yet.
They did release the full deck list, but there were still some cards prior to that weren't shown, like Fearless Attack. And there's some cards that they have same names, but we weren't sure what they were, and we saw that later this week, which we'll look at here today. So, which I'm excited about. I have some ideas for Fearless Attack. It's definitely going to be in a few of my heroic decks, maybe all of them going forward, but we'll see. It's a great uncommon, and I'm really excited to see it. And again, hopefully we see some hyperspace art. I don't really want to see like in alternate form, I just want to see this hyperspace so I can see those droids, see Ahsoka here, just doing what Ahsoka does really well. Love it.
Yep.
Love it.
Oh, one more thing for this one. It just came to me. You stick this in a Tobias paired with another hero, so you can still get it out on 4. Because Tobias, you're just giving your units away the whole time. So, like, I mean, sure, great. They're going to have
Oh my
extra stuff.
gosh.
Yeah. Of course, you're going to want to make sure to give shielded stuff away. Because I've already been playing Tobias enough in Twin Suns to know that if it's not shielded, people are going to, like, try to kill it as soon as possible. And you want to be able to play Fearless Attack and get as big of a buff as possible.
I like the idea of playing Tobias and Twin Suns with something like this because it's, I don't know, it's just such a threatening thing of what you're building up. And it can also just be that big, because it happens in Twin Suns, it has to happen. It can be that big betrayal of like, hey, I'm going to team up with someone, give them a bunch of units so they can use them for their bonuses, and then I'll Fearless Attack them for the win when I want it.
Yeah, I think it's so cool. It's like, what a neat card. Like, you can do so much with this in terms of forming alliances, table talking, politics, all that stuff that is more of a Twin Suns thing.
Yeah. All right, let's jump into this next one here, Encircle. So 5 cost command event, costs 1 less to play for each friendly unit, and it says a friendly unit captures an enemy non-leader unit in the same arena. So there's no penalty, or there's no like weird capture rules outside of it. Cannot be a leader, which is awesome. And it does have to be in the same arena, but we're not looking at power differences, health differences, or cost, which I think in Twin Suns it makes a card like this really powerful.
Oh, yeah. I mean, in our aforementioned example of running droid manufactory, you deploy a leader, you get 2 droids, that automatically gives you a 3 discount on this with nothing else even considered. That already means it's better than take captive. And I've been saying this for a long time. Capture is great in Twin Suns because you have one player that you're getting rid of their stuff. They don't like that. The other 2 players that aren't you, they like that. They want your unit to stay alive so that that one unit's not in play anymore. So you play Encircle, which is like potentially a free card, and like it's just going to get everyone hyped at the table. I think this is super cool. This is another like real cool design sort of thing that they're doing in this format.
Yeah, and it can completely change that pivotal point in Twin Suns when you hit that turn 4, turn 5, turn 6, those deployment turns. A lot of big things can happen. A lot of things can happen, but imagine just someone playing Encircle for 0, because that's possible. And then it just changes what everyone thought they were going to do for that turn, because maybe that biggest threat they were worried about is gone. Whether it's a huge Sentinel that was protecting the most important player, or something even like worse like Snoke or anything like that that's been like cheated out.
Yep, exactly. And also in this format, because your deck is much less consistent, upgrade removal is a lot harder. So if you stick a big upgrade that someone can't deal with, maybe something has a craving power on it, or an Electro Staff, or what have you, captured units lose their upgrades, so it's like, that's still pretty awesome.
Yeah, this is a great card, and the mechanic we're seeing here with making it cost less for each friendly unit, super great. Really encouraging people to try to play a couple more units a turn, or again, really set up for unique deployment turns, especially if you have 2 leaders that deploy at the same resource cost.
Yes, those can be such swingy, amazing turns, and I like that they're encouraging you to kind of plan your stuff out a little bit more in here, because like, I feel like games can be very much in Premiere. They can be very much like, we're going to follow this. Okay, if on 2 resources, I want to play this. On 3 resources, I want to play this. And this is like a very dynamic sort of card that requires you to like think about what's going to happen, try to predict the board state. When is the right time to play it? Are my units going to survive long enough to give me a discount? Like, there's all kinds of neat stuff in here. Not even to mention, if you're playing someone like the Bib Fortuna unit from the first set that can discount units, or if you're playing the Barriss Offee leader from Legends of the Force that can discount units, like, I mean, like, those all stack up. Like, we're just going down a bargain town here. Like, you can, like, figure out ways of making this, like, even cheaper.
Yes. And I love being able to search it out because it's a tactic, so I can actually pull it with Saw Gerrera's sister.
Oh, yeah, Steela.
Allows you to look, I believe, at the top 7 cards for a tactic. So yeah, really unique, gives us a lot more options, encourages players to play a couple more units. But even if not, it adds a different element to the game. And once you know someone is playing something like Encircle, you start thinking about your next plan too of like, are you really going to let them play it at a lower cost? If I know someone constantly plays in circle, has been setting something up, maybe I'm just going to waste my time and kill a bunch of spy tokens just to make sure that they're using all their resources.
Exactly. It's like those spies are just, they're so killable too. It's like it's hard to resist killing a spy when they're out. You're like, I mean, it does nothing back to me.
Right.
It's free real estate.
Let's jump into the next one here. Backed by the Pikes. I love this. We were just talking about some of our Underworld themed decks, and Pikes and Black Sun are some of my favorites more than the Hutt. So I got really excited after we've seen the Backed by the Hutt card in this previous set to get Backed by the Pikes coming in the Twin Sun set, which is super. Like, just not even reading the description, I don't care. I'm just happy that a card is named Backed by the Pikes.
It's super cool. Like, we get, like, the illustration on here is so good. We got Lom Pike, like, front and center with his spice-stained orange fingers. It's just, like, there's so much backstory to this image right here. It's very, very, very cool. His henchmen behind him with the cool masks on. It's just like these are your boys. You're rolling deep. The Pikes are backing you. Like, this is like a super fun one to play, just thematically speaking. And then, like, what does it actually do? For 3 in command, give an experience token to a friendly unit. You may deal damage to a unit equal to the number of experience tokens on friendly units. There are a lot of leaders that are used to put experience tokens on things in this format. We got Tarkin, we got Leia, we got Vel, Rey. It just keeps on going. And since this isn't affiliated with heroism or villainy, like, this can go in a lot of different things. And I think that's very cool that this is rewarding you for what you've already been doing in a deck that wants to sprinkle experience everywhere. And it just makes it so, like, not only are your units already something that everybody is going to have to deal with because they're stronger than their printed stats, but now, and you get to kill something else and get another experience.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
I love it. It's we're seeing cards like this, similar like the Haymaker in this recent set, that allow you to increase the damage you were about to do and damage a unit. This one's really unique because it is saying, like, it's looking at experience tokens across your board, not just like a single unit's power. So even better of, like, giving them more of that thematic feel of, like, all right, it's Lom Pike and his boys. How strong are his boys? And that's just so fun because, again, like you're saying, if you're using Rey, you're using Grand Moff Tarkin, by this turn, you probably have 2 experience tokens already out if you were doing things as efficiently as you want to. So this could give you the 3rd token or the 4th token to deal 4 damage to another unit, which, again, is super solid. And whether early game or late game, I love seeing a card like this.
Me too. It kind of also begs the question, what are they going to do with the other aspects that they're sort of implying? Okay, so, like, the Hutts, credits, yellow, Pikes, experience, green. I mean, likely that means what? Shields and vigilance are a possibility. Like, who's going to back someone and then distribute shields and do damage equal to shields? Like, I think that thematically, we've seen that they like doing things like one per aspect. Like the set of cards that was in Secrets of Power disclosed that aspect to defeat a unit or deal a bunch of damage or exhaust a bunch of things. So I like that they not only are doing this cool design with this particular card, but they're also making us as players think, what else are they going to do that's similar? Like, how is that going to slot into stuff as well?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to call it now. I think we're going to see Red be backed by the Black Sun, as we've seen a couple of Black Sun leaders be under that. I don't know what to expect in that, but if we were talking about vigilance and shields, I think that's exactly what's going to be. It's probably going to be shields, something similar to this. Maybe count the amount of shields you have and heal your base, which would be very efficient. I just don't know what crime team it would be. You could say that maybe it's the Crimson Dawn, which hasn't had a strict theme in Star Wars Unlimited yet, but who knows? Maybe. I mean, that's the one thing about the Crimson Dawn in the Star Wars canon right now is that they kind of run all of everything except for the Hutts. They run the Black Sun. They pretty much run the Pikes, but we'll see if they break it up.
It could be a little thematically overreaching then to say that this one thing is Crimson Dawn.
Or maybe it just captures it all, and Vigilance is the strongest one. We don't know. But either way, like, this is the direction I get excited for when it comes to Star Wars Unlimited, of just strong themes within the Star Wars universe, especially when they go further into the dark and seedy stuff of like, who are the Pikes, and kind of, as you mentioned, like, look at the detail. I didn't catch this until you said it, but there's spice on his left hand. So that's him, like, touching the product and manufacturing this, essentially this horrible space drug. It's not like Dune. So
It's absolutely wonderful. I would still enjoy this game if there were no pictures on the cards, but like the fact that it's like they have managed to develop the theme that much mechanically is just so wonderful about this game. Like, it keeps me coming back for more. I just can't get enough of it.
all right, I think we have time to look at one more card before the next round starts. Let's go ahead and take a look at this one. Our first multicolor one to look at today. Fiery Alliance? Yeah. With Maul and Savage. So what are your thoughts here on this 2-cost multicolor upgrade?
Let's see. When played, you may deal 1 damage to another friendly unit and attack with it. Gives +2/+2. Okay, so there's a lot going on this card. I love that they're continuing to do the multi-aspected cards with the new Twin Suns decks. I think it's a design space that they should absolutely continue to explore, because it says, here's something that's slightly more powerful than it would be in a less restrictive aspect pairing. Because I think we've seen that's what happens with any card. Like, if it has no aspects, it's the most multi-purpose, it's generally not as exciting or powerful. In this one here, I feel like, of course, they want this to interact as much as possible with the leaders in the Twin Suns deck. They care very much about Overwhelm, for example. The Savage leader wants things to have Overwhelm. And, I mean, if you are getting an instant attack, you're getting a buff, then you're going to overwhelm into something and hurt it pretty bad. It's going to be pretty awesome.
Well, especially if, and again, it works well even if you don't have the overwhelm mechanic, if you have the grit mechanic, right? It just gives you that extra damage, lets you push through a little bit more, and it can throw off your opponent's preconceived path of what they thought they were going to need to stop you.
Exactly. Like having that burst of damage out of nowhere, and that makes you think, okay, what kind of deck does this want to go in? There's a lot of different cool ones. Like, obviously, Gar Saxon is great because you're rewarded for playing upgrades in there. The Asajj Pilot from Jump to Lightspeed is great because, like, she's a default gridded unit. Jabba the Hutt, the blue one from Secrets of Power that reflects damage onto other things. Like, how many different ways can we find of using what this card is about in order to make our Twin Suns deck even more exciting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I see something like this, and it just immediately, thematically, the art works, right? Here are two angry, essentially former Sith, or we can say dark apprentices of Dooku. But I love seeing, like, that it fits to who they are. Just like, we're angry, I want to attack now because I'm so angry, and I'm actually stronger, which is great.
Yes.
So.
And it's extra cool that, of course, in this deck, these are your two leaders. So you play a card with both of the focal points of the deck on it. You're going to be like, hey, everyone, look at me and how cool I am at the table.
Always about the people making that thematic thing of how do you make Maul and Savage great leaders together. I know that's something I'm excited about when it comes to these precons. I think I'm changing one of the other to work with them, but I'm excited for it. It's going to be great. Okay. Oh, I was off on what he was playing. It looks like I thought we were getting this. Someone wrote down the wrong Carson, but that's all right. We're going to see this instead. So let's get this going here. We have...
Okay, so we got straight up Piett red base with Iden Data Vault, which is very cool. I played Piett red for a while. During Legends of the Force in particular, and I'm very interested to see what people have done with him in Eternal. Because playing those big triangles just always feels so incredibly good.
Right? Yeah. There's definitely nothing better than that to me in Star Wars is being able to see Star Destroyers in different positions. Like the Relentless is one of my favorites. Just getting that over the city view is so cool.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, just getting leaders that really make the Star Destroyers worth playing. Because obviously they should cost more. They're powerful, game-ending things. When they come into a battle or into a fight, it should be this this epic occasion, and it feels that way every time, which is great.
Yep. As someone that's played a lot of Piett, like I said on one of my other commentary videos with you, I played him at Sectors, and I did pretty well with him. It feels good playing these things that normally you're kind of locked out of playing in other decks, and I think it's why he's my favorite, because I've always got a streak of that, like, Timmy, like they have in Magic, where, you know, the Timmy players are the ones that see a big number in a card, and they're like, oh, I have to play that. That card is objectively the best, and Piett lets you do that.
Totally. He totally does, and it makes it just playable, and it's one of those things of, like, I love Piett. I want to play him more because of that, because every Star Destroyer that comes out, every capital ship comes out, there's not going to be probably a better leader for that. Which is okay. Like, sometimes it can feel a little boring, but maybe we'll see some other leaders similar to Piett. Maybe they may even be named Piett. But
very cool.
Hopefully we get to see that variety. So here we go. We're going to go ahead and transition over to the game board now. So we have one of our local or semi-local players, Carson Caruso, playing Iden, and his challenger is playing that Piett we were just talking about. Let's go ahead and get the timer.
This Iden Data Vault deck, I think Iden is known for being like a hard control sort of leader. So that's actually going to be kind of tough for Piett, because a lot of times you're playing one giant unit per turn, and if somebody's playing like the eternally available cards, especially Power of the Dark Side, that can be awful for Piett.
Yeah.
I do think that obviously we're doing Piett. It's gonna have the card that spits out droids. Because how can you not play that in Piett? Like, that is such a good counter to the way removal works, is to play the invisible hand at 5 resources, and then you're getting multiple units per turn, and it helps protect you against these kind of Power of the Dark Side sort of moments.
Well, here we go. We've already gotten started off here. We're round 4. The lunch break has just finished, so these players are a little bit more refreshed. And we have the challenger with Piett playing the Gonk droid, getting the chance to swing on Carson, who's running Iden Data Vault. So just a reminder, this is the unlimited power stream here at GongaiiGames outside of Portland, Oregon, for our first eternal PQ here in the area. And it's been an exciting day so far. I'm joined by Metal Marshmallow from Jank Tech, and we're just excited to call some games which have already escalated. We have Invisible Handout with the HK out as well. So it is a great time. Fee, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing awesome. Like, especially because I'm being surprised with a Piett red match right out of the gate, because this is my absolute favorite leader to play. And seeing this is like the dream right here. Like, the challenger here, they got the Gonk, they got the early invisible hand, they got HK. This is like the best start you can get with this deck.
Yeah, it's really tough. I'm interested to see how Carson pulls this off. He's ramping hard here, but this is a great move for someone who has 33 health and Iden Versio, who's going to be able to heal at least once every turn as long as something dies. And then once she's deployed, anything that dies, including herself, I believe, will also give her the healing bonus.
Yep, it can be pretty hard to deal with if you can play a board wipe and just blow everything up. Maybe she's got the shield on her, so you can play the board wipe that kills anything that isn't upgraded, and she's going to stay alive and heal a whole bunch. And
well, the nice thing about Eternal is that you get so many of those awesome board wipes available to you, and when you're playing villain, it's a great selection. Here we go. Iden is deployed, and she immediately swings into the HK, which is going to stop HK from doing damage every time a unit dies, and start healing Iden Versio's base.
It's an interesting move getting that shield knocked off, because that is going to make her a little bit more fragile. You can see that we've got some removal in Piett's hand. So once Piett gets set up, like your late game, you can play Turbo Laser Salvo, you can play Overwhelming Barrage, you can do all kinds of things to get rid of their stuff once there's no shields on it, because a lot of Piett's removal is damage based. And if I was in this Piett player's position, I would kill Iden as fast as possible and make sure that everything else is safe.
Well, and what's fun here is that both of them are ramping in different ways, right? We see Piett giving you this ramp with giving you the ability to play capital ships for 2 costs less. If the Gonk droid attacks, it's going to lower it. And we see Iden going for more of a standard, kind of a long-term ramp, right? A true ramp where it's putting resources into their resource pile, ensuring that they'll be good to go further and longer than Piett is, because if Piett dies, they're going to lose that advantage.
Yep. Although the great thing about Piett is he's good at giving you that kind of like mid-rangey burst of large units. But once you get to like 8 resources with him, like you can still play Devastator.
Yeah.
Like there's all. So it's not the worst thing in the world if Piett dies after you've gotten like your money's worth out of him at like the 6 resource turn.
All right, looks like Piett we just had some leader-on-leader violence with Piett taking out Ina and Versio. So she is out, so the healing for Carson's going to be a lot less, and that resupply carrier is going to go ahead and swing in and deal some damage on those dockyards.
I love seeing Ruthless Raider back in Piett. This was one of those cards that we lost during rotation, because like to play Ruthless Raider at 5 resources is so good.
Yeah.
Just getting that double trigger damage, hitting base directly, like you can like finish games out if they only have 2 damage left by just playing Ruthless Raider and hitting the base directly. So it's like a really fun multi-purpose card. Like I think the game is healthier for having rotation, but this was definitely one of those ones that like when I took my Piett red deck apart, once rotation happened, I was like, I'm going to pour one out for my boys on the Ruthless Raider, you know?
I mean, I'm with you. Raiders is such a great card with a strong start for set 1. It's hard. Oh, there it is. There it is. The first board wipe. But hey, what I was saying, Ruthless Raider is so strong because when it dies, it's going to deal some damage to the opponent's base and to a unit if there was a unit out.
Yep. Although this is the hard part about playing against a blue villain deck that's got the Eternal card pool, is once they do the board wipe, then that's like it's time to drop Avenger. And then like if you can't keep up with that player in terms of playing units, then that's kind of like GG. Like it's so hard to deal with the Avenger at that point.
Ivan's still healing, going back down to 10. It is 10-4. And then it looks like I forgot to put out the life pucks, which make it a little bit more visible. The players are doing well with it, but I think we'll get it switched out here as soon as Dave Clark looks at me. But we'll go ahead and raise this damage. There it is. That's the players. Dave. There we go. Perfect. So he'll take those out there. Carson's damage is now at 16.
Which, you know, like this is a hard part for Iden to come back from. Unless, of course, Carson starts playing like Vigilance. That's one of those classic like blue villain control cards to play at this point in the game. That's a lot of healing and messing with your opponent's stuff, getting them to discard things off the top of their deck that they're going to need. Or the Walker. You know, the Walker's just fine too.
All right. Well, the Walker, and the Walker's going to keep him in this game a good amount of time. I'm interested to see if Carson's going to play more than 1 unit a turn. We've seen Piett be able to do it, but we'll see how they both do. But now Piett has these 2 great overwhelming vehicles with Raid 1. So that's awesome. What is that? The MC?
Yeah, the MC-30 Assault Frigate, 5/5 with Overwhelm and Raid 1. It's a really great card in Piett because you can play it at 4 resources.
Mm-hmm.
I've never looked at it as much of an exciting card in late game because obviously it's not come out and obliterate everything with your space laser card, but it's a good solid unit, and you could, if you have multiples on the board, like they still got that Overwhelm. I mean, you're still pushing out a pretty good amount of damage.
Oh, look at that nice command from Galactics. We saw a lot of those come out there, so that is super cool.
Yeah, getting the ping on something, the option of ramping, experience. Oh, Devastator.
All right, well, Devastator is going to make sure that the healing is stopped on that on that Walker, and now Carson needs to have an answer here. I'm sure he does. I'm sure a lot of those low-cost cards in their deck is going to be something to deal with, like the Devastator, whether it's an upgrade or some spot removal.
Yep, and there's plenty of removal in blue-green villainy.
Oh, I love it.
I mean, at this point, like you could play Vanquish. I don't think they've got enough resources for Rivals Fall, but like.
Hey,
okay.
Takedown.
Classic. And Takedown, of course, sets up for Power of the Dark Side, which when you have only 1 giant triangle, that puts Piett in the situation like, okay, do I swing with it as my first action to get the 10 damage, or do I play something else and risk it getting removed?
Yeah. Well, hopefully the Piett player swings with the Devastator early rather than try to set up anything else. You'd rather just get that damage, put Carson at 25, and make him sweat a little bit because over time, I mean, the longer you play Iden, the longer it's going to take to defeat him.
Oh.
Ooh, there it is. One of everyone's favorite cards.
Oh, it feels so good playing that card as Piett. And in this situation that the Iden player is in, to be like, I got to put 12 damage on my base. I don't have any units. It's like when you're Piett, you're just like, oh, I'm in the zone, baby. Oh, man.
Lost and forgotten. So we're going to heal a little bit there, get rid of that Devastator. It was a good move to use the Planetary Bombardment early. You get the most amount of damage there. Again, keeping that pressure on Carson. So great job on the Piett player.
Oh, yeah. I like Lost and Forgotten. I think this is an interesting card because, it does mostly the same thing as Rival's Fall, except you can't use it on leaders, but you also heal, which is kind of what Iden's whole deal is anyway. So that's a really cool addition to the Eternal version of this deck.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If it just gives you that extra bonus, because even if you only take out that one unit, you'll heal for 3, and then you'll be able to use Iden's ability for 4. So I'll pay 6 to heal 4 and remove a threat.
Yep. So Piett's in that really difficult position against Control here, where it's like, okay, we're so close, guys, but if you can't get an invisible hand, that's what we want right now. We want invisible hand to seal this game because you need to start playing enough units that they can't deal with them, and at least getting a whole bunch of droids is going to give you something on deck.
Yeah. Invisible Hand is so good. And the nice thing about Eternal is that we're just going to get more 2-cost droids.
Yep.
So even though HK may be one of the best ones now, ooh, there's another removal. No surprise there, but man, it never feels good to see it if you're the Piett player.
Yep. It's really kind of interesting seeing all of these different aspected cards in this deck because we've seen Single Reactor Ignition, we've seen Command. It's like this is a deck that's ramped a bunch of times, really wants to push late game, control, so you can afford to pay the aspect tax on a lot of these, oh my god, I'm going to kill all your stuff kind of cards.
Yeah.
So it's I always like seeing it when players are doing things that kind of experiment with how the...
Ooh, another one. This time it's only for, what is that, 8?
It's only for 8, but 8 damage directly at a base is still, it's not nothing.
I mean, what that puts Carson at 31. So,
all right. I mean, that's a ruthless. Oh, I wonder if they're naming Ruthless Raider with this card.
That's the right move to do there. So we see the Annihilator, which is again, as we were talking about, it's great to see the big ships come out here, and then we can name a card. Defeat an enemy unit if you do. All right. Takedown on the Super Laser Technician.
Oh, right. Yes, because you have to defeat something that's in play in order to remove it. But I would 100% want to use the Annihilator on the Ruthless Raider. Of course, at this point, oh no, they got the one heal.
They got the one heal.
So that's gonna be enough to get them out of Ruthless Raider territory.
We'll see how this goes. This is game 1 in round 4. There's the Raider, so 2 damage to the base again.
Yep. So even if the Raider dies, though, this is such an interesting position to be in. Can they push enough damage?
Oh, there's the extra healing.
So that might be enough right there.
Yeah, that gives you the buffer you need to swing into the Raider, take the 2 damage, because you're going to, whatever Carson gets, he's going to have to discard to heal 3. So go down to 29.
And then Annihilator, when defeated, can get rid of the Raider. So what is the right play here? Swing with the Annihilator. Maybe they get lucky. They have a second copy, so they can play another one and defeat that one in order to proc its when defeated. I'm not sure what the strategy is at this point, but it's pretty interesting because I feel like either player could still potentially get this.
The hard part is, the Annihilator, I think, needs to swing into the Raider because, it decides not to. All right. Because this is it for, I mean, Carson has plenty of resources left, so maybe he has another option here to deal with the Raider.
Yeah.
And obviously he must, because Carson's a very great player. He makes top 8s at a lot of events. We've seen him at Red Castle, Guardian. Just last week in the internal format, he was doing something similar, playing a Gar Saxon deck. So, I assume he has an answer in his hand.
Yes. And like we've already seen, this deck has so many ways of healing that if Iden can just heal a little bit more, then... Oh, interesting.
Yeah, interesting. So Power of the Dark Side is going to make his opponent chooses the SLT.
Mm-hmm. And then that gets the heal with Iden. Is that going to be enough? What are we at here?
All right, puts them at 28. So 5 health remaining for Carson in the Data Vault deck.
So that's out of reach of Ruthless Raider being able to swing into base.
Right. Yes, unless Piett's playing something like Snapshot. I think it's going to take him a little bit more time, but this is the kind of decks I love that are blue, green, black overall. I started playing Iden when she first came out, and this is very similar in that style of like, I'm okay going longer. In fact, I usually want to because I want to play my Star Destroyers. I want to play my Super Laser Blast. So it's such a nice throwback to see, and it's definitely for me as a player what I'm excited to watch because these are the colors I enjoy.
Yep, and that's game right there because Iden's got 18 damage going to base, and Piett can't really do anything about it.
Yeah.
Wild. Oh, man. 1 away from death in the comeback. So cool.
And all that healing mattered, right?
Yep.
Every single spot of healing here got Carson what he needed. That Data Vault with the extra health. It's amazing when it just comes down to like just a sliver of health. Just one more attack would have gotten Piett the win that they needed. So right now they're going to go their sideboards, and we'll see what they have as they go into Game 2 here at round 4.
I can tell you that when I was playing Piett, my sideboard option, having that one capital ship, I cannot remember the name, when it comes out, it gets you a bunch of TIE fighters. I think...
Chimera dies and creates them.
No, it's a green one that gets you TIE fighters when it comes out. In any case, it's an excellent anti-control card because then you're spreading a bunch of stuff across the board that you can still push damage with, that you're more resistant to Power of the Dark Side.
Yeah.
All those kinds of fun things.
And the thing here with obviously the Eternal format is you have nothing but great removal at different costs, right? So you got your power at 3, if your takedowns at 4, if you really need something at 5, it's available to you, and everything else from 6 and up is just going to take care of multiple units in play.
Yep. Although that's kind of an interesting balance of playing one of these hard control decks is like how much of your deck is going to be removal. Because I feel like a lot of these control decks play like a small amount of units compared to a more typical spread like the Piett deck probably has. So it's like you could get in a situation where, yeah, maybe you can kill everything the other person plays, but then if you aren't drawing right, then you're just like, oh no, I need to get a unit at some point.
One of the things that Star Wars luckily doesn't have is, and you don't see this in many other games, but it has existed in cards that say like discard off the top of opponent's deck until they hit a unit. And it would be really brutal in this game, I feel like, because Star Wars does encourage players who want to play a little bit more of that control role like Iden to say, okay, if you can do it, you can do it. Like it's an action by action player A, player B format, so it's okay to set that up because there's more answers there. But that card exists in other games where it could just really wreck decks like Carson. So it's nice to see that Star Wars Unlimited gives players that option of like, hey, if you want to try and control and only play 8 to 10 units in your whole deck, you could do that as long as you make the right decisions and can just hold it together every time you have an action.
I saw a list at one point for an Afra blue control deck, and I, of course, as an Afra apologist, I was immediately interested. And I mean, they all end up pretty similar, where it's removal, Avenger, bam, done. But
speaking of removal, Merciless Contest comes out.
I love Merciless Contest.
I love
so
the
much.
art of Merciless Contest.
Yes,
it's one of my favorites.
I opened a box of Twilight just for fun yesterday, and I was like, whoa, Hyperspace Merciless Contest. I got it, like someplace was having like a big sale or something. I can't say who. But I was just like, oh my gosh, I got a Hyperspace Merciless Contest. This is going in a Twin Suns deck.
Yeah.
Like that's like a lot of cards. It's like as long as I can get a hyperspace copy, man. Like that's the one that's going in that deck.
I'm with you. Merciless Contest is a great one from that set. And then what was that? Order 66. Those are two that I was just like, they're hyperspace, I want them.
Yep. I would love to see Order 66 be a viable card in literally anything.
You know, I have a lot of fun with it in Twin Suns, but I think it's because a lot of players borrow my Twin Sun deck. So I'll be like, here, play this Jedi one. And then
and then Order 66.
exactly. It comes
Heck
out.
yeah.
They're like, what? I'm like, oh, yeah, everything takes 6 damage.
I love that. So we didn't see it in the first game. I'm wondering if Iden is running No Glory Only Results. Because, my goodness, that card wrecks your day when someone plays it on you and you have a Super Laser Technician. You're just like, oh no, I just ramped the other person. This is just the worst.
Yeah, I imagine so. Here we can see it's just a great 5-cost card to take control of an opponent's unit and defeat it. So, yeah, it really slows down the Super Laser Tech. You know, you may be able to find something else, especially with the Piett. You know, maybe they're playing the Blue Chimera. Why not?
Yep.
Probably a sideboard card. Another great one. Direct hit.
Yeah, that's such a great anti-Piett card.
Just defeat a space unit.
Yeah, what is that? 4 resources to get rid of a space unit? That's incredible. That's great anti-Piett technology.
Definitely a card when it came out. I tried to collect as many of the hyperspaces.
Yeah, it looks so cool. I've been unapologetic about this since it was released. Jump to Lightspeed is probably my favorite set in this game. I love what they've been doing since then. Don't get me wrong. I think Lawless Time is like one of the coolest sets that they've done. But Jump to Lightspeed gave us so many neat things. It gave us like that kind of removal. It gave us Invisible Hand. It gave us the Piett Leader, like piloting. It's like there's so much neat stuff in there. And like I've always thought that like the ships and the explosions are like one of the coolest parts about this game. But I definitely agree with you that like a lot of the underworld stuff that's like right up there for it with me.
Well, I think, you know, Jump to Lightspeed, it was such a great set, and I hope we see sets similar to it with a very high space focus. I realized it was our first one, and we needed a heavily spaced focus set to give us a little bit more of that variety in the game. But I really do hope we see that theme continue in these future sets.
It's really telling about the design of the game up till Jump to Lightspeed that Django and Triple Dark Raid didn't become like a huge problem until Jump to Lightspeed came out, and we're just like, oh my gosh, all of a sudden, like these things enable these older things. Oh no,
there it is. I don't know if you caught it, but Carson was about to play a different one.
No, I didn't see what the other card was, but
he was about to play Single Ignition Blast.
Oh, which also, you know, that does damage, right? It's the exact same thing. It does damage for every unit that you defeat.
I believe so, yeah. We'll bring it up here. Single reactor ignition. Yes, for each enemy unit, they'll take damage to the base, but maybe something he just wanted to save for the moment. And there we go. We got the Iden deploy there.
Oh, an HK gone. Oh, no. Oh, and let the healing begin here. Although you can see here in Piett's hand, I don't know why I'm whispering. They're all the way on the other side of the room. But I'm just like, oh, we got Maul. We can ambush Maul out. This is one of those cards that I've seen in the Piett list that I'm like a cat that you're trying to give like medicine to. I'm like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. Like, I know Maul is great. Like, he's a big old chonkus, like ambush, overwhelm unit. He's awesome. But I'm just like, no, I want to play more Invisible Hands, man.
Yeah.
Which we're seeing that happen right here. I think 100% is the right move in this situation. Again, build the board state back up. Yo, we get the win when played. If you got a Separatist, deal damage to a base. Love that. Love seeing that happen. Like, that's just one of the best things that you can get from the Invisible Hand is that instant extra base damage.
That one is it's not Hyena Bomber, right? It's the other one. Oh, Traitorous. So we'll see the card now.
Yep. Oh, Vanguard Droid Bomber. Oh, no.
Oh, and a power.
What a cool move.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Traitorous, power the dark side. That's real neat.
A great little 2-card combo there.
Yep.
Love to see it. Love to see stuff like that.
Yep. I would be I'd be real sad as the Piett player at this point. Because, you know, they're probably like, oh, I haven't really pushed enough damage yet, and we're getting to, like, late game time.
All right, I think I made a quick fix there. That should make it a lot better there. So there we go. We can see more of the player's board which is nice.
Yep, even the resources on the Piett side, which I think it was. All right, Maul. Okay, like I think I always let my biases be well known. I'm obviously biased towards Piett here because he's my guy. I played so many games with him. Oh no. Oh yep.
All right,
Oh,
Walker comes out.
but the ambush with the Walker, get that double heal or extra card draw. Like either way, it's extremely good.
All right, yeah, it looks like he takes one card and heals with by discarding the other one.
Mm.
Yeah, for me, it's as much as I love Imperial ships, and as far as Empire aesthetics, it's always going to be one of my favorites. So, choosing between Iden and Piett, it's always hard because Iden was my first, leader that I really enjoyed in the first when the game appeared. But again, Piett's playing all the cards, all the ships I want to see.
Yep, exactly. It's like it's so hard to ignore all the cool big triangles.
Right, 6-16. Carson with a 33 health base, and the challenger with 30.
I feel like Piett is kind of disadvantaged at this point, though. Like we're in late game. Piett's playing one unit at a time. Like this is okay.
Devastator.
We got the cool Devastator.
Devastator is going to allow him to put damage wherever he wants, a certain amount of it. Looks like he had enough just to take out both units there, which is great. You get to see Piett actually clear the board.
Yep. It's super satisfying to get Planetary Bombardment after you've gotten Devastator out. And you're just like, oh, I get to control where all this is going? Well, let's go into your base then. Ha, ha, ha.
And large removal there. So this is one of those where, it's going to do some damage, but, not ideally the way Carson would have preferred it. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but it does get rid of something that's going to hit the base for a whole lot.
Correct.
And potentially, you get the Planetary Bombardment, like I just said. It's like, so not that Carson has any units to absorb the indirect damage anyway, but just denying the other player some options is really good at this point.
And just doing it to get that one extra damage on their base, the healing off yours, we've already seen that 1 point can matter a lot. Here's one of the new ships. So not the Star Destroyer, but it's the Rebel Hammerhead.
Yep.
That we're seeing there.
I mean, it's still good. It's still got a Star Destroyer on it.
That's true. It's just not the team I'm rooting for, and it's always interesting that it's not. That's not anything. Oh, wrong Hammerhead.
Cool.
There.
We got two of them on there. Okay.
Great art, though. One of my favorites.
It's super cool. Like, I saw this card and I was like, of course they want you to play it with Saw Gerrera.
Mm-hmm.
But I like that it's in Piett here.
Yeah, we're looking at a 6/6 that can come out from Piett at 5 or 4 with a great on attack ability. So, Carson probably has the removal here to deal with it, but he better hope he does.
Yep.
Because that's a lot of damage coming his way.
The interesting thing about this one is you can use it to clear out a giant ship threat. But it's too bad that it doesn't have Overwhelm, just natively built into it.
I mean, hammerheads aren't that big. They
true.
can push. They can break through stuff, but they apparently, not known for doing their damage. But who knows? Maybe we'll see one in the future.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's the same ship as the Lightmaker, right? Isn't that what this is sort of referencing in?
So yeah, essentially, yes, a big hull. The difference is they make it for hammerheads are known for having a bulkier hull at the front to be a blockade runner to just kind of do similar to what you saw in Rogue One, but also just punch through something and have such a strong front shield, front bulk area that it should be leading the charge. It's almost like a paladin.
Okay.
In space.
Oh no, we got command, and of course, because these are not unique units, then they can still get the damage from the command ping.
That was a great move. So he commanded, dealt damage, and then brought the Walker back into his hand from his discard pile. So we know he has another 3 health he can bring in.
Right, that is such a good loop for Iden, especially when you're getting to late game and it's oh, okay, my stuff died, but it's not the biggest deal. I'll be able to play it again.
Oh, this guy. Okay, so discards 1, needs the heal. Just funny to see that Walker again.
Yeah, I'd be real terrified as the Piett player right now. Like even getting Devastator out. Like Devastator's awesome, but like, are we going to be able to like lock it down? The scary thing about Iden with initiative against Devastator, if you get out an Annihilator, you kill this Devastator and you get rid of this one and the red one.
Yeah.
Out of it, like that's just terrifying. Like those are like your best top end chips in the Piett deck, and like. I mean that's not the best either.
I mean, he had to have it. It's definitely where you got to use it now when you see something like that coming your way.
Yep.
Looks like we're going to see another capital ship here as Piett's leader abilities being used. There it is.
Fulminatrix, love the Fulminatrix.
It's because it's the most triangle.
Yeah, I mean, like it just looks like a pizza slice.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I'm glad that I was able to get some pizza in me like an hour ago because this would have made me like crave it even more.
I won't lie, the promo even makes it look like it has like a drip at the end of the point.
Yep, love it. Yeah, just like some good, delicious deep dish Fulminatrix there. But it yeah, that's wonderful. I don't think this is Johnny Morrow's best work. Johnny Morrow is a great artist. This one, I think it's a little drab, but
it's too dark.
Yeah, I mean, it is just a giant metal. Oh no, another board wipe!
Another
oh my
one,
gosh, that's the interesting thing about playing Eternal is, oh my gosh, like how many board wipes are in this deck? Like 6 of these for sure, right?
I mean, if I'm playing Iden, I'm playing them all.
Yep.
So,
all right, we got another Devastator.
It has to take the 4 points of damage. There it goes.
Yeah, this is just like in that weird like late game stage, like where I think this game gets super interesting.
It gets interesting. It gets messy
Yep.
based on those resource piles down there.
Oh yeah, like it's kind of hard to tell how many either of the players has at this point. Like we could just be like, it's a lot. We know it's a lot.
Mm-hmm. It's enough for at least 2 capital ships or 2 large defeat events.
Yep.
Something's coming out.
Yep. Which is, like awful for the player that's trying to play like the big things to finish off the game, because it's like, oh, big board wipe and then power the dark side. It's like, yep.
Well, and that's what you were saying, where it benefits Piett players to play things that can spam a few tokens to at least either put some pressure or to keep you safe from stuff like power.
Yep. Oh, and no glory only results. I guess it is in this deck.
Yeah. And again, it's why not? You're running Data Vault, so you're having to play 10 extra cards.
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably going to have a variety of different removal, maybe at 2 copies of each. Things that can just deal with different stuff because, that's who you are as item players. So 2 direct hits, 2 no glories, 2 takedowns, things like that just seem very natural to throw in.
Yes.
And again, Carson's life keeps climbing up there, but when you look at this board state and you look at the chat, Iden Versio, Carson's leader, has this under control.
Mm-hmm. Although we're not a planetary, but no, we're a planetary bombardment away from victory on Piett's side.
Well, Piett does, well,
not anymore.
There it is, yep. So healing 3.
Ooh, that's an interesting move that says to me, I'm going to play something bigger after this and hope that you can't deal with it. Yeah, it's so interesting having vigilance slightly out of aspect, having command slightly out of aspect, having single reactor ignition slightly out of aspect. It's super cool. And look at this. Look, back down to 20 health on the base. It's just like,
yeah, 20 down to 13. Yeah, I was just at 28. A couple cards away from death.
Yep, I would love to see with Iden players if they had like a running total of how much they'd healed from their base the whole time, because I feel like it's always just a giant number.
Yeah. I've definitely seen enough players hit around 20 healing, because as soon as you throw in the vigilance in there and the walkers, it's not that difficult to see that you prevented how much damage you prevented.
Yep. Oh, interesting. So we went with no ambush on Maul in the hopes that Maul is going to survive long enough to actually get a swing going on here.
Yeah, I think Carson has over 20 resources.
Yeah, that is outlandish. So there's part of me that's like, does this deck run Endless Legions? Because it seems like it could run Endless Legions. Like, that's another one of those pet cards from, like, Shadows of the Galaxy, I think, where you're just like, I mean, you're not going to get to that many resources that often. But if you can, oh my goodness. Yeah, so Endless Legions reveal any number of resources you control. Play each unit revealed this way for free, one at a time. Costs 14, and it's double command. So, like, in this Iden deck, you'd be paying 16 for it. But maybe you reach a point where 16 seems right.
Maybe. I think the Iden deck may not be playing enough units to take advantage of it. But we just saw an overwhelming barrage on a Dark Trooper
Yep.
to take out that Walker.
I think this is GG at this point.
Yeah, Avenger coming out, making you sack that Dark Droid. Not that it mattered too much, but I mean, it's a 9/9 in play.
Yep.
And followed by
another
a resupply.
ramp. Okay, well, maybe Iden is just going to run out of cards. Of course, in this game, you don't instantly lose. You just take damage.
Right.
Because I remember as someone that played some Destiny, like Destiny, you would lose if
Yes.
you milled out, and you had like a 30-card deck. So like mills were like viable strategy with that for sure. Oh my gosh,
That's not
no.
what you want to see. That's so much of your damaging on a play units.
Yep, I would so much rather have had 2 planetary bombardments. But at least you get the Gonk to absorb the Avenger defeat, even though I don't see it as mattering a whole lot at this point. Like, now we've got enough beef over here on Iden's side of the board that, like, there's going to be damage getting pushed.
See another MC. The Avenger swings, they sack the Gonk, and then that resupply carrier looks like it's just going to go straight for the base.
Yep. I mean, they're definitely winning a base race at this point because Piett is not going to heal. And Piett's got, 5 health left?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. And Devastator just obliterating something else.
Yeah, Devastator with Sentinel and just kind of locks it in there. So Carson is going to take that win. Carson has just, again, been shining across a lot of these planetary qualifiers in different formats. We've seen him get in the top 8 in Sealed, the top 8 in Premier, and he did really well at the last Eternal in Seattle, but we'll see if he can make the top 8 today here at the first one in the Portland area.
Oh, well, those are some real cool games there. It's nice to see someone that like has a really good grasp of how the game works mechanically. And if they're able to dominate in all these different formats, you can tell they're not just like some random person net decking and just being like, oh, I'm just going to play this list. It's like you understand why every single one of those cards is in there and what it's like doing as a whole. It's super cool.
Well, we have some time left. I'm going to leave it up to you, Fee. Do you want to jump in and back into some Twin Sun spoilers?
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. All right, let's just go ahead and get back in there. Y'all get to join us as we talk more about some Twin Suns and the cards that are coming out here next month.
I'm so excited. Like, the fact that they finally have a product where you can go into a store and say, I want to play Twin Suns, and give someone money, and now you have a deck. Because, like, that's been a huge barrier for anyone getting into this format. Because even at this point in the game, I have played Twin Suns with so many people, and they'd say, oh, I've never played Twin Suns before. Or you have to say, like, this is what Plan does, this is what Blast does. It's like, this format's been around since the inception of the game.
Yeah.
And so finally they're doing something to make it more accessible. And just, like, I'm hoping it gets more people into it because it's, like, such a cool way of experiencing other things this game has to offer.
Yeah, and kind of like you said, them making a product that you can pick up in stores is great. I've tried to bring a multitude of Twin Suns decks, but it'll be nice when there are just some players who are just like, never built one before, I finally tried it, it was great, now I don't know where to start. Well, you can just pick one up on your way home, or you can pick one up right now and let's just play. Like, some people just don't even want to sleeve it, and that's okay. Like, I'd rather people just be happy to have, be at the table and have a deck, and like, you're going to have fun no matter what. And from what we're seeing from these spoilers, I think these decks are going to be nice and fun and competitive. So.
Oh, yeah. And, like, the thing about Twin Suns is those decks only need to be competitive within the group of players that they're being played with at the time. It's like there's not like a Twin Suns tournament thing yet. Who knows? Maybe they'll do that at some point. Like Commander has tournament events. But it feels like it's one of those kinds of situations where you can kind of build based on the people you think you're going to play with a lot of the time, and think what is this group meta going to look like, instead of having to worry about like, oh, what do I need to sideboard for this matchup? What do I do if this person's playing Han 1? What do I do if they're playing Django? And Twin Suns, it's more like, oh, well, I know that D-Rod is going to try to execute Order 66 on me. So it's just like, maybe I don't run a bunch of Jedi.
Maybe your Jedi should have more than 6 health.
Yes.
No, I think you're right. It gives us so many options, and even whatever you bring, that there's more to the game than just the deck, right? Because it's all about a multiplayer fun, and a lot of that is happens right there at the table, where you're just making decisions with players and saying like, hey, I'll let you draw a card if you don't attack me, or things like that, or like, let's have alliances. And there's always that pressure early on in Twin Suns matches of who are you going to hit first. Some people try to randomize it. Some people try to pick who has the lowest health. But even moments like that, if you try to be like a polite player, this happened the other day, a player only attacked people with the lowest amount of health, chose to attack me, but their unit did 10 points of damage. So
Yikes.
I immediately went from the lowest health to now the most at risk at losing.
Yep.
And again, I think that's what makes it interesting. It's like you can take the same deck, play five games with it, and they can all feel completely different.
Yep.
Even if all the players are playing the same decks as well.
Which is, it's so cool. Like, you'll see so many weird, wacky board states that like just kind of blossom organically. Like, I played a game yesterday where we had one player running a deck with the Kanan leader from Legends of the Force, who can give shields to specters and creatures, and the other player was playing a deck that had porgs in it. And he's like, hey, my porg's a creature. You want to give a shield? And this porg, by the end of the game, had like 5 shields on it, because they had formed an alliance where that porg wasn't going to attack the player that was giving it shields. And so I'm just like, as the other player at the table, I'm just like, so I got to deal with this porg.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I couldn't. That porg just kept on hitting me. And since he was putting experience on it with Leia from Secrets of Power, and then I'm just like, oh no, it's unstoppable.
I love that. But again, that's the interesting elements that you can run into in this format. And I just think that's so much fun.
Yep. Like, that porg with all those shields would not have lasted a moment against that Iden Versio deck that we just saw playing. But in Twin Suns, like, a 1-cost unit can become a giant threat. And it's like, yeah, that's super cool. Like, we love to see that.
All right, well, let's jump into one of the cards that we didn't get to earlier today. The next one, Rush Clovis. So a Separatist unit. We've seen Rush before, but only in yellow. And now we're seeing him in blue-green Vigilance Command, a 2/3 with Ambush and Restore 2. Immediately, this is a guy, not thematically does he fit in some of my decks, but I know I want him in my Boba Fett Fennec Shand deck, because he has those abilities. Just, I'll make it a 3/3 with Restore 2 when it comes out.
Yep. You immediately make some friends when you're doing that on the first turn of the game.
Yeah.
When somebody else is like, I'm going to play a Gonk. Everyone leave this alone. And you're just like, Rush Clovis, Boba buff, your Gonk is dead. And then, they're not friends with you anymore. Also, it's if you have the ability to dirtle a little bit, and dirtling is like, oh, I can use a leader's ability to do nothing, to essentially pass, because you can't take normal pass actions in Twin Suns. It's interesting thinking, wait until someone else blasts, and then shout Rush Clovis, heal the damage from the blast. Always feels good when it happens. Also interesting that he's not heroic and he's not villainy in this incarnation, so you're still restricted by having those 2 colors, because again, they're doing that multi-aspect design with it. But the fact that you can throw him in a heroism or villainy deck is like extra interesting. I mean, well, heck, why limit myself? You could throw him in you could throw him in a ridiculous Saw DJ or Saw Tobias deck if you wanted to do that too. I've thought about building those kinds of no heroism or villainy decks, but haven't quite gotten there. But there's that part of me that's like, okay, I want to try that.
You just traded me the saw I needed today for my Grand Admiral Thrawn deck, and even that one, having the option of throwing in yellow as a base, I just couldn't do it. I'm just running double red. But yeah, it's one of those of like I've done a lot of limiting colors. I'm not sure how much I want to go with as many of the colors for options. It's good, but there's also that part of sometimes just it's thematic where I'm just like, I really want to, those two leaders. It's like I could play yellow, but if I go double red, I feel like I capture the aggression of who Saw Gerrera is.
Yeah, and like it's important to build these decks around theme, and like that, I think that's something that they've done a good job with, and like encapsulating like these different like Twilight of the Republic era sorts of themes.
Yeah.
With these, like with all these characters, but like I've definitely had decks where there was a deck I did a video on probably like a year or so ago. With the Luke Pilot and Mace Windu in Lake Country, like, we're just going to do only aggression and heroism. And it was a pretty decent deck because, you got the ping from Luke, you get the ping from Mace after you ping something with Luke. Just revisit that deck. That would be super cool to go back to that. I was a huge Mace fan back in the day. I think Butts got a lot bigger over time, and it's harder to ping down with a leader that only does 1 damage at a time.
Yeah. Especially a little restrictive with some of their requirements for doing the damage. If it was a little simpler, then I wouldn't have as much of a problem. But sometimes you just have to do too much to make it work.
Yep. Rush Clovis, on the other hand, this is easy peasy. Like, I mean, he's just like, he does a lot of work for you.
Yeah, at worst, you're paying 2 just to gain 2 life that turn. But if you have any other abilities, but for attacking, a unit being defeated, unit taking damage, you're gonna hit those triggers, which I think is really great. Just gives you those options.
You put him in with Morgan Elsbeth, the leader that no one else but me cared about from Legends of the Force. It's like, I attacked with a unit that had Restore 2. I can play a Restore unit at a discount.
That's true. That's true. Gives you that awesome bonus there. Looks we have a little bit more time. I feel like a lot of players are finishing up round 4 really quick. So let's go ahead and jump into the next card.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we've had a few people drop that that got their fill of playing against Django earlier.
I know at least one person did.
Yep.
Awesome. Well, the next card we're looking at is Dooku's Solar Sailor. So, nice 3-cost space unit, 2/4, when played and on attack. If the base was healed this phase, give an experience token to another Separatist unit.
Ooh, that's cool. I mean, obviously that encourages tribal building. If you're going to zazz it up a little bit and use this with the old Twilight of the Republic Dooku, who of course gives Separatists exploit, this would be an excellent card to throw in with that. But because we're going to be constantly giving out battle droid tokens with the new Dooku leader that this, I'm sure, comes out of that deck.
Yes.
Then, if nothing else, you're going to have a 2/2 battle droid now that's essentially just going to get free experience if someone has healed a base.
And again, if it's tough with the exploit because you're usually thinking about, like, what do I need to defeat? Like, everything is defeatable, right? If you go to the exploit, it's like, yes, I want battle droids to eat up and play something bigger, but sometimes you may have to use whatever you have available especially if you're playing an older Dooku.
Yes.
But Dooku Solar Sailor, it pairs well with like Rush Clovis, who we just saw, right? You play Clovis, and the next turn you play the Sailor. Well, now you have a 4/5 ambush Restore 2.
That sounds awesome. Even better if you could ambush this out and double trigger. Yeah, I think this is super cool, and it's another one of those ones that if there is a hyperspace version of, it's going to look stunning.
Oh yeah, I think this is one of those. The way they built this card shows how much more they're putting thought into theme builds. So like Separatists, like a card like this would be insane if it didn't have another Separatist unit on it. It'd be played a lot more. People would want it. It just does a lot. And limiting it to Separatists is great because I think it really strengthens up players who want to play a more competitive Separatist build. This is the kind of cards they were looking for, of just like, I just need something with a little bit more oomph, and here we go, and it's specific for them.
Yes.
Which is really cool. So.
Yeah, any more trait-based support I'm always a huge fan of in this game. I remember when the first set came out, and you would see, like, Underworld on things, and it had, like, no synergies when it was Spark of Rebellion, and then, like, Shadows of the Galaxy came out, and it's like, oh, we got a bunch more Underworld stuff.
Yeah.
And, by the time, like, Secrets of Power rolled around, Cad Bane Tarkentown was like one of the decks.
Yeah.
And that's just like a straight up underworld tribal deck. So it's like I'm just anytime we see stuff like this, I always like think this is cool. And also, when am I gonna get my hut based deck? When are you giving me those huts, FFG? Come on, you can do it. You've got a few.
I am also excited for it. One of the things that Eternal format brought to me was the joy of building a Jabba the Hutt themed underworld deck. When I came into Star Wars card games, it was at the height of the Decipher not launch, but just Decipher, which was the original Star Wars card game creator, and they just came out with a set called Jabba's Palace. So as a kid, that's really all I could afford was the most recent pack that was available. So I had nothing but Jabba's Palace themed decks. So Eternal format, Lawless Time has given me more of what I want. I am excited to build it all. The only thing I'm waiting for is Jabba does have a spaceship. They gave us his sail barge. They've given us his Rancor. They've given us some cards that reference like being thrown in the pit. I just want to see his spaceship, which I know is not mentioned in the movies, but it's the only card from previous games that I am missing to have that nostalgic fun and factor. And Eternal's going to give that to me. Obviously, it's not as competitive as some of the decks we've seen today, but it's a great starting point for me of building something that I think I'm always going to have fun with as long as Star Wars Unlimited is around.
I mean, like, if they're giving us glups like Wilro Hood, I think you can hold out hope for Jabba's spaceship.
That'd be great.
Yeah, like it's very cool that we've seen some of like the deep cuts in here. Like personally, I'm just hoping that since we've got musician trait, that we get the modal nodes at some point. Like, if anyone has seen any of my my stuff on my channel, I've been in a modal nodes thing recently.
Just Bith, and
Bith,
all day.
yeah. But
Figure and Dan is
Figure and Dan, yeah.
I can't remember any of the other names. But
Doik Knots, I think, is another one. Tech is another one. The video that I did on the Jar Jar format recently, we actually had Doik Knots himself on the channel talking us through how the Jar Jar format works, which is really fun. Yeah, it was me in a paper bag.
Don't spoil. Don't get him behind the curtain.
All right, okay. But yeah, so I actually subtitled everything Doik said because I was like, oh, well, I mean, of course a Bith would have like this kind of like New York, New Hampshire-ish kind of accent.
I don't know if that's xenophobic or not, but sure.
I grew up on the East Coast, so it's just like I feel like it's
They give you that vibe, that energy. When you see the Bith and Figure and Dan, the model notes playing in episode 4, that's the vibe you get.
Oh, yeah. Like those guys, you know, they've played everywhere. They played for Jabba, too, and nearly got killed because of it. I read a lot of Star Wars books as a kid. Like those Tales from the Blank books, like Tales from the Cantina and Tales from Jabba's Palace, Tales of the Bounty Hunters. I was like, oh, I would read those cover to cover nonstop. They were so good.
I was so pumped because someone gave me Tales of the Bounty Hunter for Christmas, and it was the original cover, but it had the additional books I never read as a kid. So it was nice to get something that was a hardback of like, I had this book, I looked at this cover all the time, and now I have, 20, 30 extra chapters of stuff I didn't read. So it's really exciting. Like, it was just so fun to get something like that.
Yes. That book is what made me such an IG-88 fan in this game, because IG's story is super interesting with the whole droid uprising and then, like, uploading himself into the computer, the Death Star. It's like, oh, my gosh, this is cool. I hope they explored that in Star Wars Unlimited, because IG, I think they did us IG fans a little dirty with the first set, where they're just like, here's a leader that will die to removal that is easily available in the turn that he deploys.
Yep.
But, we got a ship. We got the pilot unit. Like, we got the new 6/3 shielded one in Lawless Time. I think that's a real playable unit. So I think we're going to get there with IG.
I'm with you. I think we'll see kind of, some units could have been improved, and then there's so much more they can do. And hopefully we get more of that. The nice thing is when we talk about old canon and things that maybe we'll go back to, maybe we won't, but the nice thing about like the droid uprising stories and the old canon is that we see a little bit of that in the new stories of the Dark Droid storyline. There's even a fun planet in, I think, Alphabet Squadron, second time referencing that today, but there's a planet where all the droids live in freedom. And it's like this, I can't remember the name of the planet, but essentially it is a giant gas station. And so they allow living beings to show up, but just to refuel. But it's definitely one of those planets that I'm just like, I want to know so much more about this, and read a little bit more about the dark droids and what's happening early on in the, I think it's like right after Battle of Yavin. So a couple of fun things there, but not as much as we had earlier, as you mentioned, like the huge IG-88 storyline, that production line of assassin droids that we slowly have learned a little bit more about, and from like the Mandalorian series, and seeing how Babu Freak and his race made a few of them. Just so much interesting deep lore, and hopefully we get more of that. And again, see an amazing IG-8. Or I'd love to see some just IG-88 appear with the other assassin droids.
Oh yeah.
In similar how we saw like back by the Pikes. Like show me IG-88 and his boys. Show me that force that's just so deadly and approaching.
Oh yes. As a droid lover, like as someone that's played a lot of Piett, the fact that there was a droid related deck with Piett was what kind of kept me coming back to that after I was like, oh, I came for the triangles. I stay for the droids. And like just getting to play all these cool droids in there, I would love to see more droid stuff in this game. Like every time they release new droids, I get excited about it.
I think we're going to definitely see some great ones. I loved seeing BT and 000 show up in this last set, stuff from the Star Wars comic books and Dr. Aphra series. So great to see that. I think we're going to have a lot more droids, as well as just, it's nice to see, as you mentioned, like the musician trait. We're seeing that diversity of traits from not just like it's Underworld, it's Bounty Hunter. Well, now it's Underworld, Bounty Hunter, Spy, Droid, Official, Assassin. Like it's good that we're seeing that variety, because as you know from playing other games, it's like those kind of traits ensure that we have a longer lifespan of the game and a lot more options, especially in multiplayer building.
Exactly. Like you look at like where Commander is with Magic, and they've got decades of cards to pull from when people make tribal decks. So you could be like, oh, I want to make a deck with only vampires or only rats or only whatever, this and that and the other thing. And there's cards that support whatever that archetype is that you want to build around with traits. And like, if we can get to a point in this game when you can say, I want to build a Jawa deck, then it would be very cool if that kind of thing could happen.
That is what people want. That has always been a very popular demand. How many Jawas can I build or throw out on a map?
I think like the microphones aren't picking it up, but I think people have been yelling Utini the whole time here, like just to show their support for Jawas.
All right. Well, it's hard to pick up on the mics, which is great. There's so much stuff happening here. Every time I take my headphones off, I'm always surprised how loud it is. But looks like we're getting ready for the next round. So let me just double check here with the judges on who we're going to have.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to Unlimited Power's coverage of the GongaiiGames Planetary Qualifier, Eternal Planetary Qualifier here in Portland, Oregon. I'm Corey with Holotable Games Network, and I've got next to me.
I am Dave of...
Dave.
Yeah, just Dave.
I'm
just
Dave of the Daves.
Yeah, we're talking Dave of Unlimited Power from the limited side of Unlimited Power.
There we go. I like that. And we've got a fun one for you. We actually have Jennifer back, our Team Night Sister? Team Night Sisters. So we highlighted her earlier today, but we also have a Thrawn 4 Red. I kind of wanted to highlight this one. I'm a big fan of Thrawn 4 Red. I've been playing it a bit in the Premier format right now, and I think it's a pretty strong deck, and I'm curious to see what this Eternal build looks like. So this should be a fun one.
Yeah, it was definitely a deck that I tried to make work for a while. It was almost there, but I think with maybe some new additions from Lawless Time, like Flash the Vents, it might have the tools necessary to kind of get over the top. It was always seemed to be 1 or 2 actions short of previous meta.
Just short. Yeah, I feel like it's getting close right now. Couple additions it's gotten. Actually, Aggressive Negotiations is really good in it because it gets a lot of card draw out of when defeated. It also got the addition of Flash of the Vents, Arinda Price recently. Like it's gotten a few things that have really helped it out a lot.
Before you were basically just looking at Count Dooku as your one activator of activating all your one defeateds. And while that was quite powerful, didn't always do what we needed it to do.
Well, we got a Sabine out right away. So we got double Sabine going on the Spectre side. That Sabine is quite useful because it does clear that off the door technician off the board before he can get that heal. So.
And it also protects the other Sabine because now he has 3 other aspects available. So
exactly.
The 2-drop Sabine cannot be attacked, though in the red-blue Thrawn deck, there is 0 ambush.
I don't think they're really seeing any ambush. That's not a concern.
Yeah.
It's more that hard removal that you'll be seeing. I'm sure there's at least some of in there.
Yeah.
And I'm curious what he's splashing. I mean, the obvious is probably a legacy run. I mean, that's the basic for if you're going to use non-yellow Thrawn, throw a legacy run in there. That gets you a quick 12 damage to just board wipe most other decks, which is really powerful. But I wonder if he's splashing anything else. With the Eternal format, there's a lot of options.
Yeah, I could definitely see maybe splashing in even, what's it called, Sneak Attack.
Yeah, that's not a bad one.
Because that could definitely lead to some big swingy turns. If you can get that on a Ruthless Raider, you're looking at 10 damage just out of the hand.
Yeah, and even if you end up playing that Sneak Attack without the splash, you're paying 1 more for something to bring it in ready, which could be a game ender right there. There's a Vigilance. Yep, we got a Vigilance.
Here's one of our splash cards. It looks like he's already using the base there. Action.
There we go. That makes sense. You get a Vigilance at 4, which that's nice. Vigilance at 4 is very strong, so that brings him back to 6 health. So it's a 6 combined. Now Thrawn is at a disadvantage. He is down 7 health. I can't add against that Lake Country here that Jennifer's playing. So that is something he needs to make up for, and he needs to keep that himself as healthy as possible because Jennifer's going to just go at base.
Yeah, and Jennifer does have a pretty aggressive start here with the double Sabines into the Ezra that does pump the Spectres. So I could see this being difficult for Thrawn to deal with now that he's cleared off the board.
Yeah, Ezra is definitely an issue. Those XP tokens, I could say it from first-hand experience, they start to add up pretty quickly, and that becomes a problem.
Yeah, luckily there's no Ogdo Bogdo to deal with, but...
So then we're going to see. So we get 3 into base with Ezra, get an XP token on that Sabine. Now Thrawn has to decide what he is going to do to respond. We're just getting another door technician.
Yeah. Made famous by the Jedi Survivor series.
Yeah. Yep. Now, the door technician is not bad, though, because right now Sabine has got 1 health left, correct? Or 2 health left, so he'll be able to swing that into Sabine if he claims. And then get that heal as well. And we got another Sabine. It is the Sabine game right now. It's Sabine's masterpiece. Look at this.
That looks like a pretty tough turn, though, for the Thrawn there. He was only able to use 1 of his 5 resources on that turn before having to claim. And that's not what you want to see when you have to claim early is your opponent going very wide.
Just dumping everything because don't have a legacy run out yet. So still waiting on that. So don't really have a good board wipe option.
Yeah, and now he has to decide whether he's taking out the Masterpiece or the Sabine.
Yeah, and you want that Masterpiece gone first because that thing can get really dangerous with all the different colors that are currently on the board.
Yeah, he would be able to get, or Jennifer would be able to get an extra 1 damage in. And does the blue let you draw a card, or what is the
blue? Is the draw? Yo, I'm trying to remember. It's been a while since they've pulled up the Sabine. There we go.
Oh,
blue
restore.
Is the heal.
Yeah.
And then the Exhaust and Ready is the yellow. You get 3 or 4 3 or 4 different aspects out. That Sabine's Masterpiece is scary.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting that Jennifer decided not to put any damage on the other Sabine that can't be attacked.
Yeah, that.
I would have really thought about doing that rather than putting some damage on the Ezra, or even just using that extra health on the base to kind of make sure things stayed healthy on her side.
Yeah, keep it up a little stronger.
Yeah. As Thrawn's already used the splash base, so you do not have to worry too much about an overwhelming barrage at this point.
Yeah, yeah. He could hit that next turn obviously, once he gets to 7. But yeah, right now, OB is not a danger. Legacy Run also is going to be a 7 right now, now that that's been spent. So a lot of the potential big board wipe threats are not there.
Yeah, the big power plays. He definitely used the Vigilance early and aggressive to try and stem the bleeding, but this is looking like a pretty solid game as he is on death's door with 1 health left.
Yep. So now he's got to swing the door technician, kill off that Sabine, get a little bit of health back, but Jennifer can still flip Hera, and there's another 4 damage right back at you, putting you back at 26 again.
Yep. Not to mention she still has 5 resources left.
That's huge.
Yeah, so we could be seeing a ghost in space here too.
All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to swing in and kill Hera. All right.
Thrawn
That's
should not be
tough.
dead. Yeah, Thrawn should not be dead.
She flashes events.
Yeah.
Flash events.
It's
if it does damage to base. Yes, we want to get a quick flag there. That is correct. Because he's going to do exactly 6 damage, which means no
Thrawn
damage
should be
is really done.
alive.
Yep, we're getting a quick judge call just to let them know, hey, that Thrawn should have survived that because he didn't get overwhelmed.
Thrawn should be alive.
Yeah, it gets 6 damage to Hera.
Yeah, only if it does damage to the base.
Yeah. All right, so we're just letting them know that, hey, that Thrawn is still on the board. It did not do damage to the base. Yeah, if the unit damaged the base, defeat it. But because that 6 damage is exactly what she needed to kill, or what he needed to kill Hera, nothing went overwhelmed to the base.
Yeah. Flash the Vents has definitely been quite the standout trick in Limited. Overall, the +2 damage and attacking immediately has been quite strong. I've definitely been blown out by it quite a few times already.
Yeah, it's a powerful card. It is. I mean, the second they spoiled it, I said that is an amazing Thrawn card. That is exactly what Thrawn 4 wants to see, is that Flash the Vents.
Yeah. Especially because they were playing Heroic Sacrifice for 3 sometimes.
Yep. I did that.
Yeah.
I've been there. I've done that.
Yeah, just to try and make it work.
It was nice. I actually did that, and I was messing around with a Thrawn 4 Force deck, so that could turn on Anakin as well using that. So had a little fun with it. It wasn't a great deck, but it was a fun deck, and that sometimes is all you need.
Yeah. You know, it's not necessarily about the win or losses sometimes. Sometimes it's about the friends you make along the way.
Exactly.
You make a lot of friends throwing games to them.
Everybody loves to see that.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're kind of just rolling things back a little bit, just because that Thrawn is still alive. That does change some decisions potentially.
No, he's still
maybe
alive.
the Thrawn's still alive. Keep that Thrawn up there.
But he is exhausted.
Yeah, he will be exhausted though because of that Flash the Vents play. Well, actually, it looks like they're just doing the reset for the next round. So they are getting set up now. It's still, again, even with a Thrawn alive, I'd say that Tien is still in a pretty rough position.
Yeah, it's definitely on the back foot. But
So I think we have got it reset to the resource phase at this point. We're just kind of winding things up, I think.
Or they're waiting on the head judge to come. Yeah.
Yep, there we go. We're just resetting, going to the next round.
We're going to the 7 resource phase.
And immediately dropping on Alexander Callus.
Now Callus gets his revenge on Thrawn.
Yep, now Thrawn is dead. Oh, no, wait, not quite. Because Thrawn...
Oh, Thrawn does have the 7 health.
Yeah. I mean, it's a fun play, I will say, but...
I think the damage would have been...
I feel like swinging to base should have been her first, because now you're losing the Ezra. You could have got 3 damage and another XP token onto Sabine.
Especially because he wasn't going to be able to attack the Sabine anyways.
Yeah, but anyway, that is still game. Tien knows that, hey, that Callus is going to just run me over next turn. I got nothing for this.
Well, I guess actually he could have been able to attack the Sabine if there was just only the Ezra in play.
Yeah.
Because we lost the 3-color unit, but looks like that was a pretty good game for the Spectres. They got their Rebels' revenge.
Actually, I do see the thought process in that play, and that was the right play because I forgot about the Callus gives your other unique units raid 2, which is enough for Sabine to swing for 5 to base to be lethal.
Okay.
It basically made Ezra and Sabine both lethal.
Yeah.
So now that makes more sense. Don't see that card played very often, so I'm not as used to seeing it. All right, so that was an interesting matchup.
Yeah, you don't always see the initiative effect of getting raid 2 being that relevant.
Right?
But when every unit in your deck is unique, it's pretty good.
Helps a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
I will say I'm with Jennifer. I think Hera just keeps getting better and better as the Eternal format grows because they keep adding more Spectres. Just this set alone, she got so many good Spectres. All those multicolored Spectres, every single one of them is fantastic. And the fact that they're all just open for Hera to play whenever she wants is huge.
The real question is getting the correct numbers of them.
That's the challenge.
She does seem to have had like a couple awkward turns so far on camera where she's had, only one thing to play and stuff like that, and leaving a lot of resources up. But it seemed like it went well for her this game.
Yeah, this was a good start.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got a little comeback after Jennifer had a rough last game on stream. She at least was able to come back and swing hard in this first round. So we'll see what the sideboard plays are. I wonder, Thrawn is going to have some things for aggro, and I think that's what he's pulling right now, is anything that can just wipe out units as quickly as possible, because what he needs to do is play the slow game. He needs to slow Hera down enough until he can get that mass of his smaller when defeateds out. So he's going to be definitely switching over to a stronger control side of the game.
Yeah, I think part of the issue too is when you are playing kind of the Thrawn blue deck, unfortunately the when defeateds tend to be in two different directions. The red when defeateds are aggressive ones, whereas the blue ones tend to be less aggressive units, so a bunch of 2/2s and 2/4s, stuff
2
like
3s in space, yeah. Things that get you healing. So that's like, I'm sure he might, we know he's playing the Imperial Door Technicians. That makes sense. 1-drop 2/2 that gives you a heal. Great. He's probably got some of the, I can't remember the name of the 2/3 TIE Fighter that also heals for 2,
Onyx
which is
Squadron
4.
Brute.
Yep, Onyx Squadron. Thank you. So he's probably got some of those, but he might not have a full set of those in just in your base deck, but he might have some on the sideboard just for in case he hits aggro. So we may see a little bit more restore coming from Thrawn's side to try to just stave off that damage a little bit longer until he can stabilize. I'm also assuming he's probably playing some Super Laser Ignition, some board clears, so he's trying to get to that point where he can wipe that board and start to play his bigger units and take over the game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle. A lot of the Spectre units seem to have 3 health.
They do.
And so when you're playing 2/2s and 2/3s, it's a little bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, that could be tough. And we got an immediate mulligan. Tien looks at his hand and goes, no, hard no.
It looked like some pretty expensive units. I think we saw Arinda and the Ruthless Raider, but probably nothing in the early game.
Yeah, those aren't going to help that early game, and that's really what he's got to focus on. He's got to stave off that early damage to be able to make it to those later turns.
Yeah, he definitely seems like he has more of a controlling shell if you're playing Vigilance and stuff like that, too.
Yeah. I like it, though. We saw earlier today we had Kiri was playing the Boba Green with the Splash Base to play Cunning for 4 also. Well, 3 technically with Boba 1. So it's getting some real good value out of those Splash Bases. And I've been saying, I think, of everything we've gotten of this latest set, Lawless Times, I feel like the Splash Bases have added the most to the game as a whole. That really opens up your deck at a cost of just a 3 health, which... yeah, that can make a difference, but it opens up your deck building significantly, which is huge.
Yeah, definitely with the amount of creative players in the game, it seems like they have been, even now we're seeing like Splash Bases and, Piett, the Han 1 decks are playing it for, possibly playing Resupply and their double yellow decks and stuff like that, so...
yeah, I think it's fun. I also think, you're the limited player. I play a little bit of limited. I think it's made limited really fun. The fact that I'm drafting and I need to really look at pretty much every card in the pack rather than just going, all right, what are my colors that I'm aiming for? Let's focus on those unless there's a bomb outside. Now it's suddenly like, oh no, everything that's within my heroic or villainy side I need to start considering because I'm going to have that splash base.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to get used to. I still tend to try to draft pretty close to like the colors that I'm going as my primaries, but maybe it's something I need to be considering a little bit more overall. It also does complicate drafting a little bit because people to your left and right might be taking cards that they normally wouldn't be taking in a normal draft.
Yeah.
Because you have the ability to get out there faster.
All right, so we've got a Krennic dropping on Thrawn's side, which that's going to help him get some bigger units potentially earlier with that playing a when defeated for one less. And we've got Jen dropping a chopper, throwing an XP on him, so he's at 2-3 right now. Not that chopper, the 1-2 chopper, the new chopper. One of the choppers. There's a couple now. All right, there he is, the raid 1, give an experience token. So he is coming in as a 2-3 immediately. And what are we going to get here? We're going to get an Arinda price out already. So that is a threat. That is a big threat that can actually start to take care of some of these problems that Hera's putting down. And then on top of that, the when defeated on Arinda allows you to defeat another friendly unit and deal 4 damage to the opponent's base. So it's a strong one. You can double up that when defeated if you have enough units out. You can use it to trigger when defeateds on other units if you want. It's really one of the best newer additions for Thrawn, or she is.
Yeah. It was definitely an interesting choice from Jennifer there to capture the Krennic. I mean, she's probably worried about the resource cheating, but Tien's just going to get the Krennic right back.
Yeah.
It's probably is the first action here.
Yeah, my guess is she didn't have another play, unfortunately. There's probably, because that does feel like kind of a feels bad, as you mentioned, because Thrawn is just going to be able to swing immediately. He's got initiative. He can take out that chopper, get his Krennic back, immediately resource cheat again.
Yeah.
Doesn't really help Jen's board state.
Yeah, generally you want to be trying to go as wide as possible with the...
Yep, and exactly as expected.
It should only be 2 damage.
Should be 2 damage on Arinda. Not 3, because he's got raid 1, but that's only the swinging. All right, so we got a Kanan drop, so she's going to bounce that. Yeah, so Kanan's going to bounce that Krennic, but then Krennic's just going to get replayed right back out. So
yep.
This is kind of the opposite of what we saw last match, where this is looking a little rough on Jen's side. She's in a little trouble at the moment. Oh, they're seeing. Yep, it's a 2. Just a quick flip, and there we go. That's fixed. It should be 2, not 1.
I think.
There we go. 2. Yeah, there we go. So we got it eventually. That's another one up there. I can never remember the name of that 2-1 ship, but in a Thrawn deck, it is really good. So if you don't know, it's a 2-1 space. There we go. The Cavern Angels X-Wing. So it's a 2-1, but it's got a when defeated, deal 2 damage to a base. In Thrawn, that's 4 damage. If you can flash the vents that's a 8 damage swing for the cost of 1, or well, 3 total.
Yeah.
So that can be a big swing at times. Really strong addition for Thrawn. That was another one I saw, and I was like, oh, that's exciting. I want to get that in the Thrawn deck.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, though, because, as I said, you got the kind of push and pull of, blue-red not being the most aggressive of combinations.
Yeah, not always. I've been having some luck. I will say, right now, Premier, I feel like blue-red Thrawn is one that's being slept on a little bit as an aggro deck. It's got a lot of aggressiveness to it and can go very fast at times. It's got a lot of card draw. Aggressive negotiations gets really strong. All right, so what do we got happening here?
Yeah,
we got
so
the
what
Arinda. Oh, Jen's wanting to
just
read when
sacrifice
defeated.
his whole board? Or no? Okay, sacrificing the Cavern Angels and then doubling
yeah, so
that one.
you double the Cavern Angels. You sack the Arinda dies. You get 4 damage by sacking the Cavern Angels, and then you double that Cavern Angels. So you get 4 out of that as well.
Yeah. I don't know if I would have gone with that overall, but
I mean, you didn't want to clear 2 off of your board, and the Cavern Angels wasn't going to be a huge issue. And I mean, honestly, the Cavern Angels was not going to help with either of these threats that Jen just put down. So we got both a Phantom and a Sabine's Masterpiece out, ready to hit. And it looks like Tien's looking at, yep, we're going to drop a Ruthless Raider. That's at least going to clear that Phantom off the board.
A lot of times I feel like you don't really want to be sacrificing your units, as that's more potential damage down the line.
That is true, yeah.
But maybe Tien has a little bit more experience with these kind of new cards. I was not necessarily a big proponent of Arinda. Thought that she's a little bit small for her. 4/4 for 4 is not ideal.
Not the best, yeah.
But I could definitely see it as being like a good finisher for the deck.
That's the big thing, is it can be a huge amount of spike damage that you're just not ready for. So now we're back. We are on to the 6th resource turn. So we got both Hera and Thrawn ready to flip this turn. Pretty balanced out right now. Got 12 damage on Hera's base, on Jen's base, 6 damage over on Tien's base. So looking pretty even. We're going to drop out a Ghost, it looks like, as a threat in space in order to get another XP token on that Sabine's Masterpiece and a shield. That's huge. That saves that, because Sabine's was ready to get killed by that Ruthless Raider. Yeah. Now it's an issue still for
But
Tien.
I am looking like we're seeing a planetary bombardment coming down from our Thrawn player.
That's a lot of damage.
It's 12 indirect coming in. That's going to get around the shield if Jennifer does decide to put some damage on the Masterpiece. But with the green and yellow unit, if the Masterpiece does get in, she will be able to tap down the Ruthless Raider and put another counter on it.
Yep, and that's probably going to be the best. She's going to need to take some of the damage on her units. 12 is too much to take to the base. So with the shield on the Masterpiece, it makes sense to really load that up because that's going to be fine for a bit. As you mentioned, yeah, you swing in with the Sabine right away and get that Ruthless trap down so that Sabine is still safe.
Yep.
So she's going to take 3 to each of those and 6 to the face. So that 4. Yep. I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
It survives.
Yep.
1 health versus 2 health is not going to make much of a difference on that Sabine.
Yeah. I mean, unless she's worried about like system shock being a thing, but it's still going to grow 1 more this next turn. So.
And he's tapped out at this point. Tien's used all his resources to drop that planetary bombardment, so he's not going to be able to take care of this Sabine's Masterpiece after it attacks.
I guess the one thing that you could be afraid of is his first action being Ruthless Raider into the Masterpiece, and then that would be able to take it out.
Potentially,
but it would be being taken out most of the time if the Thrawn double trigger happens.
Exactly. Yeah, because at this point in time, swinging into the Sabine is going to get it killed, or is going to get the Ruthless killed, that is.
And
the yellow is exhaust or ready a resource.
Oh, a resource.
That we're mistaken here. That's yellow's that. Green is the experience token. So yeah, it can survive still. So he's got a choice now. He can swing the Ruthless in, which is not, depending on what he's got, is not a terrible idea because it's going to get 4 damage into base as well. So yeah, swing in, Ruthless dies. He can do 2 damage to each of those and 4 damage to base, wipe out Jen's board while also getting some more damage into base, ready to flip Thrawn. Still got that Krennic out there for discounted plays in the next turn.
Yep. And if he has any kind of the 1-drops that when defeated, he'd be able to still play it this turn.
Yep. Yeah, you could put out another Imperial Door Technician.
Yeah, or even the First Order Stormtrooper.
Yeah. So that puts Jen up to 27. So she's got another 7 health left on her base, while Tien's got another 11 left on his. We'll see what we're going to get next. This is definitely, Jen got a really good run the last one. A lot of units out quick. Tien's been able to kind of control that this game, and that's been the difference between these 2 games, really. That keeping that board state smaller on Jen's side has really put Tien in a good spot.
With the 7 HP basically has already evaporated the difference in base health.
Mm-hmm. All right, so here we go. So this is the big one. Jen needs an answer coming out the gate. She needs to clear some of these units.
Or put down a Zeb, maybe.
A Zeb would be really good right now.
Zeb, we get
It
5.
looks
Unfortunately,
like a Zeb right there. There we go. We do have the green, so you're going to get 5 damage onto Thrawn with that Zeb.
yeah, and the nice thing is, oh, I guess no. I guess Thrawn will still be able to take it out with 1 attack here.
Yep. Thrawn will still be able to kill it, but it's slowing him down. And that's kind of your goal there. You're getting the Thrawn off the board. You're slowing him down a little bit more.
And you're almost forcing him to do it this action. Otherwise, we'll have to send both Krennic and Thrawn into it.
Yep, exactly. All right, so let's see. Tien's trying to debate his options. Now, any removal is going to be an issue. The positive is for Jen, even if he plays removal to get rid of that Zeb, she can take out that Thrawn with her Hera and keep the Hera alive. Negative, though, is that Hera's then going to die to Krennic. So,
yeah, and then just she hasn't really been able to get a whole lot of value from her Hera attacks. There's never seemed to be a unique unit in play for her to buff.
Yep, and there it is, the trade into Zeb. So she's going to get some damage into base off of that.
I mean, the scary thing is if Jennifer had a 2-drop here, like the Sabine, then you would be in range of being killed by, what's their name?
Exactly.
A Rebel Assault or something like that.
Yeah, if you could get one of those out, but unfortunately to have one. There's one of my favorites from Intro to Battle of Hoth for Thrawn specifically, Admiral Ozzel. Admiral Ozzel is a card that gets forgotten a bit, just because it was in that Battle of the Hoth set. But in Thrawn specifically, that's make your opponent discard 2 cards for the cost of 3.
Yeah,
that's painful.
Yeah, it's pillage with a body in the Thrawn deck.
Exactly.
For 1
3.
less, yeah, for 1 less. So
yeah,
the stats are not ideal, but at least it has the 3 power, which does allow it to trade with almost every 2. I mean, if there weren't so many 2/4s.
Yeah, all the 2/4s, but it's still. I always like it just to put out and say, are you going to let me keep swinging for 3, or are you going to deal with this and discard 2 cards? Like, it puts your opponent in a bad position where they're like, I don't like either of these options.
Yeah.
All right, so we are readied up for the last round. Jen's trying to think if she's going to have a potential answer. Tien's got a lot of threats on the board now, so he's not a single swing away without a pump, but it is very possible he has a pump of some form.
Yeah, she's in need of probably a second Zeb here.
Yeah, a second Zeb would be useful, but even with that, droid missile platform continues to be a problem.
And yeah, the ground, I mean, potentially also Kanan could be pretty good. You could bounce the droid missile platform. Then but then if they do attack with Ozzel, then there's no way to remove the Krennic easily. So
yeah, he can get both the Krennic and the Ozzel out and still get enough damage for lethal. So we'll see what Jen's got. She is dropping 6 for a Ghost in space, which I like that Ghost. The problem is you got to get that Ghost upgraded to get the Sentinel on it.
yeah, so she's hoping that Tien doesn't really have any other options after this next free attack that he gets in.
Yeah, but the challenge is, I mean, Tien is just going to swing that droid missile platform in just to avoid potentially getting upgraded. And we've seen that right away. So that's going to get her to 33. Now both Krennic and Ozzel are lethal.
Well, when Hera does attack, she will gain Sentinel.
Oh, that's true. She does get Sentinel. Oh, yes, because of the Ghost.
Yeah. So that's what Jen's trying to set up here.
Oh, wait, does she? She doesn't.
She gains the Ghost gives all its keywords to all Spectre units.
And it gets an upgrade.
And when it's upgraded, it gets Sentinel.
You're right. So that does make sense. I do like this Hera Spectre deck is a fun little deck.
Yeah, and it does put Thrawn in the awkward position here, where he can't really get through either side, and I guess what he's trying to do is just put up enough damage so that I guess what happens now.
Yeah, Thrawn's as Thrawn swings the Ozzel in, gets the double discard.
Yeah, but I think Jennifer just claims unless he has an answer for one of the units.
Jennifer's got this. Oh, there's an answer.
Can you vigilance? Oh, yes, you can vigilance leaders.
Yes, vigilance is 3 health or less. So that is going to turn it around right there. That was good. And we're going to a game 3, folks. That was a tight one in game 2. Jen almost got it, but that vigilance, Power of Vigilance. That's one that I got to say, I'm not sad to have no longer in Premiere, along with Cunning, and obviously Overwhelming Barrage. So a lot of those set 1 cards were very powerful. So they're going to be a continued staple in the Eternal format going forward. I think we're going to see a lot of Spark cards still being played.
Definitely. They were some of the most powerful cards and meta-defining cards since set 1. They definitely stood the test of time. Even when we had 6 sets out, they were showing up everywhere.
Yep. Yeah, so we are getting a third game for you here in our coverage for those that are just joining us. This once again, the Eternal PQ out here in GongaiiGames in Portland, Oregon. We are in round 5 of 6, so we are coming towards the end of the day, and then we'll be covering, obviously, the top 8 and beyond after that. I'm Corey with Holotable Games Network. I'm joined by Dave.
Yeah,
from
not
the
D-Rod.
Daves.
Yeah,
not D-Rod, Dave.
yeah.
That's true. We have 2 Daves working for Unlimited Power now.
Well, I'm kind of the, what do you call it? The satellite brand.
We just need a couple more Daves. We're just going to have all Daves all day long. That'll be the future goal is, can we have commentary that's nothing but Daves?
Yeah. We need a 3-Dave casting table so it can be 3D.
Yeah, I love it. Yes. The triple D casting table. Yes. Oh, beautiful. All right, they're shuffling up, and we are drawing for this final matchup. Let's see.
It looks like Krennic has probably the best starting hand you can have. We see a Director Krennic, a Door Technician, the Admiral Ozzel. Looks like probably all 3 of those cards are sticking in hand.
Yeah, you want that. That
lets you get out on the
that
board.
is gross.
Yeah.
The one thing I would want beyond that is something to get me some card draw, because I'm about to drain my hand.
Yeah.
All right, so they're going to drop that Krennic immediately. Yep. And then Jen's going to claim, and he's not going to – oh, he is going to put out that Door Technician. I was assuming so, Mike. Get that out immediately.
Might as well. It does allow you to contest the 3/3. Basically, remove all the damage from your base that it's going to do on the attack.
Yep. When it puts Jen in a bad position, does she swing into the Door Technician to stop you from getting the healing? If she does, then Krennic just kills your Battlefield Marine. So,
yeah, I think you just got to be faster than your opponent.
yeah. Oh, but we're going to have an Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
Which I did not know that Jen was running that in this deck. That's a fun one.
It's probably...
And apparently David is the one that recommended it for her. That's a good play, though. I like that.
Yeah, definitely stems some of the bleeding. The Spectres do also have quite a few force units with Kanan and Ezra, so you are looking at least being able to activate it at least more than once, so that's nice.
Yeah, that's a good extra Sentinel. And, yeah, even without getting the obviously for your Obi-Wan, when played, you get to have him have Sentinels when you play a force unit. But even without the when played, a 3/5 for 3 is still a perfectly reasonable stat line. Like, that's not you don't feel bad playing that, even if you're not going to get more Sentinels out of it. That one turn, slowing things down, and then getting that. We got to flash the vents to get 1 damage to base and to heal back up. But that was a lot that Tien had to expend to get that Obi-Wan off the board.
Yeah, he's down to 1 card in hand. Looks like we got a droid missile platform and the Imperial occupiers left. So not a whole lot of gas left.
Yeah. Now, I would say if Jen can get a Callus to bounce that Ozzel back to Tien's hand, I would say strong advantage for Jen at that point.
Yeah. If Kanan does come down, it will be Tien will have lost control of the board at that point. But he will still be able to play out both the 3/1 Ozzel, the 3-drop, and the occupiers.
And
yeah, here's Kanan.
There's the Kanan to bounce that Ozzel. Exactly as I said, that is a huge swing because Tien was counting on swinging that into the Battlefield Marine, getting that double discard value out of that Ozzel, and now it is gone. So now he's going to drop a droid missile platform. That means he can't replay the Ozzel, which he wants to get it out, but it's not that essential. Yeah, I think the droid missile is the better call.
Well, it depends on whether he wants to be kind of fighting for control of the board on the ground.
Fair.
Maybe he values having the space unit out there instead. He is, though, pretty much in top deck mode here. We know his one card was an Ozzel, and he drew 2 and had to resource 1. So
that's rough, yeah. And again, this is where we're seeing that Jen's just getting that board state out. Kanan particularly is a problem for Tien's deck. That he's got a bunch of 2/2s, as we were discussing. Yeah. Kanan's a 3/4. You're going to have to sacrifice both of those to take him off the board.
Yeah. And also, you know, the spies, while they are good, it's going to take a while for him to get control of the board again.
And there's a Chimera. You wanted to hit that. You really wanted to hit that that Ozza with the Chimera.
I think, you know, doing the 6 indirect damage here is pretty solid, too.
Yeah, 6 indirect's not bad. You don't hate that. I don't know if I would agree with Jen on putting it on your units. I would probably just throw it all on base at this point.
Well, one can definitely go to Kanan. It still dies.
That's true.
2 attacks.
Yeah, it still takes 2 attacks at that point.
But, yeah, that does make... I wonder if that was the... Well, he must have drawn the Chimera off the top, so maybe he was thinking about that when he was...
And there's an Ezra again. That is gonna be rough really quick.
Yeah. With only 16 health left on base, you're in a tough race here.
Yeah, that Lake Country is helping Jen a lot right now because Jen can just say, I do not care what you do. I'm just gonna keep putting these threats out, keep pressuring your face. And yeah, see, you've got to sacrifice both of these units into Kanan to get him off the board if you're gonna.
Yeah.
Gets a spy token, which, yeah, that's nice. it's something.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's going to help you with both of those units having more than 2 health.
Yeah, as I think we said that Tien's probably the more control in this matchup, but it looks like there's definitely a sneak attack in hand.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just trying to kind of burst Jen out from here. He does have 9 damage in space, but that is still 15 away from, or 14 away from where you need to get to.
That Lake Country health helps a lot. So, yeah, he's got decent damage, but Jen is showing an additional...
Yep.
And there goes Sabine to take that spy token off the board. And now Ezra can start stacking really any of these units up.
Yeah, and this is the Hera flip turn, so she's going to grow at least another unit too.
Yeah, I think if I were on Jen's side, I would probably flip Hera right now just to use Ezra to beef up that Hera. I mean, that makes sense too.
Yeah, it's both ways.
Yeah, get the damage in from the battlefield first.
Yeah. It looks like we are just in race mode here. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot of trading being going on.
I would definitely swing with that Ezra first, but...
well, it's 1 damage either way.
Oh, that's true. Well, and also she can stack up that Ezra too. So, yeah, you're getting it on that side too. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's still going to be a tight race, folks. Like, this is not over.
Yeah.
We saw that sneak attack. That sneak attack could push some extra damage, which could change the game right there.
Yeah, and Tien still hasn't used any resources this turn.
But what we are looking at is a lethal threat in Hera right now. And everything else is two actions. So right now, Jen can single action, which forces Tien to claim, which that's rough. You didn't use any of those 6 resources. Yeah, you got some damage in.
Yeah, you didn't get to use Thrawn's ability either.
Yeah, that's tough. I think we might. I mean, there's still some potential options. There's still some outs left. But this might be Jen's game, depending on what Tien has drawn. And that's, there's the handshake. That was some good matches, folks. I hope everyone enjoyed. That is a big win for our own Jennifer, who we've had on stream in the past and probably might hop in for a round if we get a chance today. She's always she's just a delightful local community member. For those of you who aren't familiar, she's really been building up her team, Night Sisters, a female-focused Star Wars Unlimited team. And just a fantastic person all around and really a great player and loves to make her very fun, crazy decks, such as her Night Sister or her Hera Spectre deck that she's been on since set 1. Actually, she's been trying to get this deck working since set 1.
Yeah, she's definitely been full Spectre all the time, so that's why we're surprised to see that Obi-Wan hanging out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, David, do we have a standings listing?
We do not. Standings is a little bit different at this event, so we don't have as much access as we do at other events. So a little bit different than normal, but it's all good. It's just more of a preference with the judges and the store, just to limit who had access to players' deck list, and so it just seemed a lot safer for us to not get more here. So fortunately, we don't have the standings or as many details as we usually get, but yeah, it's still pretty great. One more round for sure after this.
Yep, one more round. We'll be going to top 8 immediately afterwards. I'm guessing we're going to see at least 4 Django's. How many Django's do you think, Dave?
It's hard to say. They seem to be beating each other up a lot.
That is true.
I'm definitely thinking at least probably half. I think more than half the field is on the Django deck, so it'll be interesting to see how many of them are able to convert for a top 8.
Yeah, we'll be looking to see how that turns out. Again, it's not an unbeatable deck, but I do think that there is definitely potential that we'll be seeing Fantasy Flight banning Django this week, and I don't think it's a bad idea. We saw it in that early jump to Lightspeed meta. We're seeing it once again. Django just kind of constricts the entire meta significantly in just his play style, and honestly, really isn't very fun to play against.
Yeah, well, it really messes up kind of any unit combat-based decks, which is generally what people like to play in the game.
And is what Fantasy Flight has said. Our goal is to have this be a unit combat back and forth game. Like that's their foremost design spaces. They want to see it be a lot of units. Django ruins that.
Well, and that, and just killing your opponent ruins that.
That's true too. Yeah. But thank you all for joining us for this Unlimited Power stream. I think we're going to take a few minute break and come back. We might pop back in with a few more spoilers. And then we got round 6 coming up actually pretty soon. We got 11 more minutes, one last round of the day, and then we're going to be on to the top 8. So stick around. We've got more fun coming for you.
All right. Yeah, have a good one.
And welcome back. We are in round 6 here at the Portland Planetary Qualifier. It is Eternal here at GongaiiGames. And my name is D-Rod of Unlimited Power, and I am joined with Metal Marshmallow from Jank Tech. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. We've been seeing a lot of cool stuff here, and I'm super pumped to see this next matchup. We got Kira Data Vault. We got Tobias Beckett with a green splash base, and Tobias is one of those real wonky leaders, and of course, that's what I love so much on my particular channel is the real weird stuff. So we're seeing some weird stuff happening here. I'm all for it.
Yeah, right now we're just getting the board all set up here. Cool. And I put in here that we're seeing Evan versus Evan. That's not right. It is going to be Evan versus the Kira player. I don't have the name of the Kira player at the moment. Hopefully I can get that from the judges. But if not, that is okay. We'll just go ahead and update that over to the challenger here.
Yeah, and we'll just call them Challenger or Kira this whole time. And
Oh.
yeah, so a bit about Tobias. It's cool seeing Tobias in an Eternal format.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Because obviously he's part of the newest set, Lawless Time. Just came out like a month or whatever that was. So it's this wonky, give somebody your stuff to get credits, and then you've got your big 5-resource deploy turn where you defeat all the things that you gave away, and you get credits, and you get dollars.
Yeah, Evan, I mean, Tobias being able just to give things away is super fun because you never, like, if you're sitting across from him, I don't know what to expect, right? Like, what are you going to give me? Is it gonna, and how bad is it going to be? And maybe it's not going to be bad. Maybe there's some units that are going to really work in my favor.
Yep, and you just don't know what to expect here because it's a splash base. What's this deck going to be splashing? Like, what red card is Tobias going to want to play against me? Like, you see something like the viewing here, that was the first turn. It's like you get your card draw, and now it's just a little chump 1/1. It's like, okay, yeah, whatever. I'll take the damage from that. That's going to be fine. Thing about Tobias also, I've been working on a Twin Sons deck with Tobias, and I've been running him with Third Sister. I love Third Sister. I think she's not... I'd be surprised if there are any Third Sister players in this room right now.
I don't think so.
But I like being able to hide my guys and then give them away because I think it's easier to make sure someone else gets them. But the whole reason I played with a villain character is because I played with a Force base, so I could get the Force, get Savage Press out, use the Force to not take damage, and then give it to somebody that doesn't have a Force base, and then say, I'm using Tobias to defeat it, and you take 9 damage. It's like, yeah. Again, like I mentioned, Shaper player and Netrunner. That's Shaper player.
Netrunner shout out.
Yep.
Yeah, another Fantasy Flight last owned game, no longer owned by them.
Yeah.
Now here we see Tobias has moved. Evan has done some great moves here. He played the blue-yellow two-headed character. I can't remember its name.
Troig.
Yes, who allows you to pass it over to your opponent and get a credit token. So
2 credits even.
2 credits. So now Tobias is sitting at 3 credits.
Yeah, like so on the deploy turn, assuming the stuff that Tobias passes over lives long enough to get defeated by him, he's looking at a really large influx. Oh, I love the Rio play. Like, Rio is so neat for you to be able to replay the Troig, give it back again. It gets a shield on it, but it also gives Tobias 2 more credits. Like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, wow, yeah. So they, even though Adam, the Kira player, is sitting there with a shielded Sentinel unit, Tobias has the most options here of what they can do, especially going to this next turn. They probably have something to bounce, to return the card back to their hand, anything like that, because obviously he doesn't want to see a shielded Sentinel unit. He wants a clear path, and I think we're going to get to see what all this setup is going to add up to.
Yep, like this is just going to be the big wombo combo turn. I'm real excited to see what happens here.
Oh my gosh, gives him the unit 6 credit tokens. Wow.
Yeah.
This is great. I'm really glad that this is one of our final matches. You know, it has been a busy day. There's a lot of Djangos here, but it's been great to see the variety of decks people brought to this event and seeing, just exactly what is available in Eternal. So many options that grow after each and every set.
Exactly. So it's like we're not just seeing old favorites here like Kira with Lots Razi, who is obviously awesome in Kira. But we're also seeing what is something from the newest set. How does that benefit from things that have been out since the beginning of the game? Although I don't think I've seen Tobias play anything old. The viewing.
All right, there we go. We see Tobias get deployed. So the epic action is now used on Tobias,
Yep.
who's a 4/6 in play.
And also, since he defeated 2 of his own units, he gets 2 credits and 2 cards.
Oh my goodness.
So not only does he have a lot of options, he's got the money to take care of it.
And so right now, Tobias at 5 resources. I believe he has 6 credits remaining. 8 credits remaining. So yeah, what do you do? Would you do with 13 resources?
I mean, I'd play a big triangle, but that's just me. I mean, like, okay, Endless Legions. Like, is this actually going to happen? Are we going to get to see Endless Legions today? I hope so. Like, I'm going to try my best to stay in my seat and not, like, yell at everything if we get that play.
I think you could run a lap and just high five everybody if it happens. And luckily, we would be able to get your whole lap on stream if we wanted to.
Nice. Yeah. I think it's interesting that Tobias is one of those leaders where it's like after he deploys, you don't care as much about him. Like, obviously you want him to live, but it's like he's done his thing.
Exactly.
You know, it's like he takes a little bit of damage. You're more worried about what Tobias is going to do with all those resources.
Yeah, with you've already done the job here. So now it's just about what do you really want to play? You have the options, and your opponent's not going to catch up to you with you anytime soon.
I'm wondering if in the Kira deck, removal. I'm wondering if in the Kira deck anybody has even thought about putting in something like the GongaiiGames Stormtroopers or whatever they're called. The guys that look like they're wearing the Jinko jeans, but they basically cause credit tokens to lose all abilities. Enemy credit. Backed by the Huts. We were talking about being backed by things. This deck, backed by the Huts, is insane amounts of damage. Like,
oh my gosh, yeah.
Like, what was that? 9 damage because he had 8 credits, got another credit from that card, and then did 9 to something. Like, you could kill that walker that, like, he's gesturing with over there, like, with backed by the Huts. That's as they say, that's good value for 3 resources.
And all you do is have plenty of other credit tokens available.
Yep.
No, great play, great use of that card. I do think the card is good in certain decks, but it definitely, if you're not at a high value of credit, it may not be worth playing. But Tobias here is ensuring that you're seeing that, especially again if you're playing a yellow-blue build.
Yes. It was something that when they first talked about the new Chewbacca leader, I was like, oh, this could be cool with backed by the Huts because he's a credit generating leader. But like I found like in practice, like Chewie, you don't have a giant stack of credits here, which I think is thematically appropriate, being that Chewie is tagging along with Han, so always escaping by the skin of his Wookiee teeth. So it's like it makes sense that he wouldn't have a big stockpile.
All right, Tobias is out of action. Both leaders are gone. That is a great feeling, I think, if you're the Tobias player. My only concern with ramping with your credits is like if Kira hasn't deployed yet, you could lose half the health of something big or a lot of things. So it's nice that she's off the board. Tobias has done his job, but still giving you some options to pass units over.
I'm still worried that there's 0 damage on Data Vault yet, and Tobias has 10 on base already. So like this has been a weird game.
Right.
Like I love it. I love the weird games. I love not having any clue what they're gonna play, except for oh my God, Endless Legion. Maybe it'll be Endless Legion, please. Okay, Crate Dragon.
Hey,
you'll love to see that. Like that, such a classic. Like
it's so good.
Oh my gosh, love to see a Crate Dragon. Okay, so there we go. That was the aforementioned splash.
No, it's a great choice. It did, in this format, your opponent has to deal with it. They're going to take some damage. Now, problem is, does Adam run something like Fell the Dragon main board?
Or Power the Dark Side? I'll get rid of it for 3. And, okay. Or maybe he's just hoping if he doesn't have the removal now, which I'm guessing he would have played it if he'd had it.
He must have only had maybe large removal or so just hoping for that smaller one,
Yep. So
I
I can't imagine that Crate's going to stick around that much longer.
Right, but if they don't play removal right now, then they clearly don't have it. Because right now Adam has the initiative, so he needs to make a move before that Crate Dragon swings.
We were talking a lot about the Timmy player and me loving the. That's interesting. Lots sacrificing herself into the Crate Dragon. We were talking about the Timmy player and me loving a large number on a card. I see a card like a Crate Dragon being played, and I'm just like filled with warm, joyous feelings. I'm like, yes, somebody out there is living the dream.
Ooh, there we
Okay,
go.
all
Okay,
right.
sets it up. Does a crate takes all the damage and it gets to put 7 back into Kira's base, but that was a great move. But what does Tobias have left?
I mean, we've still got a little bit of credits. Can you tell, is that 2 credits or is that a 3 credit chip on the bottom?
I believe it's I think
well,
it's a 3 and a 1.
One more now that we got the pod racer over here that makes a credit when it enters.
And we were talking earlier, as Timmy players, when you're looking at stuff and you see high number stats, you're just trying to figure out how do you make this work, how do you make this effective. And I'm with you. I was deck building yesterday with some Twin Sun stuff, and you'll see it in some future videos and hopefully in some gameplay videos soon, Fee. But I was just looking at Mythosaur and 9-cost Bo-Katan, and I'm like, I can make this work. I can get here.
I had actually a new Lando and Yoda Twin Suns deck made that it didn't play the Mythosaur. It should have, but it was able to get the Bo-Katan out, which is real fun. Because, with Yoda, you can stack your deck to always ensure that Lando is milling the correct card.
Yeah.
I had also made another one that was another credit oriented with GTL Thrawn and the new Krennic leader.
Yes.
Because oh my gosh, like I ramped several times. I had a game where I played an 11-cost ship in a Twin Suns game. I was like, this is unreal how far the credit generation takes you here.
There we go. Vigilance used to remove the speeder bike. The pod racer, which already did its job.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have I can't remember the name of it, but it's the one that when defeated, all opponents get a credit to.
Yeah, the Rhodian Bondsman.
Rhodian Bondsman.
I'm
He's the only bondsman in Rhodia. You know that?
I don't know about that. That's a non-unique card there, D-Rod.
Got it.
But
I gave him a name. No, I can't remember. Man, what was it? I had a friend who when we did Star Wars Roleplay, he only played a Rhodey, and he had the stupidest name, and I can't remember. Mark Wendar.
Mark Wendar.
Instead of Dash Rendar, Mark Wendar.
That's incredible. Dude, we got Redemption up here getting the heals.
All right, both players are healing. Redemption coming out. I wouldn't have expected to see Redemption here today.
Yeah, getting that off aspect play is really interesting. I mean, if Tobias has Endless Legions, then he's going to feel okay about splashing stuff in there. Almost a full heal. Incredible.
That is what you want to see going up against a 33 health base.
Yes. And look at this. The tables have completely turned from a few minutes ago. Although we're getting into the lake. Is that pile of cards all resources over there?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting into the big board wipe phase of Kira. Because I'm assuming that there's a lot of commonality with this and that Iden Data Vault deck that we saw on stream earlier.
I'd assume so. Again, we talked about this playing blue-green villainy. That you just have so many options to mass removal. You can just take care of a lot of things on the board. You have single spot removal. A lot of your events are just going to take care of your opponent's units. So when you're playing Data Vault and you play 10 more cards in this format, you're probably playing 2 of almost everything that's been printed, and you have some more variety in your sideboard.
Yep. And there we go. We got the Walker just like in the Kira deck. So this one makes me wonder, since Kira is great about putting shields on things, do people run Nebula Ignition in Kira decks for late game removal once shields are a little bit more on things?
I haven't seen it, but I think maybe it's a great idea in this part of the format. As the Eternal format grows, you'll probably find yourself wanting to play something like that, even when you see things. Especially if we keep getting away from Gar Saxon.
Yeah, because oh my gosh, that ambushing out that Vader unit is just the worst. Whoa!
Oh, and I know. There you go. You got your Annihilator. We saw this earlier, and now we see it again. Doesn't really defeat anything when it comes into play, but
it got that Walker.
Oh, it did. Yeah, sorry, it did got the Walker, so it gets to go get all the other ones, which is perfect. Well, you got your triangle.
We got my triangle. Look at this. We've got heroic and villainous giant ships here. This is incredible. New favorite deck. Oh my gosh, Tobias. Okay, I lied. I'm not gonna Piett's still gonna be my main squeeze, but he might distract me from
Is it the hat? Is it
the hat's pretty good.
traditional imperial hat?
I mean, it's not just that. It's like it's that irreverent cocksure attitude. He's like sticking his tongue out a little bit while he's firing his guns all willy-nilly. Love it.
That gives him more accuracy when he sticks. It's like when Michael Jordan sticks his tongue out to dunk. That's what Tobias Beckett does.
You know, I'm surprised that Michael Jordan made it through his whole career with his tongue intact.
I mean, we don't know. Maybe there's something we didn't learn in that documentary.
It's true. Emergency tongue replacement surgery.
I love seeing this Annihilator out there. As much as I do enjoy Star Destroyers, this art though makes me feel like it's an old mouse cursor.
Oh yeah, not as much though as that new one that they spoiled for the upcoming Spotlight decks. That yellow one that gets bigger for all the upgrades on your friendly units. That one looks like exactly like a mouse cursor.
See if I can find it. Just maybe I missed it.
There we go.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
new
God.
Executor. Like, look, it's even like angled the right way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, love that.
I'm with you though. These scenes, space battle scenes, are always my favorite in Star Wars. And ooh, there we go, another one. Unfortunately, Evan does have multiple units to pick from, so he can choose which vehicle he wants to get rid of. Smart choice. Redemption's already done his job.
Yep. And then the fun thing here is after he swings with the Annihilator, he can just choose that to get defeated and then get rid of the Avenger.
Yeah.
Which feels good. Oh, Bo-Katan.
We were
God,
just talking about this.
deck
Wow.
is so cool. Oh, my goodness.
I know. I'm so glad Evan brought this today, and we get to capture it on screen.
Yeah.
A Bo-Katan and Annihilator, again, not on my list of things I expected to see today.
Yep.
And now Evan's only down to 1 credit token. We haven't seen that since turn 1.
Wow. Yeah. He had that one turn after playing the Pod Racer where he just played the card that just gets you 1 credit.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is super cool.
I guess we're going to game 2. It looks like Evan took that one. Great game there. We'll see what Adam has in the sideboard. I think we're probably just looking for some more I guess really the problem with Tobias is it has so much range that you could see bigger ships and bigger ground units. So maybe you're right. Maybe Kira should be playing that convex security.
But how much did people anticipate credits being a problem going into this, though? Because credits are a big deal for, obviously Tobias. And Lando is probably the one that sees the most premier play at this point that uses credits. Am I getting that right?
Yeah. No, you're right.
But, otherwise...
I wouldn't go into Eternal expecting to see it either, yeah.
Yeah. You'd be like, oh, it's Django Han, whatever.
All right, looks like they're resetting their epic action, so we'll do that as well. And then it is Kira's turn. We see them going for the sideboard there, so I'm sure they're going to pull a few things out. But more curious, what are they going to put in? Because at this point, it's kind of a big race. They both have great late game, but Tobias can get there sooner, and there wasn't that much interaction stopping Tobias from doing something.
Yep, and getting the I think it's the intended line of play with Tobias to play the 2-headed Troig, give it away, get the 2 credits.
Yeah.
Next turn, play Rio, replay the 2-headed Troig to give away to get 2 more credits, and then give away Rio for a credit. That is so much money all at once, and it was just bam, bam, bam by the numbers, and then just an unstoppable amount of money to fuel his machine later on.
And even if Kira defeats the Rio, so much value has already occurred.
Yeah, because Tobias's stuff is garbage. He's playing just garbage earlier in this game, and doesn't really care if it gets removed or what have you.
Well, while we have a break, we're going to bring in one of the TO here from Gongai, Alan. Alan, welcome in. Can you hear us okay?
Sounds great, guys. This has been awesome.
Oh, Alan, you sound great.
Oh, thank you.
Alan, while we have some time, tell us a little bit about what Gongai has going on and what you guys usually host when it comes to Star Wars events here.
This has been awesome. Our first PQ here in the store for Star Wars. But we run basically everything. Yesterday we had 16 players for 40K, and we had a 20-plus player Lorcana set championship for Winter Spell. Next weekend we'll have five different pre-release events for Secrets of Strixhaven. Really, the store is about being a community space. We love having events in here. That's the goal. We want to give back to the players who come in and play. We've got sodas and waters in here complimentary for our players. We've got alcohol and energy drinks for purchase as well as snacks. We try to keep things reasonable. We try to be a store where you can come and get what you need, but really we want to have space for you to play. So if you've had a chance to view the warehouse today, if they ever show the camera at some point, we've got 18 tables in here. We've got another 8 tables in our garage, 4 more tables in the East Wing, and then 3 private rooms that all have tables that can be reserved for free to customers who want to come in and run D&D games or have a miniatures place where they're not being asked. You know, we got a Middle Earth group playing in here right now, and I think they've been talking to people who are like, oh, these models are so cool, more than they've been playing their game today. So that's the goal, is get people in playing games, and they're in store, they're having a good time, and that, you know, it builds the games too. The stores don't function without the games, so with place to play, that really is important.
Well, you guys have always done really well at that. When I moved back to this area in 2019, coming to this store, seeing what was going on, seeing how well you guys welcomed Star Wars Destiny players, what you offered people just for attending weekly events. I always felt like I was coming out with so much value of just packs and experience and making things complimentary like drinks and snacks, which just made the experience better. So I've always had a great time coming out here, and it's a great store. It's a little different, as people saw in the video. It does have that warehouse feel, but when you walk into the main store, it's great and it's unique. And again, super glad you guys are here and hosting as many types of events as you guys do. A lot of Fantasy Flight, a lot of other ones as well. Great for miniatures, board game players, and card game players. And you know, one of the things I'll always say you guys do super well: seating. I've been to a lot of stores across the country. No stores has as many like gamer quality chairs as you guys do.
The comfort is a priority for sure. You talked about other card games. Yeah, we have One Piece, Gundam are going strong right now. You know, we're trying to get Riftbound moving. That's a new one that's out. Sorcery has been a lot of fun for us. We have Monday Night Sorcery that's been awesome, pulling in players for weekly play. We've done drafts and things like that. So we're all about it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I love that. And again, you know, kind of what you said, you've made a place. The Gun Guy is a great place for players to come and play, and you guys make it. You encourage them to play here with great features like this, great amenities like drinks, snacks, and obviously great seating. You know, as gamers, we're going to spend a lot of time somewhere, so making it more comfortable is good for everyone. So again, Alan, thanks so much for having us here. Thanks for having multiple content creators come in today and talk about this game, as well as all these players who traveled for this regional or for this qualifier.
Happy to have you. This match right here is a little personal to me. My stepson is on Tobias Beckett. That's a deck. I saw the Veiled Shot version of it, and I took a few liberties, changed some things about it. So he's running that today in my place since I'm tournament organizing. So the first 3 or 4 turns can be pretty slow while you just give away all your units and try to get credits and draw cards, but it can really pay off in the end if you can find that Endless Legions by about 7 resource.
I mean, I love that. And now you just spoiled the one thing that Fee was hoping for.
I know, I was like fingers crossed about it. But like last game, it was just like boom, boom, boom. He got everything in a row that he needed to get set up and just had like a giant pile of money. It was super cool.
So if you missed the Endless Legion, then you got to figure out, okay, what is it he played? I think it was the Crate Dragon came out first.
Yes.
And then he went with the Redemption to get the healing. He left the 1. In that situation, he had the Lando behind in his hand. So if he needed to capture that Redemption onto an opponent's lats in that case, it gets fully healed when it comes back from capture. You heal 6 more off Lando. And then instead he played because the Walker came down, he played the Annihilator instead. Yeah. Defeated, got the other Walker out of the deck, and put a threat that could win the game out.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, this is so great to watch Evan pilot this deck. It's really great. And again, the surprises here, seeing the I forget its species name, but the 3-eye species over there with the when defeated ability.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's a grand.
Grand, thank you.
That is one of my favorite cards in Twilight. When I saw that card, I was like, this card's amazing. I could just draw a card? Great. I'll worry about the other part later. And now you don't even have to, now the opponent has to worry about the other part.
Someone else
when he pulls out Beckett, that'll be defeated, and then Adam will have to discard a card. And so you got a +1 and they get a -1 off it. So it's a no-brainer for this to help you get to that Endless Legions. Make sure you get it in your hand, or just to fill your hand when you need it if you don't find it, you know.
One of the super fun things about cards like this in a Tobias deck, I've been running them in Twin Suns. I've been playing bounties on these kinds of things too, so it feels even better when you play a favorable delegate give it away, and then stick the bounty on there that readies 2 resources. So it's like, I don't think you can get away with it in this kind of setting. But in a multiplayer format, it's really fun experimenting with Tobias and the bounties too.
He's a unique leader. The dual color leaders with no alignment have been an awesome addition. Saw's a lot of fun as well. Tobias has a lot of combo-y powers because he builds up that credit bank. You get it up, and eventually you find something to spend it on. So we're excited for the direction of the game. Lawless was an awesome set. I think it did revitalize in a way that we needed a little bit, is a little more variety to the games.
Yep.
The splash decks were an awesome addition to not just Limited, which they made a ton of fun, but also we're seeing them used in Eternal. We're seeing them used in the Premier meta as well here and there. So
yeah, I think the credits were another really interesting thing too in terms of accelerating the game and giving you access to some of these like more late game things that maybe you wouldn't have been able to see otherwise. Like the idea of a deck running Redemption and Annihilator in it, it would have how would that have even worked before a leader like this?
here we go. We got the flip turn out. Now he's going to defeat. So Adam will discard a card here, and then he defeated the useless ship that can't attack.
Yeah, this and what Tobias does is create that just this unique opportunity that he can only improve going forward.
Right.
In any format, whether it's Premier, Twin Suns, Eternal, like it's there. The potential here when you see cards that come out with some negative win defeated ability is just in a positive come in play ability, just so great.
I think it is interesting in a Tobias deck. I feel like his deck is divided into cards these are the ones that I have to play before I deploy, and these are the ones that I play after I deploy.
It's very delineated, yes.
Yeah, like some of these cards, like if you see Corporate Defense Shuttle later on, you're like, that's a resource. It's just like you don't really like the value of the cards is so much different. And a card like Backed by the Huts.
Backed by the Huts is such a spicy piece.
Oh, it's so good. Like last game, it hit for like 9 or something ridiculous. So much damage.
Never would have thought that that would happen. I looked at that card. I'm like, well, I'm playing 3, probably for like 3, probably.
There were a bunch of cards that were meant to replace Open Fire, and you could very luckily get 4 off of it if you did it right. That one you can get 1 million out of if in this setup, right? So it's I like the diversity they gave us. Open Fire was a very clear card. It cost 3 and it did 4, and now we have a few cards that cost 3 and can do 2. They can do 3, they can do 4, or they can be really big if you put them in the right place.
Yep. I think the only thing even close to being Open Fire now is that one card from Secrets of Power. The red card, you have to disclose 2 red, and if you do, you do 5 damage. I think that new Boba Fett pilot Lake Country deck runs that card. But that's like basically it in terms of I'm going to pay this amount and do this much damage.
Adam's another one of our local players. He really loves this Kira deck. He's been running it since Kira came out. I mean, blue-green was a strong early thing. That was a big thing. And Kira was one of the pieces that used that early on. And he's been trying to make it work, even a little bit after it's past its time. But he's here to play it today and get all his old pieces back. So
I mean, it feels good seeing Lots Rozzy in there. Like, I think that's a really cool, newer addition in that deck.
She's a big piece in the +1 to all your upgraded units, Gar Saxon as well.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Like shooting something for 4. Oh, that's so cool.
For Evan, what was Evan playing before the Tobias? Anything similar or consistent?
He's gone through a few things. His current deck is not Jin. It's Enfys Nest. He's running Enfys Nest, the on-attack triggers right now. He's fiddling with that in Premier to see if he can find something that he liked. He thought he was going to run Sabe for a minute. He moved off of that. And then prior to that, I can't remember what it was before Sabe. It goes back and forth between something I build for him and something he thinks look interesting. He didn't have time this last week with school, and he's in track and stuff like that. So he had me put together something for him, and I thought this would be perfect because it's a little memey, and it can be a little luck-based, but you can really stick it in there if you hit it right.
I think we're both glad Evan played this today. So thank you for encouraging him to play it, because this has been a great match to watch. And even this one, as we've been talking over it, it's still just you're watching Tobias take all this damage, but it feels like
Any minute.
it's just like just give it a minute, and something crazy is going to happen. It's going to be awesome.
Another crazy tech for this is the this ambush unit that dies at the end of the round.
Yep.
Yeah.
You don't care, though. It's basically just pay 3 to deal 4 to a unit.
Yeah, exactly.
If there's ever tech against the credit, it takes out the convex. You can get in and hit that, so they
yeah.
can't keep
Yeah.
that out there against you.
Those only have a 4 size butt.
I'm pretty sure there are
Okay.
2 4 for 3.
I guess we're about to find out.
It's like our third time looking
Fact
at
check.
it this time. It's a 2/4.
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. So you give it away, you don't mind because it dies anyway. So you get a credit out of it. So it's almost like a 2 cost in the end, or you can carry that. The utility of having that 1 extra resource later when you're gonna need it more.
Also, it kind of lets you be a little sassy with with your opponent. Just be like, nah, what are you gonna do about it?
Here, have this diseased.
Yeah. Enjoy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I think the options we'll see later on in this game. I think we'll see other mechanics that are really
There it
unique.
is.
Oh,
There it
yes.
is.
Oh man.
That's 8 credit tokens, and they're on the 8 resource turn.
Oh, incredible.
All right, V, you've been excited for this
I'm
all day.
so
Tell
excited.
people what is about to happen.
Okay. Reveal any number of resources you control. Play each unit revealed this way for free 1 at a time. So this means if Tobias has put in Annihilators, Bo-Katan, Redemption. And so the cool thing about this too is like Rio in there can do some weird like juggling around if there is anything that Rio can play, but oh my gosh, this okay.
I don't think Rio hits anything here
but-
necessarily, but the Redemption's going to heal.
And then-
He can make it heal 9.
and then he could put
I don't know if he'll think of
another
this.
Redemption
Yeah.
in to kill the first one and heal more.
He
Oh
can
my
heal
gosh.
17,
That's
right?
incredible. And then Bo is going to wipe the board and get a whole bunch of experience.
Goodness.
And then, oh my, wow.
There you go. All
Nah,
right.
see, I didn't think he would think of that he can just kill the first Redemption by dealing all 9 to it.
That's incredible.
Most players won't think of that's possible because you would
You're right.
usually not do that.
Here she comes.
Yep, and
Oh,
then every
man.
unit that dies, she's going to be able to put an experience on something.
Yep.
And here we go. Yeah, why not? A Crate Dragon? Sure. Okay. Oh, look at that. An Annihilator. Oh, now she's dead. Okay, we'll get another experience from... We'll see how many triggers get missed here,
Oh
or
my
possible
goodness.
possibilities. Because it's so many crazy things. Oh, now he gets to go through and find all of your other Kiras,
My
which
face.
are not...
I mean, I guess maybe if you're really
yeah,
wild, you're
out of
playing.
aspect,
yeah.
yellow Kira.
We healed 16 damage.
Yep.
My face hurts from smiling so big
Yep.
because of what just happened.
Yeah.
And, Kira may have a board wipe in right now, but they're still going to take some damage because that Crate Dragon. So
Yep.
Yeah, anything now, yeah, Crate Dragon, even if they were to board wipe. So there is Relentless that could be out, that blocks the first event, right? That is something that could have been in the resource rotate. It didn't get hit in this case. So if there are Super Laser Blasts in, it's still going to be an 8 to base. But if that were to happen, Evan would be in big trouble.
Yeah, because all of the resources are gone at
Yes,
this point.
yes,
You don't replace
exactly.
them.
It looks like there's 1 or 2 left and 1 credit token. So
this could be the game where Evan realizes you don't do it until you have the Relentless in your resource pile.
he told me, oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, sad day.
Oh, man.
He told me, he's like, what is Relentless? I think Relentless should be in the sideboard. I'm like, no. You want Relentless. It's the most important card. I'm pretty sure it's one of the only 3 of the big cards.
So,
Do you think Evan would have pulled it out after game 1?
oh, my gosh.
That would be
Oh my
hilarious.
gosh.
Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh, I can't wait to ask him about that.
Oh, my gosh. So he's got 3 resources.
3 resources and a credit.
He
it
has
looks
25
like.
health left.
Yeah, he does have a lot of life. He could have had 2 more really if he thought about that a Super Laser Blast could come.
Oh, man. That hurt. Okay.
All right, we'll
He's
start
gonna
over.
Start
yeah.
building again.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
What a moment. What a moment. Wow. That is so cool. I'm so glad we caught this on stream.
Yeah, I don't know that an
Yeah.
Endless Legion into Super Laser Blast, your counterplay has ever happened in a stream before.
Oh, here we go. Tapping a bit here, exhausting a bit of their resources. Adam's got to feel good about this. He
Yeah.
has plenty of time. Throws out the Anakin.
Sure.
I mean, it's not like Anakin's doing a whole lot here, but it's not like he needs to do a whole
No.
lot in here. It's just like getting units on the board is fine. And like at this point, that Super Laser Blast set Tobias back
So far.
So far, like, oh my gosh.
I think drawing into Relentless and getting to enough resources to play it is probably the only, and maybe, I mean, if it takes 2 turns, it's too late because you're going to be so far behind in damage.
I'm hoping Adam isn't playing the card that brings in all the X-Wings based on your opponent's resources.
I wanted to add the spicy tech of tear this ship apart this morning to Evan's deck because I was like, you can play it and then play one of theirs instead.
Yeah.
And you can play a resource from both players. And he's like, no, that's not good. Well, okay, fine.
Wow, yeah, this hurts to watch
Yes.
the whole reset here, like limping towards the end of the game.
Yeah, and we'll have to have a game 3 where, yeah, I think he probably just maybe scoop at this point. This might be scoop time.
Let's see. It looks like I saw a Walker and a Vigilance in Adam's hand. So
Yeah, because I mean, you're playing against blue-green villainy. At this point, resource-wise, like they're going to be so far ahead of you at this point in terms of options.
Evan's an emotional player, so I can imagine the thoughts going through his mind right now as he's like, dang it, I finally got to do it.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
you
could be
know,
a big
like,
thing. Yeah.
For us Timmies out there in the world, like that's enough. Like I think I would have considered this. This is a win.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like I already won.
Back when Shadows came out, he pulled the ship that makes you capture one for every one you have. You capture one of theirs,
the
and
finalizer.
yes, and he pulled it in his pre-release kit, and I was like, if you get that in play, I'll give you a special prize. So he did get it in play in the 3. I think he lost every game, but he did get it in play. And when his mom and I got married, I gave him a buy-in for the poker game that happened at our wedding. So he was able to play poker with my poker buddies. We had our wedding at Next Level Pinball out in Hillsboro, the coolest place on the planet.
I remember you telling me about this.
And so, my poker buddies, my pinball friends, some, friends from everything were all there. So the poker game happened, and I was like, you get to have my spot. Here's your buy-in. That was his cool prize for getting the finalizer into play.
That is a really cool prize. Did they scoop?
It looks like Evan conceded there, so Adam gets his game win, and now we're going into game 3, round 6, right before we get into the top 8 here at GongaiiGames Eternal Planetary Qualifier.
That'll do it for me, guys. I'm gonna let you both handle this 3rd game, and I'm gonna prepare for our top cut. Thank you so much for coming out.
Hey, thank you so much,
thanks
Alan,
for
for having
having
us and for hosting. And, well, for building Evan's deck. I'm so glad.
Yeah, what a cool deck.
Yeah.
Like how often do you get a chance to hear the person that was building the deck actually talk to you at the same time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess for you and I, we do that. But yeah, in this element, it was so great. I'm so glad Alan came in and especially giving us a little bit more details about Adam and Evan. So 2 players, locals, that probably play every week, practice against each other. As we learned, Evan's been playing a variety of different stuff, and Adam has been a Kira player since day 1. So it's great to see that, and I think that's what's amazing about these events. If you haven't played in one of these bigger ones, you kind of get to see players in a different aspect than you would at your weeklies, right? You get to see it's a little bit more competitive. Everyone's a little bit more focused, but now you get to see where everything pays off. I know when I'm at weekly play, I'm having fun. I'm not making the best decision every time. I'm just making the decision that's, seems fun for the moment. And here it's a lot different. And you're kind of taking everything you know about players you've played before and trying to think, okay, how does this help me here? What do I know about them? Should I do this? Should I do this? Is this player always looking to, or do they want to defeat everything that I'm going to hit on the board every time? Stuff like that. So there's always a story between players who play local. And again, I'm really glad Alan shared a little bit about that for us with Evan and Adam here.
Which also makes it a little bit richer knowing that the 2 of them kind of know each other's tricks with this too. Like this is one of the players that's not going to be super surprised to see an Endless Legions pop everything up, but someone that this is my first time here in Gongai. I would have never expected that. So super cool.
And maybe you just wished it to fruition because here it is. It happened. And I'm so glad we picked Tobias to watch this match and see Evan play that Endless Legion. I kind of almost wish Alan didn't tell us because it would have been a bigger surprise.
Yeah, but I mean, a card that costs 16 resources or 14 with the splash base. like the for that to line up, it's still going to be kind of like one of those is it going to happen kind of things. Like, is he going to get the pile of credits and resources that he needs?
Yeah. Well, here we go. Game 3 is 15 minutes. So we'll see what happens here. Most of looks like most of the matches have already been completed. So I think we're going to see the top cut happen pretty quickly here. I don't think Evan or Adam are going to make it into it. I believe when I checked, Evan was in 20th place going into this match.
I mean, that's still not bad considering the amount of people at today's tournament and
Right.
for playing something like this weird.
And I think you said it earlier with Alan. Like there are a lot of wins when you go to events that aren't just where did you place. We saw that with Jennifer from Night Sisters being able to play Callus. Alexander Callis, the high cost one, that is a win for her. And she won by doing it, so it's a double win.
Oh, yeah.
For Evan, I'd assume it would be playing that Endless Legions, like getting that off, putting out multiple things, healing 16. like that's the story you'll walk away with. He may lose this still, but he'll always remember that moment.
Yeah, like such a cool moment. I've also played enough games with Jen to know that anytime she gets a win with Hera, that's just like, throw my arms in the air and flip the table over. Like we're celebrating.
Of course, yeah. And I think that's a great way to approach these. Is just figure out like what does a win look like for you and your deck? What are you hoping to accomplish? Because if you can do that by the end of the day, it just makes the experience better for you. Because you may not make top 8, you may not make top 16, but did you have fun? Did you play what you wanted to play? Did you get cool moments, meet neat people? Like there's just so much that happen at these events, and I'm always excited to attend them, whether as a player or a content creator or an organizer. So.
Yep, no, 100% agree. I mean, for me, I could tell you if I got to play a planetary bombardment and do 12 indirect damage, like that's what makes me feel good as a player.
We were talking earlier about Eternal and how I want to play Jabba. Yeah, for me, it's more of like, can I get the Sarlacc out? Like, as long as I get the Sarlacc out and he can hit something, I'm fine. Like, I'm having a great time.
Yes.
All right, create a credit token. Just one.
I mean, every little bit helps with this deck. I gotta say, like, even though this has been a fairly long match, I think it's still been a pretty compelling one.
Yeah.
Because, sometimes you can get into things where, like, say, like an Iden deck or, like, some sort of hard control deck where it's just, like, they play something, they remove it. They play something, they remove it. They finally get to a point. They play the big thing. They finish everything off. It's okay, but, like, in a game like this where you're just, like, anything could happen on the Tobias side, and then how is Kira going to react to it? I think that's like really interesting dynamic stuff to watch here.
It's also one of those things too. It's like the board is so lopsided because of that, because of Tobias's ability, that Kira's ability almost doesn't seem as effective when you're just kind of just like, I don't like. Why do I really want to damage all my units that you're giving me? Like it just doesn't matter. So it's interesting of just what we're seeing as far as like a table view, and even here using Kira, like I feel like this is where I would actually save Kira until I see something big from Tobias, but maybe you're just trying to rush because you just never know. Like it's what Alan said. The deck is really split between cards that are early that are almost useless and strong late game cards that are too expensive. So you kind of have to have this approach of, are you going to sit back and play more control? Or do you want to be as aggressive as possible to dwindle down that 27 health base?
Yep. I think if I was the Kira player, I'd be trying to go aggressive here because we've seen like Tobias gets a lot of damage on base and needs to be able to heal that in whichever way manifests itself. Being like, oh, I have to overpay for a redemption, or I'll get Endless Legions and get the healing out that way, or get Lando out. But those all need like different kinds of things to line up in order to work. So I think that just like slamming the base seems pretty deep. Like I think that seems pretty good. Oh, the Huts just backed Kira's downfall. Oh my gosh.
There it is. Some underworld dealings there.
Love it. I mean, it's just like they don't really hold with people who like get loosey goosey with their allegiances.
No, I don't. But if you haven't read the Crimson Climb book about Kira, it's a great little novel. Takes place right after her and Han get separated in Solo, all the way until Han's appearance again. So it kind of fills in the gap really, really well there.
Okay, yeah, I'm into that. Like, I'm one of those people that really liked the Han Solo movie.
Oh,
like,
it was so good.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna say it's like a cinematic triumph, but it's just like it's like a good fun movie that doesn't embarrass itself.
Right.
Which is more than I think some of the movies can say. So getting more of the background on her character, I think, would be interesting.
It is really neat because you get to learn a little bit more. Sorry, I should say it starts off a little bit even before the Han separation, so you get a little bit more there. And I won't spoil too much, but literally the three characters you meet are Han, Kira, and someone named Solo. So it gives you another better idea of one of the cheesy moments in the movie is now you get to understand why he does take the name Solo.
Okay, all right, I'm into that. Like, it would be good for me to read something else. Like, I've been reading the Dungeon Crawler Carl series on repeat recently. I'm on my third read-through of it right now, and, like, I should probably take a little bit of a break from it.
Everyone says it's good. You're not the first person I'm told that's reading it there multiple times. It's on my list. I'm just getting through the Brandon Sanderson's Mistborn series and Cosmere series, so which is something heavy to get through, but I'm caught up on Star Wars, needed something different, but Dungeon Crawler Carl is next for me.
Nice. Oh, I hope that you enjoy it as much as I have.
I'm sure I will. Just the amount of people who've told me how good it is and you know, a little bit about it, like I'm pumped for this story.
Yes. Dude, we got Bo-Katan.
My girl, there she is. Portland local.
Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah, Katie Sackhoff. Thank you so much. Katie Sackhoff, right there on the Mandalorian throne. Great picture, great art, great card.
The card is so good. I was lucky enough to meet her when she was around the Portland area, and I actually had a Bo-Katan deck assembled, and I had my card, and I was able to get her to autograph it.
I love that.
Like, I do have an autographed Katie Sackhoff Oh no. Oh, wait, no.
But no
Did
ambush.
they Yeah.
No ambush. So Vader is out. Vader gives himself a shield, or give a unit he controls a shield and an opponent a shield. And then when he attacks, he can defeat any unit with a shield token on it.
Yes. So you don't normally see Vader just getting played like just normally.
Right, without attacking. Yeah.
Yeah, like he's incredibly good when ambushed and like.
And very meh after.
Yeah.
And I play a lot of meh Vader because sometimes I don't have as much action ambushing with Twin Suns Vaders, but I still put them in there.
Yep. I mean, you might still be able to get it to work in Twin Suns just based on how like janky that game gets, or if you can negotiate and be like, "Don't worry, your units aren't getting hit. I'm gonna kill this person thing. Okay, your porg is safe."
Oh, right now, Bo-Katan is not safe, and she is just taken off the throne. No surprise there. And again, great card. Love to see it. We were talking about that earlier, about how I've just been trying to make this work in a Twin Suns deck, and yeah, I will figure it out.
I mean, I think if you can make Bo work in Twin Suns, that is so good. Like, I mean, like the amount of possible experience you can get from her is just insanity.
Oh yeah. And there we go. Pod racing to get a credit token back out, rebuilding what Tobias has here.
I mean, they're running out of time in this game, so it'll be interesting to see if they can bring it in on time.
Yeah, now Adam being a Kira player, they got to be experienced at these moments. When you play control like this, you're used to running into different control matchups. So going to time, he should have an answer for, or at least be kind of expecting and figuring out how do you rush when you get to this moment, because this does happen.
Yep. As someone that decidedly does not play control, I'm much more like, I'm going to win big or lose big, and I'm going to do it quick. I mean, I guess Piett's more of like a mid-range, but I've been working on the new Chewie as like one of my premier decks, and that's definitely one where you get your matches over and done with quickly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's nice when you go to these longer events. You were at Galactics, and I know you did a lot of side events, but, when you're sitting there doing a 9-round event day, having a deck that can just close out 3 games under 30 minutes is ideal for your mental health.
I mean, you get a chance to use the restroom, get some food. Oh, we got Lando with the heal.
Here he comes. Lando Calrissian. This is from...
It's from Secrets of Power.
Secrets of Power, right? Trust me. There we go.
Yep. Yeah, getting that 6 damage healed from the base, and all we had to do was let someone else capture a garbage unit. Seems pretty good in Tobias.
And you're filled with garbage units, and you have grit. Like, this is a great Lando, and I love seeing these high-cost cards finding a home.
Yes.
I think that's always the problem in any card game. We see that, and kind of you mentioned, being a traditional Timmy player where you love high stat units. You get excited when you see them, but it's always like, okay, how does this work if everyone else is playing 3 and 4 drops?
Exactly.
So finding tools like Tobias here, unique opportunities. Ooh, there's a Relentless.
Oh, that's probably game.
All right, Evan takes the initiative. Endless Legion will not save him now until he deals with that Relentless. But Evan may be able to play some high-cost ships. We know he runs the healing.
Yeah, Redemption at least, and it's a Sentinel.
And Sentinel, yeah. So that's going to be ideal for him in this situation, just to have the Sentinel preventing that Relentless from hitting him for lethal.
I guess the Annihilator would take care of it, too. But then we'd still have to... I mean, we've got lethal on the ground with the 2 shielded units. So, yeah, this is tough. He's up against the wall here.
Well, with credits and resources, that should put Evan at 11. So should have enough for Annihilator if they go that direction.
I mean, regardless of what happens. Oh, my gosh. Just what a cool deck. What a cool match.
Yeah, great match by both players. Strong performance. Super fun watching Evan's deck. Adam played Kira very well, more of a traditional Kira, but seeing how it had to compete in this type of matchup is super great. And there it is. The game goes to Adam. Evan does take the loss here in the final round, but what a match.
Yeah, what a match. I mean, we got the Endless Legions play. That's like, I'd go over and give him a fist bump or something. Like, he deserves to be applauded.
Well, that was definitely a win there. We have a couple of minutes before the final round ends, and then we'll go into the top 8. The top 8 will be a different stream, so this one will end, and there'll be another video just of the top 8. So if you need to catch that, you can make sure to subscribe so you don't miss it when we come back here live. We want to thank everyone for watching. Shout-outs to all of our team members. I'm going to have Corey hop back on here as this Swiss round video ends. Fee, thanks so much for joining. Go ahead and talk about Jank Tech and what you guys have planned this upcoming week.
All right. Well, so first off, D-Rod, thanks for having me. Jank Tech, we're actually going to be working together with D-Rod. We're going to record some Twin Sun stuff. We've got some extra other Twin Suns things on the horizon. In particular, we're going to be thinking about some of the pre-constructed decks, how to use them, what we might possibly want to do with them. But we're just going to do some fun stuff there collaboratively. And then on the horizon for me, I'd like to get some more basic beginner stuff done. I did some decks about a year ago that were meant to be played in like a little 4-deck pod if you'd never played the game, that were like extreme budget decks. The most expensive one was like $20 because since we're going to be talking about the pre-cons, I'd like there to be options for people new to the game that they're like, maybe I don't want to spend $40 or $45, whatever it costs. Maybe I'm just going to see what I can do with the bulk at the store. So I want to be able to have something like that too, just to have people have some sort of an option.
Awesome, Fee. I love that. And again, a lot of great stuff coming. If people check out the Jank Tech channel, we do have a link in the description below. And Corey, you've been here all day. You and Ginger Joey. Talk to us a little bit more about Holotable Game Network has coming up this week.
Yeah, Holotable's got a few things. We just put up this last Thursday that I highly recommend everybody watch. A little match that we had between my Poe Yellow that I've been on and kind of hyping up to everybody against Joey's Luke Yellow, which was a very good matchup. So you can see that as our latest video that come up. We'll have upcoming soon. We've got some recap of what's been going on, obviously, in the last week is going to go up tomorrow. And then beyond that, we're working on some Twin Suns videos as well, along with more wacky decks. Joey's got a lot of crazy decks that he wants to spotlight. I'm working on trying to get some more built myself. I've been too busy with work to make many, but we've got some more fun decks upcoming. So, yeah, tune in. Every Thursday is when we upload a new gameplay video, and we try to mix it up with weird, crazy builds that we can come up with, along with working on, obviously, right now, our premier decks. And every Tuesday, also, we try to get up, well, at least every other Tuesday, we try to get up another non-SWU video as well, just miscellaneous board games, including some other Fantasy Flight games, for example. So we like to bring that to the masses as well. So, yeah, please tune in, join us. We always like to see new people, and if you've got suggestions on weird, crazy decks like this Tobias Beckett we just saw, throw them our way. We love new ideas of janky, insane things that we can come up with and just see if we can get them to work.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you both for coming out here, highlighting what we have going on here in the Portland area. We're going to go ahead and end this stream, and we'll be back in with the top 8 here in probably 5 to 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and hopefully we'll catch you later. You can catch these rounds later on video on demand.
Thanks everybody.
Everyone.